It was a cloudy day in the city of San Francisco, as dark clouds hung low in the sky, looking like they could burst open at any second. The streets below were crowded, people of many shapes and sizes moving to and from, enjoying the most they could get out of their day. That all changed, however, when two blazing specks of light came blitzing through the busy streets, one rapidly giving chase to the other. The first, a white and black aircraft of some kind, smoothly floating in the air as its red ring engines burned bright. Along its sides sat an array of weapons varying in shape and size. All looked extremely deadly. Below the craft's canopy, sitting in the cockpit with a sadistic grin plastered to his face, sat a middle-aged man with a black, curly mustache. He had black hair and a pair of shiny red pilot goggles placed over his eyes. His grin grew wider as the aircraft drifted around a street corner, following the other blur before him. "That was an illegal left, by the way," he stated with satire, pressing a red button atop his flight stick. Below the craft, a massive cannon began to glow red, as it suddenly launched a large, glowing projectile at the blue blur, forcing it to slide under a truck, trying to dodge the deadly attack. The other blur, a blue one to be specific, raced further down the street, dodging and weaving as he tried to avoid the deadly blasts coming his way. His spiky blue hair ruffled from the shock wave of the blast, as he was sent flying into the side of a building, only to spin around in mid-air, landing feet first, before taking off up the side of said building. The boy glanced behind him, emerald green eyes glowing with worry. "What's it going to take to lose this guy?" he asked aloud, reaching into a pouch attached to his waist, pulling out a golden ring. Suddenly, a burning blast of plasma impacted the building behind him, causing the blue-haired boy to be sent flying off the side of the towering structure. Then, everything seemed to freeze, as a voice began to speak. "So, I know what you're thinking. Why is that extremely handsome, smart, charming young blue-haired boy being chased by a crazed madman, with a mustache straight out of the Civil War?" stated the voice, seemingly belonging to the boy. Time began to move once more, as the boy flipped out of his dive, landing back on the building's side as he raced towards its base. The flying, egg-shaped pod began to nose-dive behind him, trying to catch up to the blue blur. "Honestly, it's a long story, but it does feel like I have been running my whole life," the voice said, as the chase continued in the background, neither party seeming to gain the upper hand. "Is this too much? Am I going too fast? I mean, it's kind of what I do. You know what? Let's back it up." Everything begins to slow once more, as the boy barely dodges another blast. Only, this time doesn't freeze. The whole chase begins flying by in reverse, showing many events not recognizable because of the speed they come and go at. Suddenly, everything goes black. "Hi, my name is Izuku Midoriya, also known as Sonic, and this is the story of how I became not just a hero, but a legend. My Sonic hero, Academia." Our story begins like any other, with a young child, looking for a new adventure. Color fades back into the world, revealing a huge tropical island, seemingly floating in the middle of a vast crystal-like ocean. Leaves of the palm trees blow gently in the wind, as a sudden burst of energy came shooting by, kicking up dust in its wake. "This is South Island. It's where I'm from." The ball of energy shoots off a ramp at high speeds, uncurling to reveal a much younger version of Izuku, laughing crazily to himself. He zips towards the ground, landing without any problem, before taking off down the dirt track once more. His blue and white hoodie blew rapidly in the wind, his hood acting more like a cape than a hood. He wore navy blue jeans to match his hoodie and a pair of old-looking gloves. On his feet sat a pair of run-down, burnt-out-looking trainers that seemed to be on their last legs. On his back, a yellow backpack sat, filled to the brim with all sorts of goodies collected from his adventures. This place had everything a kid like me could ever ask for: sandy beaches, cascading waterfalls. Izuku sped up further, blasting through a large loop-de-loop in less than a second. Public access to loop-de-loops, and I never had to catch a school bus because I could run across the entire island in less than 2 seconds. And there was no school. I know, pretty sweet island, right? The young boy bounces from cliff to cliff, able to easily cross massive gaps with ease. Blue electricity emanated from his body, surrounding Izuku with a powerful aura. I was born with extraordinary powers unlike my world had ever seen before. Because of this, I was told to keep them a secret, and like any responsible 4-year-old, I did the exact opposite. Izuku came barreling over a bunch of rickety, old wooden bridges, eventually arriving at a small hut set high in the treetops. Without knocking, or stopping for that matter, Izuku charged through the door, crashing straight into a tall figure standing on the other side. The figure, a rather tall woman with large, angel-like wings hanging from her back, sighed at the sight of the young Izuku, picking him up gently off the floor, holding him in a tight embrace. Her silky, long brown hair lay neatly against her shoulder, Izuku carefully snuggling up to it. This is Longclaw, the woman who took care of me. She was a big, strong warrior who towered above everyone else, her owl-like features only adding to the intimidation factor. To me, however, she was the closest thing I had to a mother. Like Obi-Wan Kenobi to Luke Skywalker, if Kenobi was an owl, and ate mice, and was a woman. Izuku, you're okay. Do you know how reckless that was? Someone could have saw you, Longclaw said in a mothering tone, holding onto the boy tightly. Izuku giggled, green eyes glowing with a cocky glee. Don't worry, no one saw me. Plus, I brought you something. Izuku reached behind his back, pulling a small flower from his backpack, holding it out to Longclaw. Crouching down to be level with the small boy, Longclaw took the flower out of his hand, shaking her head with a smile. Ah, Izuku, you shouldn't have dashed just then. A loud, audible crack was heard, causing Longclaw's head to shoot up rapidly. It was then that she came face to face with a bunch of tall, masked men with long, red dreadlocked hair, spears, and nets ready to pounce at a moment's notice. Izuku, down now, she shouted, pushing the boy to the floor as hundreds of arrows came crashing through the open window. Turns out with great power comes great power-hungry bad guys. And I, in my speed-filled adventures, led them right to us. Longclaw, in a moment of desperation, grabbed Izuku by the shirt, picking him up in her arms and opened her massive wings wide. And with one single swoop, she and Izuku launched out the window, flying into the cold, stormy sky. And because of my stupidity, my inability to follow simple instructions, I lost the last remnants of family I had left. Suddenly, seemingly out of nowhere, a sharp, poisonous arrow impaled Longclaw in the side, barely missing her heart, sending her and Izuku crashing onto the rock-hard ground. Longclaw gets up, struggling to stay standing, limping over to a battered and bruised Izuku. Listen carefully, Izuku. You have a power, unlike anything I have ever seen, and that means someone will always be out to get it. The only way for you to stay safe is to stay hidden, she says, reaching into a small, worn pouch on her side. She reveals a tiny, glowing golden ring. Tossing it into the air, a humongous, golden portal appears seemingly leading to another world entirely, much to the shock of young Izuku. This world is on the far side of the universe. You will be safe there, away from the threat of any who want to harm you. Longclaw hands Izuku the pouch of rings, closing his hand around them tightly. Izuku, promise me. Promise me you will never stop running, she states, struggling to breathe. Izuku looked around, scared and hesitant to agree to leave. I don't want to go without you, he shouts, a downpour of tears on full display. Longclaw just hugged him tightly, whispering softly in his ear. I know, H, everything will be okay. Just promise me you will look after yourself. Okay? She said, looking at the small boy in his glowing emerald eyes. I promise, was all he said, before rushing off through the portal, only turning back a few meters away. What he saw shocked him to his core. There lay Longclaw, bleeding out on the other side of the portal as the masked figures towered over her. She glanced over to Izuku for the final time, tears running down her face. Goodbye, Izuku, and good luck. Just then, the portal collapsed. Longclaw, no! Izuku screamed in agony, watching his only semblance of family die out before him. Looking around, tears of sadness and pain leaking down his face, Izuku took off, doing the one thing he knew how. He ran. 10 years later, Green Hills, Montana. The town of Green Hills, with a tiny population of around 150 people, the small, rural town in Montana was known for its peaceful lakeside views and mountainous treks. It was one of the only places left on Earth completely untouched by man's machines, making it the perfect spot for a peaceful getaway. Sadly, that also meant that not a lot ever happened there. On the outskirts of the town, behind a rather large welcome sign, sat a Green Hills Sheriff's Department police cruiser, parked idly by watching the road. In its driver's seat sat Tom Wachowski, one of Green Hills' most respected and beloved community members. As one of the two sheriffs in town, it was his job to protect the people, helping them out wherever he can. "Come on, one car?" Tom scoffed, taking off his sunglasses with a sigh. Unfortunately, due to the town's small population and rather good nature, not a lot ever happened. This is usually the main reason Tom could be found outside of the town's limits, desperately hoping for someone to come racing through his speed trap. Tom grabbed the speed radar gun attached to his dashboard, unmounting it from its holder. He began moving it around, making sounds of cars zooming by in an attempt to relieve his boredom. This didn't work, however, only achieving pain as he hit himself in the face with the heavy gun. "That's it, I'm bored," Tom stated to himself, remounting the radar to the dashboard once more, staring up at the roof of his car. When he originally joined the Green Hills County Police Department, he did so because he thought that he would finally get to see some action. Instead, he had been forced to watch the speed trap every day for the last 5 years. Suddenly, the sound of a buzzing radio rings out across the car, catching Tom's attention. "Tom, do you read me? Are you there?" Grabbing the radio, Tom smirks to himself, coming up with an idea. "No, wait. I'm actually on a yacht in Barbados with Rihanna." "OMG, that's amazing. Please, send pics." Now, Tom appreciated Wade. As the only other sheriff in town, it meant their plates were always full. Having just that bit of extra help, even if said extra help only ever sat in his office, was a lifesaver. Sadly, there was one downside to the young officer. He is incredibly stupid. "No, Wade, I'm at the speed trap," Tom replied with an audible sigh. "Already? How did you get back so fast? Barbados is in the ocean." Gripping his temples, Tom leaned his head back against the headrest, letting out a frustrated groan. He was about to answer back, probably with more sarcasm, when suddenly, a speeding blue speck of light shot past the patrol car, shaking it slightly as it passed. The radar gun went off, showing a speed of 367 miles per hour. I know radar guns max out at 300, but for the sake of this story they can go to 1,000 miles per hour. Tom blinked, doing a double take. "What?" He glances out at the road before him, not seeing anything in sight. No tire tracks nor cars, just fields for miles. Deciding that the radar was probably just broken or something, Tom went back to staring at the ceiling. The car suddenly shook once more, as the radar once again beeped, this time showing a speed of 723 miles per hour. Tom stares down at the gun, completely missing the dancing form of our blue-haired protagonist, celebrating in the background. Climbing out of his patrol car, Tom wandered out into the road, looking left to right, nothing. Not a single car in sight. Glancing around, he suddenly notices a glowing blue object laying by the side of the road. Bending down, he picks up the glowing object. It looked like a hedgehog quill. Suddenly, as Tom walks back to his car, his radio jumps to life once more. "Tom, we need you down on Main Street. There's been a violent gang shootout," Wade's voice states, Tom flicking on the emergency lights on his patrol cruiser, speeding off back to town. Wade laughs. "Just kidding. A duck stole a bagel. But they do want it back." As Tom drove back towards Green Hills, a large black car comes speeding the other way, about to run over a small, unsuspecting turtle. Zoom! A blue blur came speeding by, snatching up the turtle at the last second. Coming to a stop at the side of the road, Izuku stares down at the small, innocent creature, smiling. Whoa there, little guy, you almost got yourself killed out there. What are you, some kind of adrenaline junkie? Izuku asked with a chuckle, gently tapping the turtle on the head. His eyes light up, suddenly getting an idea. Must be rough being so slow all the time. Tell you what, today's your lucky day. Izuku takes off down the road, running at high speeds, carrying the turtle in his left hand. Hoo 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 hoo. Have you ever felt so alive? Izuku shouts, spreading his arms out like a plane, moving them up and down. This is great. You're doing amazing. Just then, the turtle slips from Izuku's gloved hands, flying off down the road. Oh geez, Izuku exclaims in a panic, zipping off after the flying reptile. He grabs the turtle at the last second once more, holding him tightly out in front of himself. Good recovery. Finally coming to a stop in a nearby forest, the blue-haired boy carefully places the shaking turtle down on the grassy floor, backing away slowly. Let's keep this our little secret, okay? Said the boy in a mysterious-sounding tone. You never saw me. I was never here. Izuku zooms off, dodging and weaving throughout the crowded forest, rushing past a few trees and rocks, before jumping over a log, diving down into a dark, spacious cave. Landing on a beanbag, Izuku immediately goes to reading a meter-high stack of comic books, speeding through them all in seconds. So what were you expecting? A dirty little blue-haired boy eating berries and struggling to survive? Think again, because I am living my best life on Earth. I've got a library. Izuku finishes reading the comics, zipping over to an old, broken treadmill in the corner, running at high speeds on it. A home gym. Izuku jumps off the treadmill, black bandana tied around his forehead. He leapt around the room, spinning a set of nunchucks over his head. And a state-of-the-art security system. Izuku suddenly hits himself in the face, sending him flying back into a hard, wooden table, smashing it to pieces. A bag goes flying off the once wooden piece of furniture, hitting the floor with a loud clatter, multiple golden rings rolling out from within. Oh no! Said the teen, rushing over and grabbing as many rings up as he can, placing all but one back into his pouch. And if I'm ever discovered, I'll follow Longclaw's instructions and use my rings to escape to another world. A nice, safe world filled with only mushrooms. Izuku tosses a ring out in front of himself, opening a portal to said mushroom world. I hate mushrooms. But let's not worry about all that. The blue-haired boy speeds up the side of a cliff, coming to a stop at the very edge, staring out at the small busy town below him. This is Green Hills, the greatest place on Earth. Leaping off the side of the cliff, Izuku rockets towards the rural town, leaving a faint blue streak behind him as he ran. Coming to a stop on the roof of a nearby building, he watches on from above. These are my people and, dare I say, I am their lovable space creature. So what if they don't know I exist? Izuku's eyes suddenly go wide, watching on as Tom walked out into the middle of the road, directing traffic as he went. My second favorite person is the Donut Lord, protector of this town, devourer of donuts and defender of all creatures, big and small. A family of ducks begins crossing the road, Tom smiling at them as they go. Mooring, Donald, Daisy, Daffy. Izuku laughs, taking off further out of town. Arriving outside of a large, two-story house, Izuku rushes off out of sight, hiding in some bushes nearby. He watches on as a dark-skinned lady walks around her back garden, carefully watering some plants. She then walks over to her laptop in the corner, turning on some yoga videos, following along as it plays. Donut Lord lives with two people. First is Pretzel Lady. She is super nice to animals and strangely was born without bones. Izuku crouches down, trying to replicate what the woman is doing. Poorly, might I add. As she moves her leg behind her head, Izuku tries to copy. Ouch! 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 Speeding up to the top of the house, Izuku peers in through the skylight, watching on as a young girl, looking around his age, walks around her room, moving things around. The second person Donut Lord lives with and my favorite person of all time is the Purple Angel. Mainly because when she sings, she sounds like an angel, or what I think an angel would sound like anyway. The girl has dark purple hair, highlights going across the front in a heartbeat pattern. She has pale skin, bright onyx eyes, and a surprisingly bright smile, which is strange, considering she always looks depressed in public. Strangely, she has some kind of power of her own. Kinda like me, but not as flashy. It's kinda odd, considering she is the only person in town to have a power. The girl suddenly turns sharply, eyes plastered to the skylight. Izuku zips out of the way, barely avoiding her gaze. Too sharp, thin audio like cables suddenly rise from her sides, seemingly attached to her earlobes. They hover in the air, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Deciding it was time to leave, Izuku takes off back into town, completely missing the girl's wide-eyed expression as she watches him leave. Izuku arrives in the dead of night, hiding behind a rather large tent, smirking widely. There's this one person in this town who's actually onto me. He calls me the Blue Devil. Say hello to my main man, Crazy Carl. Izuku then rushes around Carl, setting off the lots of different bear traps and other contraptions. We have fun together. I know you're out there. I know you're real, Carl shouted, looking around for any sign of a person. It was then that he heard, "No, I'm not," faintly in the distance, as Izuku sped away, laughing his head off. Movie night is my favorite. Izuku slowly rises from behind the bushes at Tom's house, making his way toward a back window. In the main living room, Tom along with his wife and the young girl could be seen watching a movie on TV. A large, fluffy dog named Ozzy comes and sits next to them, curling up beneath the girl's feet. Please, 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 Izuku whispers, hoping for a specific movie to come on. The TV jumps to life, showing the title of the movie, Speed. Yes, Keanu, you are a national treasure. As the movie plays, everyone watches on in enjoyment. Izuku smiles, seeing the family interact with each other, a single tear leaking from his eye. Basically, we're like a family, even though we haven't met yet. Hours later, Izuku sits in a psychiatrist's office with a pair of glasses on his face, holding a clipboard in his hands. You don't think your prolonged isolation is making you a bit crazy, perhaps? Izuku states in a German accent, trying to act smart. Zipping over to the other side of the room, Izuku lay down on a chair, wearing his normal attire. Crazy? Me? No way, doc. You got me all wrong. Psychiatrist Izuku continues to speak. And despite all these so-called friends of yours, tears leak from Izuku's eyes as he looks down in emotional pain. You're still rather lonely. Izuku takes one last look at the house's window, seeing the happy family sitting on the inside, crystal like tears leaking from his emerald eyes. Perhaps you're afraid you'll be alone. Izuku dashes away, leaving a trail of electricity in his wake. Forever. As the boy rushes back through the forest, dodging around trees and rocks in his path, he breaks out into a full-on cry. His eyes begin to turn blue as lightning emits from his body. The energy builds up, growing and growing, until suddenly, ah! Izuku screams out in pain and anguish, letting off a massive EMP wave of energy that travels across the entire town of Green Hills. It keeps going, eventually growing so large it takes out a satellite in orbit. Izuku finally stops screaming, only to fall to the floor in pain, passing out moments later. Kyokujiro liked to think of herself as a slightly normal person with a pretty decent life. She had a social life, granted not a very good one. She had a talent and passion for music, something she apparently got from her parents. She had an aunt and uncle that loved her and took care of her, even though they didn't have to. And, best of all, she had a decently powerful quirk, even if she didn't believe it was. Yes, Kyoka's life seemed to be an enjoyable one. Yet, it wasn't without its quirks. To begin with, she was always the center of attention at school, all because she had a quirk. She hated it. Green Hills was one of the only known places on Earth to have an entirely quirkless population. Until she came along. The day her uncle had picked her up from the police station is one she will never forget. At the time, she had no clue as to why she was there. No clue as to why they had asked her Uncle Tom to come collect her. Turns out, her parents had been killed in a government accident, crushed to death by the very thing they were helping to fund. On that day, her heart broke. She was only 4 and now without parents, cast off to an uncle she had barely met. Luckily, Tom and his wife turned out to be some of the nicest people on the planet, taking her in as if she was their own. Sure, there was moments where Kyoka missed her real parents, but Tom and Maddie would do for now. Snapping out of her thoughts, Kyoka stretched as she climbed out of bed, going to flick the light on, only to discover another quirk of her life. "Great! The power's out," she stated with a groan, turning on the torch on her phone instead. Deciding to head downstairs, Kyoka turned to leave her room, only to stop at the sight of her desk. Memories from last night came flooding back to her. "The blue devil. I saw it," she said to no one in particular, flipping through the pages of her notebook, seeing different drawings of the speedy blue creature. The blue devil, a myth created by Crazy Carl to try and make life more exciting. Everyone joked about it in school, saying how insane it would be if they actually had an alien living among us. Don't you dare! Kyoka personally didn't believe in the myth at all, until last night. After all, there is always some truth in legend. In all honesty, this blue devil looked more like a blue-haired menace. He looked more like a normal human boy than anything else. His speed, on the other hand, that was something else entirely. At first, she thought it might have just been a boy with a quirk. Yet, the more she thought about it, the less sense it made. Every police station in the US, whether it be in a quirkless town or a huge city, contained a quirk radar device. This device is able to pick up on quirk usage in a specific area, pinging a monitor in said station. The downside was they don't work very well in heavily populated cities, but for somewhere like Green Hills, it was pinpoint accurate. She knows this for a fact. Tom had already had her try it out with her own quirk. So, if this blue devil was using a quirk, why had no one picked up on it? Plus, no quirk on record had ever given speed to move as fast as that boy can. Shaking her head, Kyoka decided to think more about it later, heading downstairs to grab some breakfast. To her surprise, Tom had just arrived back from work. "Maddie, as Green Hill's most respected veterinarian, what is the fastest way to exterminate a raccoon?" Tom called out as Kyoka entered the kitchen. "Hey, old man," she greeted with a smirk, crouching down to greet the family dog as well, patting him on the head. "And hello to you too, Ozzy. What's up, Squirt? Anything exciting happen while I was gone?" Tom asked, smirk equally as wide. Kyoka growled, glaring at her uncle, Jack's poised to strike. "Don't call me that. I'm not that much shorter than you." Tom chuckled, patting Ozzy on the head. "And no, nothing interesting has happened, unless you count the power going out." Tom sighed, rubbing his temples. "Don't remind me. Where do you think I've been all morning?" "Wade," Kyoka deadpanned, raising an eyebrow. "Wade," was all Tom said in return, turning to greet his wife. "And how are you this fine, powerless morning?" Maddie smiled at him excitedly, holding an envelope out to Tom. His eyes went wide, glowing with anticipation as he took a hold of the letter to decide his future. "Is this what I think it is?" Tom asks, hands shaking as he holds the envelope. "Uh-huh. Open it," Maddie states with excitement. "Oh, it's kind of small. Is that bad?" states the middle-aged man, checking over the envelope in his hands. "Open the envelope already, old man," Kyoka basically shouts out, making both her aunt and uncle laugh. Tom begins to open the envelope, both Kyoka and Maddie watching on in excitement and anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Tom pulls out the letter, beginning to read. "Dear Thomas, we have reviewed your application to the San Francisco Police Department and, pending an interdepartmental review and background check, we are happy to inform you that you have been selected to join our team." "Ah, oh my God," screamed Maddie, hugging her husband tightly. Kyoka smiled at this, giving her uncle the thumbs up. "Wow, this is actually happening," Tom said in disbelief. Reaching under the kitchen counter, Maddie pulls out a pink box, setting it down on the side. "Tada," she announces, opening the box. "San Francisco sucks?" Tom questions with a raised eyebrow. The cake, a picture of the Golden Gate Bridge on fire, had the words, "Forget those morons, San Francisco sucks," in big, blue letters. Realizing her mistake and looking really embarrassed by it, Maddie puts the cake away, pulling out another box. Wrong one. Opening the cake box, the words, "Congratulations," in big bold, red letters was plastered to the top of the cake. The words, "I never had a doubt," written underneath. You never had a doubt, huh? Tom deadpants, clearly showing where Kyoka got her skills from. No, of course not, Maddie says with a giggle. Tom walks up to her, engulfing her in a huge hug, before kissing her. Kyoka watches this with wide eyes, slightly gagging in the background. Both Tom and Maddie turn to look at her, both giving her the really look. Okay, you purple-haired menace, why don't you go take Ozzy outside for a bit while me and your uncle prepare breakfast? Maddie asks the purplet, getting a happy nod in return as she and Ozzy turn to make a dash for the exit. Oh, and before you go, Maddie suddenly says, tossing over an envelope to Kyoka, which she caught with ease. This came for you, and don't worry, I didn't open it. Kyoka's eyes widen as she and Ozzy take off outside, leaving the two adults on their own. So, I've been looking at a few apartments for rent on Zillow. Maddie begins, placing a laptop down in front of a surprised Tom. I thought Ozzy and I could fly there tomorrow and check out some neighborhoods. Tom blinks, his head spinning at 1,000,000 miles an hour. This is all happening so fast. He gets up, walking into the dining room and sits down at the table, watching as Kyoka and Ozzy ran around outside. Babe, are you sure you're okay with this? I mean, there's been a Wachowski protecting this town for more than 50 years. This is a big change. I'm positive. It's time for this guy to get out there and prove himself, Tom says, getting up from the table. Plus, it's not me I'm worried about, he says, watching the purplet happily tickling Ozzy in the back garden. She will be fine, Tom. She's happy for you, Maddie says, standing next to him holding his hand tightly. Tom sighs, looking his wife in the eyes. I know. It's just, it took her so long to adjust to life here in Green Hills. I don't want to just pull her away from that. Coming to a stop outside, Kyoka sits down by a nearby tree, trying to catch her breath. Okay, you win, Ozzy, she says, slightly giggling as the dog barked triumphantly, walking off back to the house. Putting her hand into her jacket pocket, Kyoka pulls out the envelope from before, breath hitching as she does so. She knows what this is. A letter to decide her fate. With one slice of her jacks, Kyoka rips open the envelope with ease, pulling out the thin letter from inside. Dear Miss Jiro, we are proud to announce that we here at the United Arts Academy, LA, don't actually think this is a place, have considered your application. We are happy to announce that you have been selected to participate in one of our trial days to determine whether or not you should be invited to attend our school. Please attend on the 29th of August. The best. Administration, UAALA. Kyoka read through the letter, and then again, and once more before squealing in excitement, something very unusual for the purple-haired girl. She had done it. She finally had a chance to achieve her dream. Now all she had to do was attend the open day. Couldn't be too hard, right? All she had to do was tell Tom and Maddie. Then, all thoughts suddenly ceased in Kyoka's mind, glancing to the house in worry. She hadn't told her aunt and uncle yet. What was she going to do? She couldn't just ask her uncle to give up on his dreams for her. It wouldn't be fair, not after the last 10 years. Taking one last look at the letter, Kyoka sighed, tearing it to shreds in an instant. She couldn't do this, it wasn't right. A single tear dropped from her eye as she made her way back into the house, placing on her usual depressive persona she used out in public. Kyoka, I'm going to drop your aunt and Ozzy off at the airport. Watch the house while I'm gone, will you? Tom asks, carrying a suitcase to the front door. Kyoka smiles sadly at him, nodding her head. Sure, no problem. Tom picks up on the sad tone immediately, raising an eyebrow at her. You okay, Kyoka? You seem a little sad. Why yeah, I'm fine. Just tired, that's all. Kyoka says, hoping Tom would drop the subject. Luckily, he does. If you're sure, just know you can talk to me about anything. You know that, right? Tom states, placing a hand on her shoulder. Kyoka nods, rushing off upstairs after waving goodbye to Maddie and Ozzy. She bursts into her room, jumping straight onto her bed with a sigh. Grabbing her headphones off her desk, Kyoka proceeds to play some punk rock music at highest volume, nodding her head to the beat. It's the only way to calm herself down after a freak out like she just had. Everything was going great, until, suddenly, she hears a loud bang coming from outside. Meanwhile, in the capital of Washington, D.C., multiple of the top United States military officials were sat inside the Pentagon, discussing the recent blackout. The man helming the meeting, Commander Walters of the U.S. Armed Forces, sat down at the long table. 12 hours ago, an energy surge knocked out power across the entire Pacific Northwest. What do we know so far? He began, trying to gain a hold of the situation. Well, our first instinct was an EMP. But electromagnetic pulses don't have that kind of range or power. NASA has ruled out all meteor strikes or solar flares. The Department of Energy says it's not a power plant malfunction. Walters sighs, holding his temples in annoyance. Well, it sounds like we're really good at figuring out what it wasn't. The Army Chief of Staff suddenly chimes in, slamming his hands on the table. This could be a prelude to a larger attack. I'm suggesting we scramble the 5th and 6th Regiment. Walters holds up his hand, stopping the chief's rant. No. This needs a much more sophisticated mind. Someone who understands the possible technology we could be dealing with. You want to send in a lab rat? Not just any lab rat. A lab rat with teeth. Commander Walters finishes, waiting for his colleagues' opinions. The Air Force Chief of Staff shakes his head in disappointment. You're not suggesting who I think you're suggesting. I know he's a little weird. Weird. He's a psychological tire fire. But he's also brilliant. 5 PhDs IQ off the charts. And his drone tech is revolutionary, Walters states. You're sure he can handle this? Sure. Robot Nick can handle anything we throw at him, Walters says with a smirk. I can't believe you're bringing that freak into this. I'd rather have a few heroes check it out, the Air Force Chief says, shaking his head. Neither can I, but we have no choice. Outside of the forest, the location of Izuku's cave, multiple heavily armed military vehicles have set up camp on a small baseball field, different soldiers and scientists walking around the area. Suddenly, all activity stops as a massive matte black truck begins pulling onto the field, shocking many who recognize it. What the? Questions one of the majors, moving up to talking to the vehicle's occupants. Soon as the large truck comes to a stop, a slim, fold-out staircase opens from its side, landing gently on the grass. A man with a mustache and a full black coat begins walking down the stairs, thin sunglasses protecting his eyes from the light. Dr. Robotnik has arrived on the scene. A few other black cars arrive, multiple armed men exiting them, surrounding the doctor. Are you in charge here? Asks the doctor, peering at the soldier with a questioning look. Yes, I am. The soldier, a man named Bennington, tries to reply but is cut off immediately by the crazy man. Nope, he shouts, a sense of superiority in his voice. Bennington tries to speak again. But is cut off. Wrong, Robotnik stated commandingly, acting like a complete child. Name. I'm in charge. Is Major. Me. Ben. Robotnik grabs Bennington by the collar, cutting him off once again. His voice almost at a whisper. I'm in charge. The assistant proceeds to hold up a badge for all to see. You've never seen anything like this before. It says I'm the top banana in a world full of hungry little monkeys. Allow me to clarify. In a sequentially ranked hierarchy based on a level of critical importance, the disparity between us is too vast to quantify. Agent Stone, Robotnik states, marching off towards the truck. The doctor thinks you're basic, says the assistant now identified as Agent Stone. Major Bennington looks at Robotnik with a glare. Is he still looking at me funny? Robotnik asks, almost like a sixth sense. Tell him to stop or I'll pull up his search history. If you don't stop looking at the doctor, he'll take a closer look, states Stone, but is cut off. I'm not deaf, says the Major, grumbling under his breath. Oh, and tell him his men report to me now. Blah blah blah, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Robotnik says, using his hand to mimic a mouth moving, taunting the Major. Excuse me? Listen, pal, I don't know if you realize. Bennington does not get to finish. I'm sorry, Major. What was your name? Robotnik asks, obvious sarcasm clear in his voice. Banning. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Robotnik shouts over the Major. The recently arrived heroes look on in annoyance. The rest of the soldiers in shock. Listen, Major, nobody cares. You know why nobody cares who you are? Because nobody cares about your feeble accomplishments. And nobody cares how proud your mommy is that you're now reading at a 3rd grade level. Have you finished Charlotte's Web yet? Spoiler alert. She dies in the end. And she leaves a big creepy egg sack. A soldier is seen in the background throwing a book to the ground, looking sad at the story being ruined. Robotnik presses a few buttons on his arm and calls out an army of white, immaculate drones with red, beady cameras on the front. Ah, my babies. Ooh, look at what came out of my egg sack. You know what I love about machines? Robotnik asks threateningly. They do what they're told, they follow their programming. They don't need time off to get Durunke and put the boat in the water. Robotnik points at the Major. Now you do what you're told. Stand over there on the edge of your personal abyss and watch my machines do your job. Dr. Robotnik turns to Stone Giddy and begins to speak. Can you feel it, Stone? I can feel it, Doctor. Stone replies. It's evolution, Stone. It's evolution. Robotnik announces as he presses buttons on his arm, sending the drones off into the woods. Robotnik and Stone enter their truck as most of the soldiers begin to follow after the drones into the woods. Inside the trailer of the truck, multiple advanced machines can be seen in the background. Computers line the walls of the lab. A huge desk is situated in the center, Robotnik sitting, typing away. Agent Stone, do you see anything useful in this image? The screen shows a drone's perspective of a strange strand of blue hair, almost looking like a hedgehog quill. Nothing at all, Doctor. Stone states obliviously. Of course you don't. Your eyes weren't expertly trained to spot tracks by the Native American shadow wolves. Robotnik presses a few buttons, and a hologram of the hair appears before their eyes. That's extraordinary, Stone says, surprised. No. What's extraordinary is that I've determined the exact height, weight, and spinal curvature of this creature. And my computer can't find a single match for it anywhere. In Earth's animal kingdom, this blackout was not a terrorist attack, and that's no baby Bigfoot. Robotnik lets out an evil laugh. This guy is something else, entirely. Divert all search units to the site of the hair. That's one small step for man. One giant leap for me. As military personnel search the area, Robotnik's drones fly overhead, turning over rocks and branches looking for clues. Izuku is seen watching from a distance, looking scared and confused. Okay, everything is fine. You were thinking about your life, got a little upset, lightning shot out of your butt, and now the world is coming for you. Izuku speeds back to his cave home, running around trying to grab as much stuff as possible. All right, Earth isn't safe anymore. Time for plan B. But I gotta take my stuff. Okay, essential items only. Okay, toothbrush, toothpaste, hair gel, nightlight, funny hat, this half-eaten cantaloupe. Oh, my scented candle. My entire comic book collection. Beanbag chair. Can a beanbag chair fit in a backpack? Izuku shakes his head. No. Of course not. That's stupid. Okay, what else? He looks over to the table in the corner, seeing the rings shining in the dim light. The rings, yes, of course. He speeds over and grabs them, shoving them in his backpack. Izuku pulls out a ring and holds it in front of himself. Here we go. Ring time. Mushroom Planet, here I come. Suddenly a huge explosion is heard in the distance. as a massive shockwave rattles the cave around Izuku, causing loose rocks to fall from the roof. Oh no, they're right outside. I gotta go somewhere else. As Izuku is about to speed off, a small, sharp rock dislodges from the ceiling, hitting Izuku right in the center of his head. Reaching his hand up, he sees a small amount of oozing red blood dripping down his head. Damn it! I gotta go. Goodbye, cave. It was nice to have a home while it lasted. Izuku takes off at high speed out the back entrance of his once home, as the roof collapsed where he once stood, sealing the place off forever. No way. I am not dealing with this right now, Kyoka states in an annoyed tone, marching down the stairs, phone in hand. She was currently wearing a leather jacket, the word San Francisco written on the front in white ink. Her uncle had gotten it a few weeks ago, after he applied for the job. Seeing the fallen garbage cans from through the kitchen window, Kyoka suddenly gains an idea, walking over to the kitchen drawer. From there, she pulls out a tranquilizer gun, loading it with a dart. If it's them damn raccoons, they're in for a surprise. With that, she charges off to the back garage, foot placed on the door. With a sudden surge of bravery, she kicks open the door. Meanwhile, inside said garage, Izuku slowly climbs down from the back window, cringing as a bunch of cans get knocked over outside. Okay, I'm in. With minimal damage to Donut Lord's property. Reaching into his pouch, the blue-haired boy pulls out a ring, holding it tightly in his fingers. All right then, here we go. It didn't work out on Earth, but that's okay. I'm going to a safe world. A nice, safe world filled with only mushrooms. Mushrooms that'll be your only friends. A single tear falls from Izuku's eye, glancing around the garage in pain. That sounds awful. I can't do this. He sighs, lowering his head. You have to do it. There's no other option. With a newly determined look, Izuku readies the ring. Let's do this. Izuku prepares to toss the ring when, suddenly, the door to the garage is kicked open, Kyoka entering the cramped room, tranquilizer gun armed in hand. Paws up, scumbags, or I will put your asses down, she shouts, rapidly aiming around the room, until her sights land on Izuku. Her eyes go wide. Confused, and quite frankly terrified of the purplet, Izuku tries to speak. Meow. It doesn't go so well. In a fit of panic, Kyoka fires the gun at the unexpecting boy, hitting him directly in the leg. Izuku yelps, beginning to sway side to side as the tranquilizer takes a hold. In his last moments of consciousness, Izuku sees the writing on Kyoka's jacket, reading it aloud. San Francisco? The ring suddenly slips from Izuku's hand, hitting the floor with a clatter. It spins to life, opening a large portal on the floor, leading to the sky above San Francisco. Kyoka stares in shock and amazement, as Izuku's pouch goes tumbling through the portal, which closes shortly after. No, is all he can say, before he fades into a deep sleep. Still in utter shock, Kyoka says the only words that come to mind. What the foo? This day just keeps getting weirder and weirder. After the little encounter in the garage, Kyoka stared down at the unconscious form of Izuku, quietly laying in Ozzy's large dog cage. Grabbing a blunt spatula off the kitchen side, she carefully poked the blue-haired boy. Getting no response, he was out cold. Seeing that he was not waking up, Kyoka lets out a quiet sigh, leaning back against the kitchen counter in frustration. First, she wakes up to a power outage. A minor inconvenience, but nothing she couldn't handle. Then, her Uncle Tom receives his job application back, which is great, except the part about the moving that put her in a bad mood. Then, she finally receives her application to her dream school back, telling her she got in, of course. She tore it up, not wanting Tom to find it and stop his dreams for her. And now, to top it all off, there was a blue-haired boy hiding in her garage. One that not only seemed to lack any understanding of how social interaction works, like seriously, what was with the meow, but possessed a strange technology that not only fit inside a tiny ring, but could open portals to different parts of the planet. Nope, this was the final straw for Kyoka. She was not in the mood to deal with this blue idiot, this blue menace, this blue devil. Kyoka's eyes widened, words coming out a whisper. I knew it. Pondering on what to do next, Kyoka turned around, facing to the kitchen. She couldn't believe it. Crazy Carl was right. Of course, she already knew that from her notes. But having proof sitting in front of her, that was something else. Maybe she should call Tom. No, he was busy dropping her aunt off. She didn't want to stress him out. Maybe Wade? No, that would just stress her out. While Kyoka was planning on what to do next, Izuku's eyes shot open, glancing around the room in confusion. This didn't look right. Where were all the mushrooms? Memories came flooding back into his mind, his eyes going wide. My rings, he shouted, pushing open the door to the cage, basically leaping out of it onto the hard, wooden floor. Kyoka screamed in surprise, throwing the phone across the room, turning to face the now very awake blue-haired intruder. She stared in shock, now finally getting a good look at him. He was an average height, around 5.5 foot, just a bit taller than herself. He wore a bright blue hoodie with white lining the short sleeves and pockets. Around his neck, his hoodie's collar extended up, wrapping around the base of his head. On his back sat a red and white backpack, a pair of torn white gloves sitting on his hands. On his legs was a pair of dark blue jeans, a worn pair of brown shoes sitting on his feet. They looked burned, almost as if he had ran through a fire. Overall, Kyoka had to admit he didn't look half bad. Not that she would ever admit it out loud. Purple Angel? Izuku asked in confusion, eyes squinting as he stared at Kyoka. Kyoka's face turned red, mind racing. How is he awake already? That tranquilizer is made for bears. Her eyes widened, finally registering what he had called her. Why did he call me that? Why you're not here to abduct me, are you? The purplet asked, mind still trying to focus. Izuku coughed, getting down from the table, barely able to stand on his own 2 feet. Abduct you? You abducted me. Okay. Fair point, Kyoka admitted, trying to stop herself from shaking with fear. He didn't seem to be hostile, just confused like her. What are you? Why were you hiding out in my garage? I needed somewhere safe. You and Donut Lord were the first people that came to mind, Purple Angel, Izuku said, pulling his backpack from his back, rummaging through it. Why do you keep calling me that? Kyoka basically shouts, covering her face, trying to hide the rapidly growing blush. Because, when you sing you sound like an angel, Izuku commented offhandedly, not really paying attention. As for Donut Lord, well, he literally talks to donuts and eats them when they get out of line. Strange power, but I'm not going to question it. Again, fair, Kyoka mutters to herself. Also, Tom doesn't have a quirk, just me. A quirk? What's that? Izuku asks with a raised brow, finally placing his pack back on his back. Kyoka was about to reply, but before she could even open her mouth, a loud rumbling could be heard, shaking the house slightly. She panics, rushing over to the window to see where the noise is coming from. What was that? What's happening? Is this your mothership? I'm not in the mood to get probed, she says, looking scared. If Tom and Maddie could see her now, she would never live it down. You think you're worried? Currently, I'm the one with legs like spaghetti. Thanks for that one, by the way. Kyoka looks really embarrassed, staring down at the floor. You could have had a weapon on you. I acted in desperation. Also, you broke into my garage, she says, still embarrassed. Izuku just sighs, walking up to the window, noticing a large black truck pulling up outside the house. A man in a dark coat stepping out. Crap, they're coming for me. Izuku dives to the floor. What? Who's coming for you? What's that got to do with me? She asks, confused and worried. I don't have time to explain, but you have to help me. Izuku pleads with her, giving his best puppy dog eyes. No, I don't. Why? She questions back in panic. This is not how she imagined her day going. Well, thanks to you shooting me in the side, my legs, which normally would be classified as lethal weapons. Feel like spaghetti? I need your help. Please? It's life or death, Izuku states, pleading for her help. She stands there for a second. Damn it, she really didn't have a choice in this. Fine, come with me. She answers back, walking towards the stairs of the house. Izuku jumps up from the floor, charging forward, only to face planted again. Looking down at his shoes, he sees his laces tied together. A little help? All right, stay here. And be quiet. Jiro says to the boy as she goes back down the ladder from the attic. Good plan. Great plan. We're already working so well together, practically finishing each other's sentences. Jiro glares before slamming the hatch shut. Okay, bye. The boy says, proceeding to hide. Kyoka walks down the stairs to the front door, proceeding to open it. Walking up to her driveway, a man in an all-black suit calls out to her. Good morning, my rural chum. I'm from the power company, investigating the blackout. If you don't mind, I'd like to take a few readings inside your house, he says in a polite manner, but Kyoka is not convinced. Sorry, my parents are not in at the moment, and I'm not really so posed to answer the door, so bye. She tries to shut the door but is stopped by the man. Don't worry, I have already called your parents. They said it's fine, he says, obviously lying. Oh, in that case, come on in, she says, only to stop him. Well, that would be if this was my parents' house and not my uncle's house, Jiro states, annoying the man greatly. So, you want to tell me why you think I'm dumb enough to just let you walk inside my house? Robotnik puts one hand behind his back and uses his glove controls to send out a couple of his drones to search the house. Oh, I'm sorry, miss, the man asks. Jiro, Kyoka Jiro. Well, Miss Jiro, you may have noticed that this entire town has been experiencing a power outage, the man states. Yep, no lights. Picked up on that, Kyoka says sarcastically. 20 minutes ago, I tracked an energy pulse with a similar signature to the one that caused this disruption. Now she was confused. That boy couldn't be the cause of all this, surely? Listen, Mr. Doctor Robotnik. Look, Dr. Robotskis, I'm sure what you're here for is very serious, but it's got nothing to do with me. You can ask anyone around the town. Everyone knows me. Just boring little me, Jiro says, trying to look innocent. Oh, I bet they do. I'm sure you're hella popular with the weebs and the punk rockers and hero wannabes in this glorified trash heap of a town. Kyoka just looks at him funny. WTF is this guy on? And maybe someday you'll achieve your goal of getting a Costco card or adopting a labradoodle. But the reality is, I surpassed everything you're ever going to do. Before I was a toddler, I was spitting out formulas while you were still spitting up formula. Kyoka, getting annoyed by Robotnik, decides to mess with him a bit more. I was breastfed, actually, Jiro says, trying not to laugh. Nice. Rub that in my orphan face. Miss Jiro, are you familiar with Code 904, Title 10, Article 104? Wah! Anyone who attempts to aid an enemy of the United States shall suffer death. And if I'm the one who catches you, it'll be even worse, Robotnik announces. Worse than death, Kyoka deadpanned with a raised eyebrow. Meanwhile, Izuku was curled up in a ball, hiding amongst a bunch of other balls in the corner of the attic. Okay, I'm a ball, just a normal ball. I'm blending in like a ball. Stop talking. No, you stop talking. Be quiet, Izuku. You be quiet, Izuku. Oh, I hope they aren't scanning me with X-rays. I had a kind of embarrassing lunch. Another drone flies into the attic and starts scanning the area, and they get closer to the blue ball. Don't freak out. Don't freak out. Don't freak out. The drones get closer. Don't freak out. Don't freak out. Just before the drones reach him, he panics. I'm freaking out, Izuku shouts, leaping out of his hiding spot, fumbling out of the attic, rolling down the stairs. Why don't you have your staircase carpeted? Izuku rolls into the kitchen and bumps into the counter, creating a loud bang. Compared to what I... Crash. Robotnik stops. Old pipes. Kyoka shrugs. Yeah, probably just the house settling. Nothing to see here. Suddenly Robotnik pushes past Kyoka and rushes inside to find the source of the noise, Kyoka running in behind him. Hey! She shouts. Kyoka and Robotnik run into the kitchen, finding a raccoon on top of the counter, chomping away at a cake left on the side. Here's the thing. I'm never wrong, Robotnik stated, annoyed. Jiro just pats Robotnik's shoulder. Well, first time for everything, I guess. Would you like some cake? I hear raccoons have the cleanest mouths of any animal that routinely eats garbage. She states with a snigger. Robotnik chuckles and gives Kyoka a chagrined look. He turns away, only to find one of Izuku's quills/hairs on the floor. He picks it up, a sinister smirk on his face. Look at that. I was right. He waves his hand down his face. Note the lack of surprise. Robotnik's face turns angry once again. Shall we try this again? Robotnik whistles to the tune of Richard Wagner's Ride of the Valkyries, while a flying drone slowly approaches Jiro. Izuku, who is watching from underneath the counter, sees the drone arms its weapons and aims them at Kyoka. Robotnik strokes Izuku's quill as he inches closer. I'm going to give you 5 seconds to tell me where it is. 5. I don't know what you're talking about, Kyoka says, backing up, terrified. This guy is insane. He can't just come into people's houses and threaten them like this. 4. Hey, tough guy. I'm the niece of the sheriff, you can't just threaten me like this. I have my rights, Jiro states, bumping into the counter. How can you threaten somebody who never existed? 3. Come on, rack your brain. You might be able to come up with some lame excuse to go on living. In 2. Kyoka closes her eyes, waiting for the end. 1. Wait, don't hurt her. Kyoka's eyes snap open to see the boy standing in front of her, arms raised in a defensive position. Ah, Robotnik. Jiro, thinking quickly, does what she does best. She launches her earphone jacks at the doctor, taking him down onto the ground in pain. A skirmish ensues inside the house, with the drone firing its weapons everywhere, breaking objects and knocking others over while Kyoka and Izuku scramble for cover. This feels excessive, Izuku states, looking over the counter at the drone. He then gets an idea. Stay behind me, Kyoka states, only to see Izuku climbing on top of a shelf, preparing to jump the drone. Jiro shakes her head urgently, but Izuku just nods, giving her a smug look, proceeding to jump on the drone. Hiya, Izuku shouts, now controlling the drone. Don't worry, I got it right where I want it. Jiro, in disbelief, scrambles for cover while Izuku is having a blast. Can you believe Amazon is going to deliver packages with these things? The drone tries shaking Izuku off, who is currently holding on for dear life. This was a horrible plan. What was I thinking? Izuku states, regretting the plan immensely. Kyoka sees something on the table and gets an idea, as Izuku continues to fight the drone, but he is ultimately thrown off. I'm gonna puke. Jiro grabs something round off the table and whacks the drone with it, destroying the machine. She then goes to Izuku and with all her strength carries him out of the house while he is acting loopy from the fight. Come on, we gotta get out of here, Kyoka shouts, running into the forest. Oh, don't tell me that's all you got. I'm just getting started. Let me know if you want to go round 2 with the blue, Izuku shouts as they disappear into the forest. Just then Agent Stone arrives, walking inside the house, finding Robotnik on the floor. Doctor, are you okay? He helps Robotnik to his feet. I saw 2 kids race out of here and thought. He is cut off by Robotnik. That you should stop them? Open your mouth and say you thought that you should stop them. No, I thought that maybe I should check to see if you were okay, Stone answers back. Robotnik grabs him by his lower jaw and pulls him closer. You know what's hard about being the smartest person in the world? Everyone else seems stupid, Stone guesses. Stupid, yes. Way to go. You got that one. He releases Agent Stone and wipes his gloves on Stone's coat. Whatever this boy is, it's our job to secure it, neutralize it, uncover the source of its power. And if he resists, we take him apart, piece by piece. After running for what felt like hours, Izuku and Kyoka finally came to a stop in a small clearing inside the tall, dark forest. Jiro, out of breath, lay against a nearby tree taking heavy breaths. She glanced to the blue-haired boy, who seemed completely fine, eyes narrowing. All right, pal, you better start talking right now. Who are you? What are you? Kyoka asked in an annoyed tone, making Izuku flinch back in fright. I'm a boy. I thought that was obvious, Izuku says carefully, trying not to enrage her anymore. And I'm in big trouble. Oh, you're in big trouble? You're not the one who attacked some government weirdo back there. Jiro says, panic written all over her face. You think you have problems? I lost my rings. Izuku says, mimicking the panic. Rings? What are you talking about? Jiro asks, looking more confused than panicked now. Okay, rings are how all advanced cultures travel between worlds. And now mine are on top of a weird, shaped building in a place I've only ever seen on your clothing. Izuku says, starting to hyperventilate. Hey, calm down. You mean San Francisco, right? Izuku calms and proceeds to nod. So, I'd like you to take me to this San Francisco, so I can get back my rings and use them to go to a new planet far away from here. Jiro stares in disbelief. A new planet? Izuku nods. Right. Jiro stands up, pointing into the distance. Okay, pal, off you go. Izuku looks offended. I'm sorry, what? Look, this is the worst possible time for me to get myself into trouble. Okay? You asked me to save your life, I saved your life. Now, please go find your rings and your random planet or whatever. Hopefully I'm gonna wake up in class and my teachers is gonna tell me I have detention for sleeping. Okay. So, goodbye. Izuku looks hurt at Jiro, puts his head down, and begins to walk off. Okay, goodbye. All of a sudden, he stops. Why aren't you leaving? Jiro asks. I don't know where UA is? Izuku deadpants. It's west. West. Jiro shakes her head. Straight shot. Can't miss it. Izuku looks back one last time saying, fine, that's cool. I'm totally cool saying goodbye now, and then runs off into the distance. 5 seconds later, he comes zooming back but now soaking wet and covered in seaweed with a fish on his head. So, as I crashed into the cold, dark water of the Pacific, I realized a few things. I have no idea where I'm going. B. Saltwater stings. C. I shouldn't even be on this planet right now, but I am. Why? Because you shot me, Izuku shouts, being dramatic. I know, Kyoka states, embarrassed, rubbing the back of her head. You shot me. In the leg. All right, I heard you the first time. You don't have to pile it on. Good grief, Jiro says, trying to hold her laughter in. Izuku counts on his fingers. I'm wet. I'm cold. Izuku points to his head dramatically. There's a fish on my head. And clearly, I'm not going to be able to do this on my own. Jiro looks on thinking as the fish falls off Izuku's head. Finally, she gives in. All right, follow me. Really? Izuku shouts, shakes himself off really quickly, puffing up his hair. You're gonna help me? I guess it is a little bit my fault that all this is happening to you, Kyoka admits. No, not a little bit. Entirely. It is entirely your fault, Izuku states dryly, shaking himself off again, fixing his hair. Okay, it's entirely my fault. Are you coming? Yes, Izuku says excitedly. Adventure. Whoop whoop, Izuku announces to no one in particular. Jiro sighs. What am I doing? Time skip 10 minutes later. All right, there's gonna be rules on this trip. Number 1, do exactly as I say all the time. Got it, Jiro says, acting as if she's talking to a child. Izuku salutes with his fingers. Got it, Angel. Kyoka stops, blushing heavily. Okay, that's not happening. I have a name, it's Kyoka. Kyoka Jiro. My name's Izuku. Just Izuku. Nice to meet you, Kyoka. Izuku states back, missing Jiro's blush entirely. They wall quietly for a few more minutes before Kyoka speaks up. So, you've been spying on us all these years? Jiro says, trying to change the subject. I mean, I wouldn't call it spying. We were all just hanging out. Only I wasn't invited, and no one knew I was there. Jiro looks at him for a moment, only to burst out laughing. I can't believe Crazy Carl was right all this time. Yeah, you should call him Super Observant Carl instead. As the two teens keep walking, they eventually come across a road, when Izuku screams in surprise. Oh my god! Stop right now. Izuku can be seen bouncing up and down on the spot. What? Jiro says worried. The world's largest rubber band ball? We gotta see it, Izuku says, pleading like a little kid. No, no. No, this is not some fun family road trip. Okay? The government wants to dissect you and arrest me. This is serious. Kyoka tries to reason, only to see Izuku standing there with souvenirs like a baseball cap and some small rubber band balls. You're right. It was lame. Gift shop was cool, though. I got you a mouse pad. When are we gonna get there? Izuku says, being annoying as possible. I'm regretting this already, Jiro states in with a sigh. Later that night, tired and exhausted Kyoka and Izuku arrive at a large bar and truck stop, sitting down on a bench in front of the establishment. Peering over at a nearby phone box, Jiro suddenly gains an idea. All right, I'm going to go check in with one of my uncle's friends, see if he can help us out, she states, pointing over to the glass box. Izuku looks at the box, then back to her, raising an eyebrow. You're going to see him in that glass thing? What is it? A teleportation box. Shaking her head, Kyoka explains. It's a payphone. It's mostly used by drug dealers and fugitives of the law, which is currently us. Pointing to the bench, her face turns serious. Stay here and don't draw attention to yourself. Ugh, fine, Izuku states, pouting. Kyoka walks away towards the box, opening the door and stepping inside. Meanwhile, with the hyperactive blue-haired boy, he chuckles to himself, horsing around on the bench, pretending like he's driving a car and making engine noises. When, suddenly, he spots a large gathering of bikers off to the side and gasps in wonder, ducking down behind the back of the bench. Okay, that is the coolest place on Earth, but you have to stay here. Izuku slowly peeks his head up to continue watching the gathering in front of him, causing him to hyperventilate, fogging up the glass on the bus stop window, which he wipes away to keep watching. Still fighting his excitement, he starts rocking back and forth on the bench with his knees tucked into his chest. Be strong, be strong. Meanwhile, at the payphone, Jiro is on the phone to someone, holding her temples in annoyance. Wade, can you just try and get in contact with Uncle Tom for me? It's important. Look, I'm so glad you called you purple-haired demon, but some guys in black and white suits came in asking about you. They kind of remind me of the, guys from Men in Black, but not as likable or charming as Will Smith, Wade says, sounding incredibly nervous. What type of questions? Kyoka asks with a small amount of worry. She couldn't do this on her own, and Wade was the only one who could contact her uncle at the moment. Questions about terrorism? I told them that while Tom's niece was a pain in the ass. Hey! She is overall a nice person. She doesn't know how to make a bomb. Wade answers, retelling his tale. Suddenly, the sound of the phone being snatched out of his hand could be heard, as a new voice spoke. Miss Jiro. Jiro sighs, slamming her head against the door of the phone box. Oh great, it's Dr. Fruit Loop again, she thought, placing the phone back against her ear. I want you to know that the only person who ever attacked me successfully in the face was the school bully. He hit me in the cafeteria, causing a blunt force contusion to the soft tissue surrounding my orbital bone. Humiliated me in front of the entire school. And you know what I did in response? Robotnik said, strangely calm down the phone. I'm assuming that you reported him to the principal's office cause, that kind of behavior is really unacceptable. Kyoka says, trying to wind him up. No, I examined the inefficiency of a world where brawn trumped brain, and I used technology to resolve that inefficiency. The boy ate his meals through a straw for a year, and I have never lost a fight. Until today, Robotnik says in a whisper. Hey, hooray for me then, huh? Jiro states with a smirk. No, because you're about to become the bully with the straw. I'm coming for you, Miss Jiro. And when I catch you, I'll... Jiro hangs up the phone. Hello? 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 I think he actually hung up, because I noticed the light isn't on, Wade states, pointing to the phone. Thank you, Officer Brainfart. Robotnik and his men walk out of the police station, Wade standing up from his desk. No one's gonna erase my memory here? I will tell people about this, he shouts, the door closing on his face. Time skip 10 minutes later. Okay, not exactly the healthiest meal, but Izuku? Jiro says, looking at the bench in confusion, only to look up and see the bar gathering across the road. No, 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 no. Jiro runs towards the bar, hoping to stop whatever chaos may ensue with Izuku. Kyoka takes off towards the bar, bursting through the front door of the piston pit. Looking around for any sign of the blue menace, she sees Izuku sitting at a table nearby, wearing a cowboy hat, sunglasses, and a red shirt over his normal clothing. Where did he even get them from? Jiro asks in her head. Walking over, she taps him on the shoulder. Izuku glances up, spinning around on the chair, tipping his hat to her. Howdy, partner. I'm not your partner. Come on. We're leaving, Jiro says, trying to drag him out of the bar. But there's an amazing Green Day cover band playing. You gotta see their beards. They're amazing. Jiro continues to drag. You're gonna have to catch them some other. Wait, what did you say? Jiro basically demands. If we stay, I promise I won't say another word for the rest of the trip, starting now. Groaning, Kyoka finally gives in. I suppose we can spare an hour, she says, sitting down. Just then, a waitress walks over to their table. Welcome to the piston pit. What can I get you? Ooh, I want nachos and buffalo wings. Oh, and guac. Funny word, isn't it? Guac, guac, guawak. The waitress looks at him funny. Jiro chimes in. Sorry about him. He's, special. The looks I was born with. The confidence I picked up along the way, Izuku says, trying to act cool. The waitress smiles. We will have 2 mellow yellows, please. Jiro says to the waitress as she nods and walks away. You owe me one, Jiro says, only half joking. I never sat on a bar stool before. So squishy. Oh, look at this, it spins. Izuku comments, spinning around in circles. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are you having fun? Gonna check this off the old bucket list, huh? Big night for you. Izuku stops and stares at her. What's a bucket list? He asks, confused. Jiro sighs. A bucket list is, it's a list of things you want to do in your life before you, kick the bucket. I've never kicked a bucket either. Oh, I gotta make my list, Izuku says, oblivious to the true meaning of what Kyoka just said. Izuku speeds off and grabs a pen and pad, comes back to the table, writing down his list. Aha! Oh, Izuku! Haha! Aha! Suddenly he stops and frowns. Kyoka looks at him in concern. Izuku, what? What's the matter? Izuku looks up with tears in his eyes. There's so much stuff I've never done. And now that I'm leaving Earth forever, I guess I missed my chance, he says, a depressed look plastered on his face. Kyoka sighs at him and looks around. Well, I guess this is the kind of place you could get a lot of living done in a short period of time. She comments, getting sparkling eyes from Izuku. What? You're gonna bucket list with me? He asks, excited. Jiro smiles. Sure, why not? You won't regret this. Oh, I'm pretty sure I will, she deadpants. Kyoka and Izuku have a blast in the piston pit. Dancing, playing darts, playing basketball, which Izuku jumps in the net as a ball, and using his legs he builds up Jiro's score as he sits on the hoop ring. Haha! New high score, Izuku announces. Izuku is then seen riding a mechanical bull, easily staying on. Wait a second, is this bull missing a head? Or does it have 2 butts? Izuku comments. This is easy. Oh really? Jiro says with a smirk. Jiro decides to turn up the speed for the mechanical bull by inserting some money into the machine and tapping the button for the highest speed. She laughs, basically crying from watching Izuku hold onto the bull, being thrown around like a ragdoll. Yeehaw! I'm a cowboy, baby! Izuku shouts, only to get thrown off the bull. He speeds back onto it like nothing ever happened. I'm okay. Time skip 2 hours later. Sometime later, Kyoka and Izuku are seen sitting at their table, drinking their drinks, having a good time. And so, in all my spectacular glory, I drove Uncle Tom's police cruiser straight into the police station wall. He has not let me touch the thing since. It was hilarious. Jiro laughed, almost falling off her chair. Wait. So, instead of slowing down, you sped up. Izuku laughs, staring at Jiro in disbelief. Yeah, I know, right? I lost all phone rights for a month. They both soon calmed down. So, tell me a bit about yourself, Kyoka. Jiro looks up at Izuku in shock. Why? There's not much interesting to say. I mean, yeah, I have a quirk which is rare around here, but other than that, Izuku looks confused. What's a quirk? Oh, yeah, I forgot, different planet. Well, a quirk is like a superpower which 80% of the Earth's population have. Every quirk is different. Usually, people want to become heroes like a couple of my friends what to do, even though they don't have quirks. But there are the odd few who become villains. Izuku looks curious. What's your quirks? Well, my quirk is my earphone jacks. These things that hang from the sides of my head. Jiro points to them. They allow me to hear through walls and stun people with sound. Cool. You said your friends wanted to become heroes. What about you? Jiro pauses, looking deep in thought. Well, I don't know really. While being a hero would be totally rockin', I just don't think my quirk's strong enough. I wouldn't even make it past the entrance exam. Well then, they don't deserve to have you, Izuku said with confidence, making Jiro glance up at him in confusion. Think about it. If all they are looking for is combat-based quirks, then clearly they are not going about the whole hero thing correctly. Heroes help people no matter the cost. I know you will make a great one someday, Izuku, said a tall owl lady, looking down at little Izuku, rolling around on the floor in happiness. Kyoka looks at Izuku in concern, seeing a single tear roll from his eye. Izuku, she questions, placing a hand on his shoulder. He glances up, tears in his eyes. When I first found out about my speed, I was terrified of it. I ran away from my home, not looking back for even a second. I was on my own for weeks, struggling to survive. By the time I found my way back to my village, it was all gone, total engulfed in flames. Izuku began, memories flashing before his eyes. It was then that Longclaw found me, taking me in as her own. She fed me, clothed me and protected me with all her being, and I got her killed. For what it's worth, I'm sorry that happened to you, Izuku. He glanced up, seeing Kyoka's hand placed atop of his gloved one. Life is not always fair. Sometimes it takes things from good people. I lost my parents at a young age. I don't really remember them, but sometimes I still see their faces in my dreams. For the longest of time, I couldn't help but feel it was kind of my fault. I made it out alive, but they didn't. I know now that it wasn't, but that doesn't take away the guilt. Then, how do you move forward? Continue on with your day like nothing ever happened? Izuku questioned, wiping away his tears. I take every day as it comes, knowing that by me moving forward with my life, I'm making my parents proud. That's all we can do, never give up. Not all problems can be solved by running, Sonic. Kyoka says with a sad smile, sitting in silence for a few minutes. Sonic? Izuku questions with a chuckle, sad mood all but evaporated. Why Sonic? What else do you call a boy who can run faster than the speed of sound? Izuku thinks for a minute. Sonic, Sonic, I like it. Time skip 20 minutes later. I'm glad you're having a good time, Izuku, Kyoka says, looking at him with happiness. They are currently sitting at their table, drinking their non-alcoholic drinks, enjoying their night. I am having a good time. I'm having the best time. I mean, what could go wrong? Suddenly, a group of mean-looking men approach him and Jiro, looking ready for a fight. Heh, can we help you? Jiro asks, expecting trouble. We don't like your kind around here, the main guy, a buff, tall man with a goatee and tank top, says. Our kind, what kind is that? Asks Izuku this time, getting slightly aggressive. Freaks, says the guy back. Gasp. How dare you, says Izuku sarcastically. Jiro is trying not to laugh. I taught him well, she thinks to herself. Hey, you know what? We were just leaving anyway, weren't we? There's not a problem here, Jiro says, trying to calm the situation down. No, it's okay, argues Izuku. No, we're leaving. argues Jiro back. I know exactly how to handle this situation. Izuku grabs a beer bottle, stands up, and clears his throat. Pop quiz, hotshot. You just picked a fight with a poorly disguised supersonic boy who's seen way too many action movies. What do you do? What do you do? Ha! Izuku jumps up and tries to smash the bottle over the guy's head, but nothing happens. Ha! Am I crazy? It's supposed to break, right? Izuku tries again numerous times, his speed increasing as well. Bink, bink, bink. Break please. Break please. Break this bottle, please. Please, 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 please. Jiro looks worried. Izuku. The guy raises his fist to Izuku. Oh. Izuku gets launched across the room straight into the bowl. Fine, you want to play it that way, let's play. Izuku launches at high speed straight towards the guy, hitting him directly in his face. Ho hoo. Ho ho ho. Izuku says, getting into a fighting stance. Nice going. Jiro says, joining Izuku in his stance. Thanks. It's awesome, right? Alright, who's next? Who wants some? Who do I get to beat up? Hey, has anybody seen my waitress? Still waiting on those buffalo wings. A bar fight ensues. The guy gets up off the floor, running at Izuku planning to tackle him. But all of a sudden time seems to stop and everything is frozen in place as Izuku's awareness is increased tenfold. Really? Izuku asks with time frozen. Suddenly Boom by Ex-Ambassadors plays as Izuku runs around the bar, setting up pranks and traps for everyone, even catching selfies with one of the patrons, eating chili dogs, setting a bear head trophy on the guy from before and getting a boot to the face. Finally, the bar fight ends with everyone getting entangled in Izuku's traps. Izuku imitates a bull wrestler by using a checkered napkin as the guy runs past him and crashes through a window out the front of the bar. Olé! Shouts Izuku. Jiro, now totally confused, stands at the bar just watching the chaos. Soon Izuku is standing next to her, smiling. So, should we get out of here? He says, shit-eating grin sticking to his face. Yeah, time to go. Jiro says, running to the exit with Izuku following close behind. Running outside, they see an old truck parked up. Izuku, realizing he has the guy's car keys from earlier, grins. Jiro looks at him and grins back. Jumping into the guy's truck, Izuku and Kyoka take off down the road. A group of bikers running out of the pub chasing them, only to stop at the road. Yes, Izuku shouts from the passenger seat. Yeah, Jiro shouts back. They continue to drive down the road to who knows where. Time skips 6 hours later. The floors were sticky. The crowd was rough. Izuku jumps up and down on the bed in the hotel room they have rented for the night. There are 2 beds, a bathroom, TV, and wardrobe. And the odds were against us. But there was no stopping Pulse and Sonic, the unstoppable duo. Scratch another one off my list. Kyoka looks at Izuku strangely. Pulse and Sonic? Well, Pulse for you because of your sound quirk and Sonic. Well, I think that explains itself. Izuku states. Jiro just smiles and goes back to watching TV. So, what are we gonna do now? Izuku asks lying on his bed. I'm gonna pass out watching TV. I think you should too. Kyoka, or Pulse as Izuku called her, says lying on her own bed. But this is my last night on Earth. I want to soak up every last second. Sonic moans. Jiro sighs. All right. Anything you can find to do in this room, you knock yourself out. Sonic looks around and zips all over the room, doing pretty much everything he can to amuse himself. Finally, he finishes up with a shower and comes back to his bed wearing towels on his head and body and slippers on his feet. Good times. Jiro laughs. Hey, so, what's this next planet you're supposed to go to like? She asks, interested. That's the thing, I don't know. All I do know is that it's filled with mushrooms. Not my idea of a holiday spot. Sonic flops on his bed. I'm really gonna miss this place. I know I have to leave Earth to be safe, but what if Longclaw was wrong? Maybe I could have a life here. Jiro looks at Izuku with tears in her eyes. She wipes them away and says, all right, we should get some sleep. Lying back down. You sleep. Don't worry about me. I'm gonna stay up all night enjoying Earth while I can. Sonic says. Sure. Jiro says unconvinced. Going to turn off the lamp, she realizes Izuku is asleep, muttering to himself. I had a chilly dog. That's why my farts smell. Kyoka giggles and looks back at the lamp, noticing Izuku's bucket list sitting below it. Picking it up, she realizes almost everything is checked off, except one thing. Make a real friend. She reads, looking sadly over at Izuku. Suddenly she turns to the TV, hearing her own name brought up. Kyoka Jiro, accused of committing an act of domestic terrorism. Miss Jiro is considered armed and dangerous. Any information regarding her whereabouts should be reported to local authorities. Immediately. Angrily, she shuts off the TV and goes to sleep. Time skip 14 hours later. Dr. Robotnik's truck is parked outside the pub from the night before and glass workers are installing a new window for the piston pit. While this is happening, Robotnik and Agent Stone interview the bar patrons from the night before. Did they say where they are going? Stone asks the guy who thought the window. Maybe, maybe not. Like I'd ever tell you. The guy answers back, smirking. Stand down, Agent Stone. This well-meaning citizen obviously doesn't understand the urgency of the matter. Robotnik states, grabbing the man's attention. Really? The guy says, standing to try and intimidate Robotnik. Robotnik gives the guy a smug grin and then hurls him out the window yet again. Now that's what I call good cop, bad cop. Robotnik announces as he and Stone walk out to his trailer. As Robotnik and Agent Stone leave the piston pit, he holds his hand out and Agent Stone goes for a high five, but Robotnik tricks Stone and punches him in the abdomen. Hoi! Left yourself open. Robotnik walks away while Agent Stone gasps for air. Arriving at his truck, Robotnik begins typing away at his keyboard. Judging by the quickest route to San Francisco, the approximate speed of their vehicle and local weather conditions, Robotnik says, messing with a control panel on his desk. They should be right about here. The image of a road map zooms in and shows Izuku and Jiro's truck on their way to the city. That's brilliant, sir. Stone commends. Thanks, whispers Robotnik, for nothing. Early the next day, a Saturday morning, one Kyoka Jiro and Izuku could be seen speeding down the highway in their borrowed truck. Jiro turns to the blue-haired boy, small smile on her face. Okay, if we keep going at this pace, I don't see any reason we shouldn't reach San Francisco in the next half an hour, she said, trying to concentrate on the road. So, what's on your bucket list? Izuku asks out of curiosity. Jiro pauses. Who, me? Sonic nods his head rapidly. Well, sure I have one. But you're the one leaving Earth and I'm not planning on dying anytime soon, she says, adding the words hopefully anyway in her head. Don't be so sure. Your best friend is a magnet for danger. Kyoka laughs at this, shaking her head. Oh, are you anointing yourself the bestie now? Hum. Sonic nods his head with certainty. A little presumptuous, but I mean what? No, I like you, of course, but, we're not best friends. Jiro says, trying and failing to say the correct words. You tucked me in last night, announces Izuku with a baffled expression. Kyoka blushes, turning her head to the side, caught completely off guard. Fine. Best alien friend. Sonic says, clearly desperate. Already have one, she answers with a smirks. Okay, let's drop this increasingly humiliating topic of conversation. Bucket list. Give it to me, Izuku states, embarrassed. Okay, there is one thing. In Green Hills I've always felt out of place, Being the only one with a quirk and all. That's why I wanted to go to one of the creative arts academies in LA, to prove myself. To feel like I belong somewhere. After that, who knows where the world will take me. Jiro turns to Izuku, seeing his jaw dropped in shock. Why is your face like that? She asks, questioning the weird facial expression. You're leaving, Izuku shouts, making Kyoka flinch. BB, but why? Izuku says, looking upset and annoyed. Yeah, maybe? Why, what's up with that? Kyoka asks, confused. Where was this sudden anger coming from? In his truck, rolling down the highway, Dr. Robotnik begins to set up his capture plan. looking through a holographic screen and watching the road from a drone's perspective. Eeny, meeny, miny, mayhem. Robotnik laughs as he selects a bot of his choice, sending it after the duo. You're not making any sense, Izuku shout, raising his voice to the purplet. Would you calm down? Kyoka asks, getting a bit scared. What is even up with you? You come from a great town with great people and by my count, 0 bad guys trying to kill you. Besides, what could possibly be more important than being with the people you care about? Jiro stops and thinks for a second. Look, I get your poi. She is cut off when a huge harpoon smashes through the back of the truck window, embedding itself into the dash. Looking back, Izuku and Jiro's mouths drop open at the sight of a huge, high-tech tank chasing them down. Robotnik yells in victory, "Hell yeah!" As Kyoka swerves to yank the harpoon loose, Robotnik activates the drone tank's winch. It slowly starts to pull their truck towards it, causing the tires to skid. You know what? I was wrong about you. I thought you cared about people. Guess I was wrong, Izuku states, angered, eyes flashing blue. Have you noticed the harpoon stuck in our dash? Jiro shouts in panic. Kyoka slams on the gas pedal as the harpoon starts coming loose, slamming the truck against a traffic barrier. In the sudden movement, Izuku was sent flying onto the front windshield, enraged face clear as day. Izuku. I was forced from my home. Your home is perfect, and you want to leave it. Why would you do that? Izuku starts to spark with blue lightning, powerful blasts hitting the front of the truck. Your body, Izuku, look, Kyoka shouts in a fit of panic, ducking to avoid the deadly bolts of energy. Izuku looks down to see the lightning sparking. Oh no, not again, he shouts, patting his body all over as if trying to put out a fire. Hey, hold on. Why? Sonic questions. Because I'm gonna do this. Jiro slams on the gas pedal again and the harpoon lets go of the dashboard, flying backwards into a nearby rock. Sonic goes rocketing off the car, sawing through the sky like a lightning bolt. Thinking quick, he uses a spin attack, blasting straight into the armored drone tank, releasing a massive energy wave that knocks the heavy vehicle on its side. Kyoka turns the truck around, coming to a stop a few feet away. She stares in horror, seeing the burning wreck before her. Izuku nowhere in sight. Izuku! Jiro shouts. Izuku uncurls and gets up slowly, groaning in pain. He rubs his head, chuckling. Guess I had a bonus life. It's then that he notices the tank. Oh yeah, baby, Izuku shouts, doing a little victory dance. Sonic 1, Big Tank 0. I'm sorry, did we get that on camera? How are you not dead? Kyoka comments in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. I have no idea. Do you see me dancing? Yes, I saw you dancing, Jiro shouts back, letting out a little laugh. Sonic turns to the drone tank, pointing his finger into the camera. Is that all you got? No, but thank you for asking, Robotnik states, pressing more buttons on his console. The tank starts to move, as hissing and groaning as panels begin to break away. Oh, Sonic comments, noticing the sudden shift. He instantly takes off, rushing back towards the truck. Izuku, get back in the truck. Now! Izuku catches up just as the truck is pulling off, jumping in. He then notices a smaller car drone that just deployed from the damaged tank, its beady red camera staring into his very soul. I think that tank just had a baby. The smaller drone car prepares its weapon, a homing mine dispenser, firing upon the unarmed truck. Incoming! Sonic shouts to Jiro as she swerves the car out the way, barely missing the mines. The homing mine heads straight for a minivan in front, attaching to the bottom, exploding a few seconds later. With determination in his eyes, Izuku climbs onto the back of the truck, tightening his gloves. Where are you going? Jiro asks, concerned, glancing back at the unearthly boy. Just drive the car. I'll take care of this. And if I don't make it, just ditch me. You seem good at that, Izuku states, voice sounding serious, before jumping out of the truck, launching towards the incoming explosives. Kyoka looks at him, hurt showing on her face, but continues to drive the car ahead anyway. Izuku runs towards several more homing mines, throwing one at another, skating on two of them, and finally approaches the smaller drone car with a homing mine in his hand. He peers right into the robot's camera and starts imitating a streamer, which infuriates Robotnik. Hey, everybody! Welcome back to my live stream. Today we're destroying robots. Step 1 Air Wrap. He slams the homing mine down on the smaller drone car, causing an electromagnetic pulse to shoot through its circuity, sending it veering off course and crashing into a nearby hillside. Izuku zips off, running back to the truck while Jiro watches on in amazement. Yes, we did it. Izuku celebrates until, we did not do it. Who is this guy? Izuku comments as a new type of robot continues the pursuit, riding on one wheel as it speeds towards them, tire spikes primed. Meanwhile, with your daily dose of Robotnik. Ever wonder where your tax dollars are going? My turn, Jiro commands as she unbuckles herself. Here, just keep us going straight. I put us in cruise control. Kyoka tells Izuku as she climbs to the back of the truck. Haha, I feel just like Vin Diesel. It's all about family, Kyoka. The blue-haired boy jokes, taking control of the motor vehicle. The Segway robot, brandishing sharp spikes on both sides of its wheel, pulls up alongside the pickup truck, ready to tear apart its rear wheel. Kyoka swings, opens the rear door, preparing to attack. She launches her jacks, but the robot dodges, pulling back slightly with its assault. Quick suggestion, try actually hitting it, Izuku shouts in desperation, trying to keep the 4x4 steady. Jiro, concentrating on the robot, pulls her jacks back, building up a small amount of momentum. She hurdles them at the robot, piercing straight through its eye, sending to crashing to the floor with an explosive bang. Yes, Jiro shouts, climbing back into the driver's seat, enjoying her small victory. With Dr. Fruit Loop once again. Oh, give me a big, fat break. Robotnik sends out one last robot, a tiny helicopter, and it catches up to the truck. Izuku notices the tiny helicopter, raising an eyebrow. Ah, this one is cute. Let's keep him. The helicopter starts slicing through the metal of the truck, working its way around the window frames. Oh, come on, Jiro shouts, eyes wide, getting sick of the tiny robot. How could something so adorable be so terrible? The robot continues slicing, eventually reaching the front of the truck once more. You've got car insurance, right? Izuku says jokingly, receiving a glare from the purplet. The whole window frame comes loose and flies off, causing Izuku and Kyoka to scream. In a moment of desperation, Sonic reaches out, grabbing a hold of the tiny machine, ripping off its propellers. Buzz off! Izuku throws the small blades away. However, the core remains, completely stuck to his gloved hand. Starts beeping like a time bomb, making both teens pale. Oh crap! Izuku states, shaking his hand rapidly. Beeping is bad. Get rid of it, Kyoka shouts, panic setting in. I'm trying. Throw it out the wind. Throw it anywhere. I can't get it off. Seeing that there was no safe way out of this, Jiro decides to take matters into her own hands. All right, I'm pulling over. She pulls over and drives a little ways away while Izuku tries to get the bomb off his hand, digging a stick into a small hole behind it. Did I get it? Jiro asks. Izuku looks up, blinking bomb stuck to his forehead. Nope. Here, hold still. Kyoka grabs the bomb with a piece of cloth from the car and throws it deep into the forest. It's going, it's going. It's still here, Izuku says, now very scared. Kyoka holds her hands up and notices the bomb now stuck to her hand. She tries to shake it off as well, but it does not budge. Sonic speeds over, grabbing and pulling at the device, sending it flying from Kyoka's hand, landing on a nearby rock. Haha, nailed it, Izuku says, not noticing the beeping stop. Izuku, get down, Kyoka shouts, pushing Izuku out of the way as the bomb explodes, sending both her and Izuku flying across the ground, shrapnel of the rock and truck flying through the air. Izuku launches up with a start, head still spinning from the explosion. He stares down at his now totaled gloves, sighing. And now I need a new pair. He glances up, looking around for the purplet. You good, Kyoka? He gets no response, causing him to worry. Climbing up off the floor, Izuku stumbles around the bomb site, seeing fire and shrapnel everywhere, but no sign of Jiro. He speeds up, rocking around looking for his friend, only to see her, head laying against a rock, blood everywhere. His heart drops, eyes filling with tears. Kyoka! He rushes over, shaking her lightly. She groans in pain, but does not awaken. No, no. Hey, come on. You're all right. Wake up. Please wake up. Izuku starts to cry, picking up Kyoka bridal style and taking off at top speed towards the city. He doesn't think, just runs with only one thought on his mind. I can't lose you two. Time skipped 10 minutes ago. Robotnik is panting and breathing heavily, Agent Stone watching on in the background. Did we get M? No, there they are. They're real survivors, those two. Stone says, watching the screen in amazement. Can we have a moment? Robotnik asks through gritted teeth. Both Robotnik and Agent Stone walk over to a steel wall, leaning against it. Pin yourself to the wall, snaps Robotnik. Agent Stone does so as Dr. Robotnik presses his face very close to Agent Stone's. You know, I won't miss you when you're gone. Human beings are unreliable and stupid, and I care very little about them. My machines are diligent, relentless. They're everything to me. Robotnik notices a blue light glowing from inside Agent Stone's coat and pulls out Izuku's quill and inspects it. Omoshiroi. Interesting. Robotnik presses the tip of the quill to his tongue, the sudden surge of energy giving him a shock, making his head twitch violently. Robotnik hums, offering the quill to Agent Stone, who looks a little confused. Inside his mobile command center, Robotnik moved back and forth, staring at the glowing blue quill with intrigue. Ever since he had gotten his hands on this single piece of his messy blue-haired specimen, its very nature had caught his interest. From the blue glow alone, Robotnik could tell the quill was radiating some kind of power. The question was, how much? Placing the quill into a scanning machine, Robotnik moved to his center console, beginning the process. He then pulled up a playlist called Tunes of Anarchy, placing on a pair of headphones, selecting the song Where Evil Grows by the Poppy Family. He begins dancing around the room, waiting for the process to be finished. However, soon as a set of conductors touch the glowing specimen, power cuts out to the entire truck. Lighting a match in the palm of his hand, Robotnik moves towards the breaker box, returning power once more. The music resumes with Robotnik dancing, lights flashing as the quill is inserted into a capsule. Robotnik then starts playing holographic videos of a snowcap and a Tyrannosaurus Rex running down the street. Dances along with them to fit the theme, like skiing down the slopes and running away from the dinosaur. During the T-Rex chase, Robotnik mimics his head getting chomped by the dinosaur and keeps dancing as the lights in his truck flash like strobe lights. As Robotnik dances, he doesn't notice Agent Stone dancing with him in the background. Eventually, when he does notice, he screams as the music and flashing lights stop. I just thought you might like a latte with steamed Austrian goat milk, says Stone, waving a cup in front of Robotnik's face. What do I look like? An imbecile. Of course, I want a latte. I love the way you make them. A sudden beeping noise catches Robotnik's attention, as both men over to one of the computer terminals, giving a power read out on Izuku's quill. The words unlimited flash on screen. This makes Robotnik smile, evilly. Ready the prototype. With this kind of power, my machines can finally reach their full potential. Izuku speeds down the highway, not looking back for a second, red liquid leaking from a wound on his shoulder. In his arms, an injured Kyoka lay completely unconscious, covered in blood. Izuku glances down to her, face turning grim. Hang in there, Kyoka. You'll be okay, he says in a fearful tone, slowly picking up the pace as he enters the city limits. Pulling a map from his jacket pocket, Izuku notes the marked location on the map, the current residence of Kyoka's aunt and her sister. With any luck, they would be able to help him out. Finally arriving outside of the rather large house, Izuku comes to a stop, looking around for anyone that may have seen him arrive. Luckily, no one was around. Without a second to waste, the blue-haired boy rushed up to the front door, rapidly knocking on it. The door opens with a rather large, dark-skinned woman answering the door. She takes one single glance at the blue-haired boy, blinks, before trying to close the door. "No, no, not today. Goodbye," Rachel shouts, trying to slam the door in Izuku's face. Thinking quickly, he places his foot in the way of the door, stopping it from closing. He looks up at the woman, tears in his eyes. "Please, it's an emergency. I just need to see Pretzel Lady. Maddie." Izuku pleads with panic and pain in his voice, cringing as pain began to shoot through his shoulder. The adrenaline in his system was starting to fade. He didn't know how much longer he could stand. Suddenly, Maddie comes running to the door, wondering what all the commotion was about. "Rachel, stop," she says, forcing her sister to move out of the way of the door. She turns to Izuku with a sigh. "Now, what can I do for?" Her voice trails off, noticing the unconscious form of her niece in the boy's arms. Her eyes go wide with panic. "Rachel, let them in now," she shouts, guiding Izuku in through the front door, her sister standing aside. Slowly, darkness begins to overtake Izuku's vision, as he begins to wobble from side to side. His hands felt shaky as his strength began to fade. "Damn!" It was all he was able to say, before promptly dropping to the floor, barely begin caught by a figure suddenly rushing into the room. "Are they going to be okay? I'm a vet, Tom, not a doctor." "Holy... what?" His pulse. It's going insanely fast. "Auntie Maddie, are they going to be okay?" "The boy is just resting, Jojo. Kyoko will be fine too. She's going to be devastated though." Izuku groaned, eyes slowly fluttering open. He glanced around, noticing two people standing in the room before him. One was a tall man with dark hair, while the other was a dark-skinned woman who was rather skinny. "Donut Lord." At this, Tom's face showed confusion, pointing to himself. "Why is he calling me that?" he asked, glancing to Maddie, who just shrugged. "Why are you calling me that? Who are you?" Izuku's eyes shot open wide, sitting up on the worktop counter within an instant. He glanced around, noticing Kyoka laying on a sofa not too far away. Almost immediately, Izuku leapt from the countertop, rushing over to the injured girl's side. Checking her other, Izuku noticed no real damage to be seen. She was all still there by the looks of things. "Is she okay?" Izuku questioned, turning to the two adults in the room. His eyes were full of sorrow, pain, and guilt. Tom glanced to Maddie, clearly indicating for her to talk. She sighed, walking over to the clearly distraught boy, placing a hand on his shoulder. "She's going to be okay. She just needs some rest," Maddie explained, watching as the boy visibly relaxed a little. Guiding him over to another sofa, she sat down with him, Tom standing nearby. "Now, can you explain to me what exactly is going on? The news has been having a field day with reports of Kyoka being a terrorist. Has that got something to do with you?" she asked in a mothering voice, making Izuku look up to her with tears in his eyes. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. Not the blackout. Not the crazy government guy chasing us. I just wanted a home," Izuku explains in sorrow, crying tears of guilt. It was his fault. All of this was his fault. Every time he got close to someone, they always got hurt. Longclaw was right, he should have just stayed hidden. "Wait, hold on. You caused the blackout," Tom states in a surprised voice, eyeing the blue-haired boy who had clearly gotten the closest thing he had to a daughter into serious trouble. "See clearly, I need to go over what has happened in the last 48 hours, Izuku says, beginning the tale. "Where am I?" Kyoka glanced around the dark, empty voice in confusion. There was nothing around her, just darkness for miles. "Kyoka Jiro, previous quirk, earphone jack," a voice suddenly stated, causing her to turn around rapidly. There stood a shadow, unlike any she had ever seen before. It had bright, glowing purple eyes, the rest of its body completely black, looking as if it was the night sky. The shadow had no mouth, nose, or any other feature to speak of. It was just black space. Kyoka blinked, staring at the shadow. No, being in confusion. She tired opening her mouth to speak, yet found herself unable to. Glancing down, she noticed the same glowing black substance covering her body, leaving on the top of her head and eyes visible. How was she even breathing? I know you are confused and scared, child. You have every right to be, but the boy needs your help. The figure continued, seemingly speaking through its mind. So listen to me. I will show you the way. The figure began walking away, Jiro seemingly automatically following on behind it. Multiple glowing orbs passed them by as they slowly made their way towards a large purple one. It was pulsing with energy. Yet, something didn't seem right about it. It almost seemed broken. Your quirk has always been an interesting one, young Jiro. A quirk that works subconsciously rather than manually. A rare case, especially for a mutant type like yours. Yet, it is not without its downsides. The shadow stated, placing one of its hands on the orb, turning it pure white. Your sonic abilities can only be used through your jacks, which as of this moment are no more. No more? Wait! Kyoka's hands rushed to her ears in panic, only for her heart to drop a few moments later. Her jacks were gone. My quirk! Tears leaked from her eyes, seemingly disappearing into the black substance. A sad moment indeed. Yet, not all is lost, the shadow said, waving its hand over the orb once more. Energy began to build up around the object, slowly sealing in the crack upon its surface. Kyoka began to feel an energy rushing through her body unlike anything she had ever felt before. Her eyes went wide, glowing with a purple light, before fading back to their usual onyx. Like most quirks, even when removed, do they find a way to reform, evolve if you will. You are not different, Kyoka Jiro. New quirk, Pulse. Kyoka could only stare in shock, completely taken aback. She had a new quirk? Yes, very exciting. Now, I do believe you have a panicking blue-haired boy to attend to, the figure said in a sly tone. If it could smirk, it would be right about now. Oh, and don't expect this quirk to just work off the bat. I'm giving you the keys to the kingdom, not showing you where the door is. With that, everything began to fade to black, leaving a very confused Jiro behind. Kyoka's eyes shot open wide, gasping for a big breath of air. Her head shot around the room, seeing the worried forms of Izuku, Tom and Maddie staring down at her. Izuku was the first to react. Kyoka, he basically shouted, rushing over to her side. Jiro couldn't help but chuckle. What's up, Big Blue? You look like you've seen a ghost. Kyoka, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. Izuku began, suddenly being cut off by the hand of the purplet. Don't worry about it, Izu. I'm good, she said with a smile, causing Izuku to calm down a bit. So Squirt. Looks like you've had your fair share of excitement, Tom said with a chuckle, making Kyoka glare lightly at him. I said don't call me that, she muttered out, still smiling lightly. She then noticed the saddened face of Maddie, immediately knowing what it was about. Don't worry, Aunt. I know about my quirk. I'm fine with it. This caught everyone by surprise. Yet, before anyone could ask, Kyoka held out her hand, aiming at a plastic cup on the side. Within an instant, a blast of sound shot out from her palm, striking the cup with a small amount of force. Not enough to damage it, but enough to knock it off the side. I'm fine with it because I got a massive upgrade, Kyoka stated, jumping up from the chair. Plus, we got more important things to worry about, like a physio doctor coming after us or your missing rings. Izuku's eyes went wide, suddenly remembering the rings. The rings! With all that's been going on, I completely forgot, he said, jumping into a running position. A hand appeared in front of him, stopping him in his tracks. Jiro raised an eyebrow. How about we do this without drawing attention to ourselves? Sonic smirked, giving her a thumbs up. Suddenly, before they could leave, Jojo walks back into the room, holding a brown box in her hands. She holds them out to Izuku, who gives her a questioning look. Are these for me? She nods, handing him the box. Izuku lifts the lid up carefully, surprised by its contents. In the box sat a pair of red and white running shoes. They had a white strap going across the top with white soles on the bottom. A golden tag sat at the top with a white rim at the back. The rest was a mix between red and dark red. At the bottom of the box sat a pair of fingerless white gloves, soft to the touch. Izuku, grateful for the gifts, immediately slipped them on, rushing around the room in them with excitement. Now this is more like it, he said, admiring his new accessories. So, Izuku asked, turning to Kyoka, how we getting there? Pulse? Kyoka just smirked, glancing to a car outside the window. Well, my auntie's sister has a car. You have got to be kidding me, Rachel shouted from the other room, tied to a chair. Tom and Maddie looked to each other, before shrugging. Yeah, I'm sure she wouldn't mind. All four of them rush out of the house, heading to the car parked in the driveway. Rachel watches them rush off, face one of anger. This is my house. Finally arriving at their destination, Rachel's very battered and beat-up car pulls up outside of the towering Transamerica building, Kyoka climbing out of the driver's seat. And with that, we have reached our final destination. Thank you for riding Sonic Tours, and I hope you ride with us again soon, Izuku announces, climbing out of the passenger seat with a smirk. Tom and Maddie climb out of the back, looking as if they were about to be sick. You two are never, and I mean never, driving again, Tom stated hand over mouth. Hey, I got us here, and please 5 stars, Kyoka said in mock offense, laughing to herself. All four of them glance up at the massive building before them, mouths open wide. Is that? Izuku begins, gaining a nod from Kyoka. How are we even supposed to get up there? Sonic looks to Kyoka, idea forming in his head. I have an idea, but you're not going to like it. Jiro looks to Izuku, confusion plastered to her face. Reaching the top of the building, Kyoka immediately jumps down from Izuku's arms. She proceeded to throw up off the side of the building, Izuku gently patting her back. Since when could you run up buildings? She asked, shaking with a slight amount of fear. Always, I just don't get to go that fast very often. Technically, I could have gotten here in less than 2 hours if I knew the way, but let's not worry about that now. Kyoka glared at the boy, shaking her head slowly. So, what are we looking for exactly? She asked, glancing around the roof. Izuku smiles, rushing over and picking up a pouch laying on the roof. He opens it, carefully pulling out a ring. This, he says, presenting the ring to Kyoka. Now, all I have to do is throw the ring and think of where I want to go. Pretty simple, to be honest, Sonic states, flipping the ring around in his hands. So, that's it? We did it? Kyoka questions, kind of disappointed by how simple that was. I got my rings back. I can go now, Izuku says, barely noticing the pained look on Kyoka's face. That's great. Kyoka looks down, holding back tears. So, how do I get down from here then? Izuku just stares. I didn't think that far ahead. Well, I did. Izuku and Jiro groan, turning to see an unexpected sight. An army of flying white, egg-shaped drones float meters away from them, armed to the teeth with guns and missiles. In the center of the massive drones sits a huge, egg-shaped plane with 2 massive hover engines strapped to the back, glowing a menacing red. Okay. Did someone leave their Find My Phone on? Sonic comments sarcastically. Oh great, it's Dr. Fruit Loop again, Jiro comments with a groan. Robotnik smirks, opening the canopy on the aircraft. Welcome to San Francisco, Miss Jiro. Are you enjoying the clam chowder? Nice of you to swing by on your way to Comic-Con. Robotnik, Kyoka says, holding in a laugh as she stares at the weird-looking suit. Yeah, what are you wearing? Sonic continues. Robotnik looks at his suit and then back to the group. It's a flight suit, designed to modulate my body temperature and reduce drag. Yeah, and yet you still are one, Izuku says, laughing his ass off. Oh hoo, good one. You are catching fire, rodent. Izuku looks insulted. Hey, watch your mouth, unless you want a little more of what I gave you earlier, she says, chuckling. You hit him right in the face. It was awesome. Izuku laughs. The time for talking is over, Robotnik says through clenched teeth. It's time to push buttons. Izuku looks up to Robotnik, grinning. Your flying eggs are pretty impressive, Mr. Eggman. But let's face it, you'll never catch me. Robotnik just laughs darkly. Confidence, a fool's substitute for intelligence. Robotnik and the drones power up their weapons. That's not good, Izuku states, concern in his voice. Sonic, I know you got the super speed and everything, but Jiro starts. Totally defenseless against missiles and bullets? Probably gonna get blown up, Izuku replies. Pretty much, yeah, she nods. Don't worry, I know exactly what to do, Izuku grins. Grabbing a ring from his bag, he tosses it to Kyoka. He then charges straight at her, pushing her off the side of the building. I was not expecting that, but I was expecting not to expect something, so it doesn't count, Robotnik comments. The flying drones fire their weapons at Sonic, but now time seems to have stopped and everything is frozen in place as Sonic's awareness is increased. He stands there, tapping his foot and looking at his wrist. Really? He then takes off, grabbing missiles and bullets from the egg drone's weapons, throwing them back at the weaponized machines, destroying most of them. Robotnik pushes a button on his dash, the quill fully charging the egg pod, which grants him supersonic speed. Sonic is making a shooting hands gesture at 2 more egg drones, but Robotnik fires a laser blast at the blue-haired boy, which he barely escapes from, causing him to enter slight delirium as he falls from the side of the tower. Sonic recovers from his trance, watching as Kyoka was falling just below him. Sup, he says, waving. This is your plan? Push me to my death. Kyoka screams out, causing Izuku to cover his ears. I know, not a great plan. You don't have to rub it in, he says, placing his feet on the side of the building, rushing off towards the purplet. Izuku grabs her in his arms, pulling her close to his chest. He speeds off to the floor below, placing her down next to Tom and Maddie. All 3 of you use the ring and get out of here. I will deal with Robotnik, Izuku says, speeding off. Kyoka holds the ring in her hand, thinking of Green Hills. She throws it, opening a portal just before them. Taking one last glance at Izuku, Kyoka mutters, "Good luck, Izuku," before stepping through the portal with her aunt and uncle, closing the portal behind her. Robotnik hovers in the air just above Sonic, staring down at him. Can I give you one genius piece of advice? Don't run. It'll only hurt more if you do. And it's bad for your joints, they proved it. Robotnik laughs darkly, causing Izuku to look up. All right, Eggman, you want to go fast? Let's get fast. Sonic speeds off down the street. Eggman puts on his goggles. The hard way it is. The cockpit to the egg pod closes and Robotnik gives chase to Sonic, firing laser blasts at him, only to damage certain road sections. He turns left to continue the pursuit. That was an illegal left, by the way, Eggman shouts. The same freeze from the beginning of the FIC is shown and Sonic picks up the story. So here we are again. We've been through so much together. Now you understand why there's a psychotic robot doctor chasing a supersonic blue-haired boy. Want to know how it ends? Yeah, me too. The pursuit continues as Sonic continues to dodge laser blasts from Robotnik, even sliding under a large trailer to avoid them. How is this possible? No one's ever caught up to me before. Pulling out a ring from his pouch, Izuku tosses it, thinking of anywhere away from here. As Sonic dives through the ring, Eggman chasing at an even pace behind, a strange sight greets them. A mime is entertaining a little girl and her mother. When the mime makes a circular movement with his hands, a ring portal opens up behind them, and Sonic zips through. Coming through, he shouts, running faster than ever before. Sacre Blue, the mime says, angered as Eggman in his egg pod charge through the golden ring. Excuses, moi, monsieur. Sonic throws another ring, this one leading to the Great Wall of China. Here we go. Room to open it up. Sonic launches at Mach speed across the wall, tearing parts of it up as a sonic boom erupts in his wake. Eggman does the same, causing more damage and scaring nearby creatures. The two increase their speed even more until Sonic tosses another ring, opening a new portal. "I can't lose him," Sonic says in panic, jumping through the new ring. Launching out the new ring, Sonic races through the streets of a crowed city, dodging and weaving around cars and people on the busy streets. Racing past a rather large ice cream stand, Izuku grabs a chocolate and vanilla ice cream out of the hand of a pink-skinned girl, winking as he raced off once more, Robotnik chasing close behind. The girl's amber and black eyes blinks, noticing a $5 American bill in her hand. "Wait until Hagakure hears about this," she says aloud, rushing off down the street. Exiting another ring, Sonic picks up the pace racing across a desert. Robotnik fires multiple laser blasts from the egg pod, destroying century-old monuments in its wake. Sonic skids to a stop in the sand, coming up with an idea. "If you can't beat M, blind him." Sonic catches up to Robotnik and uses his speed to create a tornado of sand, which disrupts Robotnik's visual sight. Lost visual contact. Suddenly Robotnik sees Sonic speed up the Great Pyramid of Giza. "You're not allowed up there. It's one of the 7 wonders." Robotnik blasts out of the whirlwind. Just as Izuku opens another ring gate, Robotnik fires a laser blast at him, sending him flying through the portal and hurtling him onto the streets just outside of the coffee shop in Green Hills, where he lays motionless and unconscious. Robotnik menacingly appears through the portal as it closes. Jiro, Tom, Maddie, and a bunch of civilians rush to see what the commotion is all about. When Robotnik cackles loudly and takes off his flight goggles. "You're an astonishing little creature. It'll be fun to take you back to the lab for a litany of invasive exploratory procedures. Any last words?" With his remaining strength, Izuku whispers, "Guac, I like that word." Sonic slumps over on the ground, motionless. Kyoka, looking on in complete fear, notices Izuku's bag lying at her feet and gets an idea. Turning around, she throws a ring and jumps through. Jiro appears behind Robotnik via a ring portal. "I don't have to tell you how many scientific breakthroughs have been made possible by animal testing. You're being very selfish," Robotnik says, chuckling to himself. Suddenly Robotnik hears, "Going my way?" and turns around just in time to see a fist hit his face. Hard. Jiro hits Robotnik, using her quirk to amplify the punch, knocking his flight glasses off his head, and the two start fighting inside the egg pod. Robotnik grabs Kyoka by her shirt. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Robotnik demands. Jiro breaks free and punches Robotnik again and grabs him. "I'm Pulse, your worst nightmare, asshole," Jiro shouts, launching a sonic blast straight into the pod's engine, destroying it. Kyoka, distracted by her victory, does not notice Robotnik rearing back. Kyoka gets elbowed by Robotnik and thrown off the egg pod when Robotnik jerks the steering yoke. Jiro hits the ground hard, a loud crack echoing across the area. "Ah!" Jiro screams, clutching her now broken left arm. "Autopilot, adjust," Robotnik announces, leveling out the craft. Robotnik puts his flight goggles back on his head as many people try to run over to Kyoka, only to stop at the sight of Eggman aiming his egg pod's cannon at her. "Why? Why would you throw your life away for this thing? That's why I don't have friends. Next thing you know, you're somebody's best man. They want to have the wedding out of town. Like nobody has anything better to do." Eggman sighs. "Anyway, where were we? Oh yes, you were about to die." Suddenly, a bullet bounces off the side of the egg pod. Robotnik looks over to see the members of the public guarding Jiro with their lives. "That's our purple demon you're messing with," Wade shouts, holding his ground with the rest. Kyoka smiles at the effort of the town. "And our blue devil," Crazy Carl shouts, holding a chainsaw, who, as everyone can see, is a very real creature and not at all invented by me. Wade grabs the chainsaw off him, throwing it to the ground. Looking over to an unconscious Sonic, Kyoka, and everybody present, but Robotnik sees him unmoving, causing everyone to feel grief. "I don't mean to be indelicate here, but someone should get some ice. Keep the body fresh." Robotnik comments, not a care in the world. Jiro lowers her head, tears on full display. He's just a silly little alien. He didn't belong here, Robotnik shouts, making Kyoka's head snap up in anger. That little alien knew more about being human than you ever will. His name was Izuku. This was his home, and he was my friend, she says with such power that even Robotnik flinched. Suddenly, Izuku's eyes snap open. Upon hearing Jiro's speech, Sonic slowly stands up, his once emerald, green eyes, now sharp electric blue. Massive bolts of lightning radiate off him as he builds up his energy levels, becoming supercharged. Dr. Robotnik stares on bewildered, while Kyoka smiles wider than ever before. He's all yours. Everyone begins backing away from the fight, Jiro following in their footsteps. Everyone get back, she shouts as the final battle between Dr. Evo Robotnik and Sonic commences. I think you have something that belongs to me, Sonic shouts, anger and determination in his voice. Clenching a fist, Izuku starts to siphon the energy from his quill in Robotnik's egg pod until it is no longer glowing. The energy now transferred back to Sonic. This is my power, and I'm not using it to run away anymore. I'm using it to protect my friends. Dr. Robotnik puts on his flight goggles and readies the egg pod's concealed weapons, the laser markers pointing at Sonic, who sets a start position on the road. Robotnik smirks and fires the weapons. Sonic leaps into action, dodging the projectiles and starts to bombard the vehicle with lightning-fast kicks and punches, each barrage increasing in speed until the only thing visible is a glowing ball of blue light. With the egg pod now disabled, Robotnik becomes infuriated. Now you've really done it. Guess what, Eggman? I'm not leaving Earth. You are. Pulse. Izuku shouts commandingly as Kyoka, with all the strength in her right arm, rears back and tosses the ring, forming a golden portal behind Robotnik. Both Robotnik and Sonic charge at each other, but with Sonic landing a powerful blow to the egg pod, shattering it into pieces, sending it and a screaming Dr. Robotnik through the portal, and it closes, sealing Eggman away. The electricity emanating from Izuku fades away with the crowd cheering for Sonic's victory as Jiro reunites with him. I told you, you got this, says Kyoka, a knowing smirk on her face. Hey, we got this. I could not have done this without you, Izuku says back, running up to her, embracing her in a hug. Kyoka blushes heavily, not noticing Maddie smirking knowingly in the background. Ow, Jiro says, her arm still hurting from the fight. Izuku, noticing this, pulls out a bandage from his bag, which Kyoka is still holding, and wraps it next to her arm. All of a sudden, the pain stops, and Jiro looks on in shock as her arm becomes completely healed. What? How? Huh? Jiro stutters, looking at Izuku and the spare bandage in shock. What, you think this is the first time I have seriously hurt myself? Longclaw gave me these because I hurt myself so often, Izuku says, crap-eating grin plastered on his face. Jiro punches him in the side. Idiot, she shouts before laughing along with Izuku. She then punches him again. No more pushing people off buildings. Izuku just shrugs. You know I can't promise that. You did pretty good, Space Hog, Jiro says, laughing at the stupid nickname. Thanks, Purple Angel. Jiro goes red and Izuku laughs again. You're going to have to explain this who name thing, Maddie says with a questioning look. Nope, sorry. That's between me and my bestie here, Kyoka says, putting her right arm around Izuku's waist. Oh, so now I've been upgraded to bestie? Izuku deadpants, making Kyoka, Tom and Maddie laugh. All right, everybody. Nothing to see here, Wade says, clapping his hands together. Let's disperse. Just another ordinary day in Green Hills. Carl, I'll take that chainsaw. Everyone except Jiro, Izuku, and her aunt and uncle start to disperse. Come on, let's go. You act like you've never seen a fight between an intergalactic space rodent and a robot with a doctorate before, Wade continued to shout. The next day, everyone in Green Hills has gone back to their normal, everyday lives. Well, almost everyone. You got enough there? Tom questions, holding up a white paint can to Maddie. Yes, Mr. Manager. Maddie answers with a giggle. Tom picks up a paint roller, waving it in the face of Kyoka, who squeals, jumping back playfully. Need any more? You get that thing away from me, she states with a laugh, putting her arms up in front of her face. They continue to paint the walls of their now repaired house, having as much fun as they possibly can. Suddenly, they hear a knock at the door. Tom curiously goes to answer it, revealing two people at the door. The first man was dressed in very formal military wear. Judging by his badges, he appeared to be a commander. He had light gray hair and with a set of blue and green mismatched eyes. The second figure was a lot more interesting. It looked like a dog, or a mouse, or maybe a bear. Tom wasn't really too sure, however. He was sure he had seen him somewhere before. Mr. and Ms. Wachowski, the commander asked calmly, looking back and forth between the two. Yes. The commander reached into his coat pocket, handing Tom an envelope. As a token of appreciation from your government for keeping quiet about the recent incident which never occurred. Wow, Tom states, taking the envelope off the commander. Wonder what it is? Money to fix the house? Maddie guessed. Letter from the president? Tom suggested with a chuckle. You'll see, Commander Walters said ominously. Okay, Tom said, raising an eyebrow, ripping open the envelope. Inside is a $50 gift card to Olive Garden, with a note that says, from Uncle Sam. Olive Garden? Maddie questions with raised brows. Not really what she was expecting. Yeah, to be honest, the way you said, you'll see, made me think it was something better than the things these two said, Kyoka states, butting into the convention. Although, the never-ending pasta bowl does sound good. She then notices the small creature standing in the doorway. Her eyes go wide with surprise. Why, you're Principal Nizu of UA High School in Japan, Kyoka all but shouts, jumping up and down in excitement. What are you doing here? And not that it's a bad thing you're here or anything. It's just, why are you here? Miss Jiro, we will get to that in a minute. For now, let's leave your aunt and uncle to finish off their convention. Shall we? That's if you don't mind me coming inside. Kyoka waves Nizu to come on through, leading him to the living room. You haven't by any chance been in contact with a certain blue-haired alien creature since the incident, have you? Uncle Sam would love to have a chat with him. Very casual, of course. Brunch, perhaps? Walters questions, trying to peer into the house. Oh, you mean the blue-haired kid? Nah, haven't seen him. Tom says, blocking the commander's view. Doubt we'll ever hear from him again. Maddie finishes, doing the same. Very well, Commander Walters replies, walking off back down the drive. Tom shuts the door, turning around in the hallway, only to jump, finding Izuku standing right behind him. So, the old guy is gone, right? He asks, questioning look in his eyes. He's gone. But there is someone else here, Maddie states, walking into the living room. Sonic and Tom follow close behind, finding Nizu sitting on the sofa, mug of tea in his hands. Ah, there's the boy I just wanted to see, Nizu states, holding out a hand to Izuku. Principal Nizu of UA High School. A pleasure to meet such an interesting individual such as yourself, Mr. Izuku, although my friends call me Sonic. Izuku says, taking the small creature's hand in a firm shake. Well, Sonic, I have come here for a very important reason. Nizu begins, climbing down from the chair, pacing the living room. Your actions in taking down Dr. Ivo Robotnik, while unrecorded to the public for safety reasons, will forever go down in history as one of the greatest villain takedowns of all time, which is impressive for a boy of your age, alien or not. Izuku goes to speak, only to be shushed by Nizu. Yes, while impressive, it was also dangerous. In our world, we have strict rules against people using their quirks without a license. And, while technically you don't have a quirk, the public and governments of the world wouldn't view it that way. Nizu stops pacing, turning to the boy and Kyoka, who just entered back into the room. That's where me and my school come in. You see, Izuku, UA High is one of the few schools on the planet that run a pro-hero course, the only current way to achieve a hero license. I would like to invite you and your friend here to attend. Clear records with full access passes to use your quirks outside of UA grounds, if that's what you want. Kyoka and Izuku freeze, glancing at each other. While Izuku didn't know why this was so important, Kyoka did. Having a pro-hero license basically meant you could use your quirk in public to not only help in everyday life, but to save people as well. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and she was sure as hell not about to give it up. Yes, Kyoka stated almost immediately, earning a few chuckles from around the room. I mean, if Izuku wants to, of course. Izuku looked to his best friend, seeing the hope and pleading look in her eyes. He glanced to Tom and Maddie, seeing their smiling faces staring back at him. Finally, he looked to the small creature before him, letting out a sigh. All right, Mr. Nizu, you got yourself a deal, Izuku states, giving the dog, mouse, bear creature a thumbs up. The scene opens above a large, mushroom-filled planet, its green atmosphere glowing with a pale light. On the surface, smaller mushrooms began to shoot from the ground, rising in the morning light. One small mushroom in particular collided with another, causing a small pebble to fall from its surface. The pebble crashed into another mushroom, setting of a chain reaction, as more and more mushrooms fell like dominoes. Finally, a large mushroom bumps into a round rock, which proceeds to collide with a small pile, starting up a set of gears. The chain continues, crushing mushrooms into a fine paste before dumping them into a steaming tub of water. The tub, being pulled in a carriage by a tiny model blue creature, begins rolling down a hill, the large rock chasing from behind. Eventually, the figure falls off a small cliff, crashing a bowl full of spikes below. The rock lands atop a few moments later, crushing the figure and tub. The liquid from the tub slowly pours down a man-made pipe, landing inside a mug as the chain ends. Doctor's log. It is day 243 in this Portobello purgatory. Robotnik narrates to himself, sitting down in the chair salvaged from the crashed egg pod. He looks around at the environment, holding up Izuku's quill in front of his face. Its blue glow returned once more. He stirs the liquid inside the mug with the quill, before drinking out of it. My only companion is a rock I named Stone. He continues, glancing at the rock that had a carved face in it. The question is, for whom am I narrating this? Robotnik looks at the quill with curiosity, placing it to his lips. It proceeds to electrocute him again, making him drop it in shock. The scene changes to Robotnik rummaging through the crashed aircraft, scavenging for any parts he could find. He pulls something from one of the engines, smirking to himself. It seems I have become a feature player in the theater of the absurd. Marooned in deep space by that wretched blue fool, Robotnik walks over to a nearby chess table, sitting down in front of a rock. But it is all good thanks to a breathable atmosphere and my supreme intellect, sharpened against the only competitor savvy enough to ring it. Moving one of the mushroom chess pieces forward, Robotnik looks up to the rock before him. Chanterelle to d4. On the rock sat a part of the cockpit screen, working as a mirror as Robotnik plays against himself. He grabs the mug off the top of one of the nearby mushrooms. I have been striving to make fungi into a functional drink of choice. He sniffs the mug, tilting his head slightly at the smell. Mushroom coffee. Robotnik places the mug to his lips, sipping the mushroom juices, only to spit it out afterwards due to the bad taste. He tries another batch only to receive the same results. With limited. Robotnik tries out 3 more cups of mushroom juices, but spits each of them out in disgust. Limited. Robotnik picks up another cup of mushroom juices. Limited. Robotnik tries out the cup of mushroom juices, but spits it out in disgust once again. Success. Robotnik pulls the cup away from his lips, the liquid slowly dribbling out of his mouth. His face is one of disgust, throwing away the mug without a second thought. Hours later, Robotnik, with a bundle of cables over his shoulder, begins climbing up a ladder, reaching the top of one of the giant mushroom. He looks out across the landscape, attaching a few wires to a machine atop the platform. But today, day 243 has brought a new optimism to my most pressing endeavor. He stares up at the tower before him. It looked like a makeshift radio tower, with multiple wires and cables hanging from every little inch. Planetus Exodus to Returnicus and Kick Blue Buticus. If my calculations are correct, and there is no reason to say this because they always are, he states, lifting a jumper cable with Sonic's quill in its pincers. This quill is going to power my masterpiece. Robotnik lifts another jumper cable in his other hand. Let's light this candle and see who comes a-knocking. Robotnik clamps the jumper cable on the quill, energizing the power cable, which bolts with blue glowing energy. The tower subsequently creates a shockwave, sweeping a screaming Robotnik off his feet and onto the ground below. The shockwave travels into outer space as it generates a stream of light stretching through space before it suddenly dissipates. Robotnik lies motionless where he fell, as an unsuspecting ring portal appears in front of him. Soon after, a trio of humanoid alien scavengers wearing chicken skulls for helmets holding spears walk out from the ring portal and scout the area. The head of the trio looks to Robotnik, tilting its head in curiosity. It proceeds to bend down and move its spear towards the seemingly sleeping Robotnik. It then gently presses the side of his spear on his shirt, before looking to the quill in his hand. Before he can bend down and take it from his hand, however, Robotnik's eyes bolt open. "Greetings," Robotnik states, smirking at the alien. The scavenger backs away as Robotnik uses his other hand and pulls a tarp of grass, revealing his trap. Suddenly, a giant mushroom slams down, causing the mushrooms around it to spin rapidly, alarming the scavengers. Suddenly, the lead scavenger unexpectedly steps into a rope trap, catapulting him miles into the distance, screaming. "Klachu Barata Nikto," Robotnik says, kicking a nearby mushroom. The kick results in a giant mushroom stem to slam into the second scavenger, sending him flying away, thus leaving the last scavenger to open its spear to reveal red blades. The scavenger proceeds to swing them around to intimidate Robotnik, only for Robotnik to use his control glove, imitating making a call. "Agent Stone? Now." The egg pod lit up. Engines burn a rope that is connected to a catapult. The rope breaks, launching the basket that holds Stone, sending said rock flying and hit the scavenger in the face, making him fall on his back. Robotnik gets up while looking at the ring portal, glee on his face. "Thank you, Stone. It's time to say goodbye to this." Robotnik inhales loudly. "Piece of shiitake planet." Robotnik licks the quill, electrocuting himself once again, before making a beeline for the ring portal in slow motion. However, he stops at the sight of a silhouette making its way through the portal. Robotnik gasps as he stops in his tracks, falling on his back as he sees the creature's hand, encased in a massive white boxing glove-like glove with twin spikes. Glancing at its face, the creature reveals himself to be an anthropomorphic echidna marching right up to him with his eyes glowing red. The echidna walks up to Robotnik before noticing the quill in his palm. "Where did you get that?" he questions, eyes glowing red with fury. Robotnik looks to the quill in his hand and swiftly lifts it in between their faces. From a little blue menace on a planet called Earth. The echidna looks at Robotnik sternly, the doctor's face turning to one of excitement. "I'd be happy to show you the way." Arc 2, My Sonic Hero, Triple Trouble. The scene opens to reveal the city of Seattle, busy and bustling in the dead of night. Throughout the streets of the city, an old woman pushing a shopping cart with her pet dog in it could be seen. She looks down for a second to her dog before glancing back up, noticing a high-speed chase with a stolen truck being chased by the Seattle Police Department. In the back of the stolen truck, multiple bank robbers hang on for dear life. "They're still on us," one of them says, glancing to the drive with worry. His fellow bank robber throws him a stick of dynamite which he taps the top of to ignite it. "This'll slow them down." The bank robber throws the dynamite at one of the police cars, who drive around the explosion that occurs when the dynamite stick touches the ground, causing the police car to hit a group of trash cans. The cars proceed to drive past one building, the scene shifting to show a figure standing atop of it. The figure proceeds to tighten his shoes, do some stretches, jump in place and readying a blue glow of energy around his body, crack his knuckles, do some air punches, and eat a chili dog. With a smirk on his face, Izuku leaps off the roof of the building, swiftly following the chase, passing several other cars, all to the tune of Run DMC's Tricky, playing in a set of headphones. "Watch out! Excuse me, pardon me, coming through," he states, jumping and flipping over cars as he arrives at the side of the stolen truck. "Good evening, gentlemen. Mind if I drive?" Izuku kicks at the driver, throwing him out of the side door, hanging on for dear life. Izuku grabs the wheel, bobbing his head to the music. "Better buckle up back there. We're about to do this Sonic style." Sonic rapidly turns the wheel right, making the bank robbers in the back hit one another, knocking each other out. The Seattle Police Department continue to chase as sticks of dynamite fall out of the high-speed truck, exploding on impact with the ground. "How we doing back there?" he questions with a smirk, turning the truck once more. The robbers slide into one of the truck's walls, groaning. "And now back this way." Izuku makes another turn, causing the bank robbers to hit the other wall. The money they stole goes flying out of the back door, Izuku laughing as the chase continues. "Woohoo!" he celebrates, only to hear a mumbling next to his ear. Izuku turns, seeing a security guard tied up in the back, a piece of duct tape plastered over his mouth. "Oh, I'm sorry. I don't speak duct tape," Izuku states sarcastically, grabbing and ripping of the piece of sticky paper. "What the heck are you doing?" the guard shouts, staring at the blue-haired teen. "Fear not, citizen. I am the hero you need and the hero you deserve. The blue dawn that banishes the darkest." "Holy crap!" Izuku suddenly screams, spotting a pedestrian on the road. Both Izuku and the guard scream as Sonic turns the wheel, barely avoiding the now terrified woman. Izuku glances back, smirking. "Don't worry, nobody's gonna get hurt." Suddenly, a bag of dynamite slides into the front seat. Izuku looks at it in confusion while the guard pales dramatically. "Huh, what are those?" "Bombs! Bombs! They're bombs. Those are bombs!" the guard screams in panic. "Relax, they're not even lit. So I'll say again, nobody's gonna get." The bombs suddenly lit, making Izuku's face pale. "Never mind. I was wrong. We're all going to die. Why aren't you slowing down?" Izuku looks down, noticing another knocked-out person laying across the brake and accelerator. "That would require brakes." Sonic takes the bag of dynamite with his foot and picks it up with his hand. "Oh, hot, 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 hot. Why don't you just let the police handle this? Or maybe an actual hero?" Sonic looks back at the terrified guard, face full of determination. "Because that's not what true heroes do." Pulling open the side window, Izuku tosses the bag out of it. It goes flying, landing in the back of a nearby garbage truck before suddenly exploding, sending trash flying everywhere. "Thank you very much. Please hold your applause." Trash falls on the windshield of the truck as the chase continues. The armored truck security guard hears a hissing, glancing around the vehicle. "Hey, you hear that? There's one bomb left." Oh. Izuku immediately lets go of the wheel, checking around the front cabin for the bomb. He glances under the seat, not seeing it anywhere. "Did you check under the seat?" the guard asks, Izuku slowly raising his head to look at him. "Of course I checked under the seat. You are terrible at this." Izuku latches onto the mesh covering the back window, staring at the guard. "You know what? Your negative attitude is not helping anyone." Suddenly, the guard gasps, noticing sparks flying from the quills on Izuku's head. "It's in your spiky things." Izuku spins around, trying to grab the bomb. Eventually he grabs it. "Aha! I can never find anything in there." Sonic throws the dynamite stick out the window, as it rolls away, falling into a drainage pipe on the side of the sidewalk. "Drained it from downtown," he shouts, imitates triumphant trumpet music before retaking the wheel. "See? I told you no one would get hurt." Upon turn to face forward, Izuku came to the sudden realization. They were heading straight for a crowded ice cream stand. Crap! Sonic looks around the cabin, trying to find the handbrake. Instead, he finds a bag of power tools, gaining an idea. "Oh, hello," he says aloud, zipping over to the bag, grabbing a drill from its contents. Speeding onto the roof of the truck, Izuku sees the ice cream stand approaching faster and faster. He had to move. Fast. Don't panic. This is only a drill. At supersonic speeds, Izuku rushes around the truck, taking apart as many nuts and bolts as he can. Everyone at the ice cream stand sees the truck coming, running away in a panic. Sadly, a small boy trips on the pavement, landing on the floor just before the truck. Suddenly, with a loud scraping noise, the truck's wheels come flying off, along with every other component, leaving only the bed which comes skidding to a stop just before the boy. The armored truck security guard looks to a boy behind him, shocked as he sees him staring back at him, before promptly passing out. Immediately, the dynamite stick from before explodes, skyrocketing the water pressure in the pipes below. Water shoots from multiple drain covers, pelting the street with high pressure streams. Police cars finally arrive on the scene, many of the officers looking around in shock and confusion. They hear a shout, all looking up to see Izuku atop a build, pulling a superhero pose in the moonlight. "No need to thank me, citizens. All in a night's work for blue justice." Izuku laughs, taking off down the street, dodging and weaving around the exploded drains. "You're a terrible hero," the guard shouts before promptly passing out. As the sun rises over the quiet town of Green Hills, Montana, a single lone police car could be seen sitting outside city limits, behind a sign that states, "Welcome to Green Hills." Suddenly, a blue blur of light shoots past the car, waving as Izuku shot by. "Morning, Wade." "Morning, Sonic." Sonic zooms past Wade, racing up a mountain and stops at a small rocky ledge, overlooking Green Hills. He smiles, looking down at the place he calls home. "Good morning, Green Hills." Izuku races down the mountain and runs toward the Wachowski house, speeding up onto the roof and stops, staring in an open window. The room looks deserted, covered in complete darkness. He slowly enters the room, backflipping in the process. The impact almost tips a bowling pin off a table, but Sonic grabs it before it hits the ground. Izuku then slowly puts it on the floor, not making any noise, and tiptoes to a bed in the corner of the room. Each step he takes makes an inconvenient squeaky floorboard sound, making him stop, growling in irritation. "Ah, come on," he whispers, noticing something stuck to the side of his shoe. He reaches down, slowly pulling a few bank notes from under his foot. "Oh!" Izuku frantically looks around, trying to find somewhere to hide the note. Spying the bedside table, he zips over as quietly as possible, placing the notes in a small drawer. He goes to close the drawer, only to notice his ring pouch sitting inside, carefully pulling it out. He opens the bag, peering inside. There was only a few rings left. "Damn it!" Izuku goes to place the bag back when, suddenly, a feather falls from a small hole made by one of Robotnik's energy blasts. He watches the feather fall, the world around him completely zoning out. Walking over, he slowly and carefully picks it up, holding it close to his chest. "I miss you, Longclaw. I'm trying to make you proud. I promise." Izuku puts the feather back in the bag and closes it up before putting it back in his drawer. He then yawns before climbing into his bed. And now, for a little shut-eye. Before Izuku can close his eyes, however, he notices something in the corner of the room. There, sitting on a beanbag with a smirk on her face, sat Kyoka, camera in hand. Izuku froze, staring at her in panic. Don't you know it's a little creepy to be watching people while they sleep?" he joked. Kyoka just raised an eyebrow, a questioning look in her eyes. "What was it this time, Speed Freak?" she asks, getting up and walking over to Izuku, who was now sitting up in his bed. "You know, the usual. Evening jog, chili dogs, stopping an armored truck robbery." "You what?" she states, suddenly punching Izuku lightly in his side, making the boy yelp. "I know Nizu gave us theses passes to use our abilities, but that does not mean you should go looking for trouble. You know the government is still looking for you," she finishes, voice sounding more worried than angry. I know," he says, putting his head down. Please, just don't tell Tom and Maddie. They'll kill me. Izuku looks up, giving the purplet his best puppy dog eyes. Luckily, it seemed to work. Sighing, Kyoka pressed a button on the camera, deleting the video. If you get caught, that's on you, she says, getting up off the bed, walking to the attic's hatch. Before exiting, she turns to Izuku, smile on her face. By the way, Uncle Tom wanted to see you. Something about a boat trip? With that, she walked down the stairs, leaving a tired Izuku to slowly climb out of bed. Ah, what a day! In a rowboat not too far from the shoreline, Izuku and Tom sit, fishing rods in hand. Tom lets out a loud sigh, relaxing as he stares out at the beautiful lake and wildlife before him. Yes, Green Hills was definitely a sight to behold. Thanks for coming out here, Bud. You know, me and you haven't really got to spend much time together, he said, reeling in the cable on his rod, before casting it back out. I know that you mostly spend your time with Kyoka, and I have never had the chance to tell you how much that means to me. She's never been the best at making friends. To see her get along with you so easily is a great breath of fresh air. So, thank you Izuku, for being her friend. Getting no audible reply, Tom raises an eyebrow, slightly turning to face the boy. Izuku, you got any bites, bud? Tom sees the boy slightly leaning over in the boat. With a tap on the shoulder from Tom, Izuku shoots awake with a scream, falling straight out of the boat, into the water. Ah, I can't swim. If I die, don't let Kyoka look in my closet. Tom bends over and fishes Izuku out of the water, placing a blanket over his shoulders. Izuku shivers, skin paler than before. Hey, you're good. Take it easy, Tom says, trying to calm the boy down. Izuku eventually stops shaking, face red from embarrassment. But, now that you've had a nap and a bath, I went up to your room last night. Want to tell me what that was about? Izuku's eyes go wide, diverting his gaze away from the adult before him. I don't know what you're talking about, he said, voice cracking under the pressure. Tom slaps a newspaper on the blue-haired boy's lap, raising an eyebrow at him. Mayhem in Seattle? Ring any bells? Izuku continues to glance around guilty, trying to avoid Tom's gaze. How many times are we going to have to do this? What? Cast your line and not catch anything? Seems like a few million. You know what I'm talking about, Tom says sternly. The lying, the sneaking out, pretending to be Batman. Blue Justice, trademark pending. Izuku jokes, not impressing Tom whatsoever. Whatever, you're being reckless. Ugh, not this conversation again. Izuku lets out a groan, turning away from his best friend's uncle. How is it reckless to use my powers? Izuku. Tom grabs the newspaper, showing the boy the front page. You destroyed an entire city block. You put countless lives in danger. That's not heroism. That's messing around for your own selfish gains. Izuku looks upset by this, visible anger flashing across his face as he stands up. You're supposed to be one of my friends. His eyes turn blue for the slightest of seconds, before fading to emerald green once more, his face one of sadness. Stop trying to be my dad. Tom sighs and looks away for a second as Sonic sits down, going silent. I can take care of myself. Izuku, taking care of yourself and saving others are not the same thing as taking responsibility of the lives of other people. And for now, whether you want to hear it or not, you are still just a kid. Tom places a hand on his shoulder, turning the blue-haired boy to face him. You got some more growing up to do before you're ready to be the big hero. That's the whole point of you going UA. Trust me, there will come a time when your powers will be needed, but you don't choose that moment. That moment chooses you. Izuku sits with wide eyes, taking in every word Tom says. Whoa, look at you. Look, I just got goosebumps. Izuku jokes, usual cocky smile returning to his face. Wait a second, did you steal that from Oprah? No, sir, it's a Wachowski family special. Came from my dad, in this very boat, on this very lake. Tom stares off into the distance, a small smile creeping onto his face. He would always try and steer me in the right direction. That's what Maddie and I always try to do with Kyoka. And now with you. So, until your moment arrives, I want you to work on being more responsible. Comprend? Izuku gives him a nod, putting his thumb up with a smirk. Comprend? High five on it, Izuku states, holding his hand out to Tom, who give him a high five, chuckling. Yeah, Donut Lord and the Blue Blur. With a laugh and a quick celebration dance, Izuku backflips off the back of the boat, feet landing in the water as he hangs onto the side. Hang on, it's speedboat time. With that, the blue-haired menace begins kicking his feet, causing the boat to rocket forward at high speed. Tom holds on for dear life, face turning slightly green. Sonic! Tom could be seen lugging a large, hard-shell suitcase down the stairs of the Wachowski house later that afternoon. He was wearing a bright, colorful Hawaiian shirt with a pair of sunglasses sitting on his forehead. He arrived at the bottom of the stairs, seeing Maddie dressed in similar holiday attire, smiling at him. How excited are you to go to Hawaii? Tom questions, giving his wife a kiss on the cheek as they walked into the living room. As they enter, both of their mouths drop open wide, seeing both Izuku and Ozzy standing off to the side of a makeshift metal detector, made from pillows. Both have a pair of sunglasses on, with Izuku having a clipboard in his hand. What they? Tom questions, only to burst out laughing at the sight before him. Yep, laugh it up, old man, Kyoka states, face scowling at her uncle. She stands by a large, glowing ring portal, wearing what could only be described as a flight attendant's uniform. She did not look best pleased. Where did you even get that from? Maddie chokes out, barely stopping herself from breaking down in laughter. I don't know. Maybe ask the blue-haired menace over there, Kyoka says through gritted teeth, glaring Izuku's way, who cowers under her gaze. I am so screwed, he thinks, pulling himself back together. Welcome to Sonic Air, the fastest way to travel. Now boarding groups 1 and 2, he says, holding out a spatula, using it as a metal detector. Ah, Izuku, this is so fun, Maddie states, going to walk through the metal detector. However, Izuku blocks her way. I'm sorry, ma'am, you're group 3. Please wait your turn. Anyone from groups 1 and 2. Just let him get it out of his system, Tom whispers to her, chuckling at the boy's antics. Okay. Anybody else? Right this way. Giggling, Maddie walks through the metal detector, as Izuku pretends to scan her with the spatula. He makes scanning noises with his mouth, as he lets her go through. Tom then walks up, only to be stopped by Izuku. Ding ding ding. Terrible shirt detected. There we go. Tom sighs out, holding his arms out for Izuku to scan him. Okay, you're free to go. Enjoy your trip. Bye-bye now. Okay. Tom crouches down, opening his arms to the two teens. Bring it in. Donut Lord, no offense, but I'm about to be in charge of the house for the first time. I think I'm a little mature to hug you goodbye, Izuku states, crossing his arms. You in charge? Yeah, right? Kyoka says with a smirk, causing Izuku's cocky demeanor to fail. Right, second in charge then. That would be Ozzy. Okay, I get it. Let's drop this increasingly embarrassing subject. Maddie bends down and makes a fist, holding it out to the two. Okay, what about a power bump? She questions, smiling at the two children. Yes, power bump. That's more like it, Izuku says, placing his fist against hers. Tom joins in a moment later, with Kyoka reluctantly joining in as well. Sonic, Kyoka, Tom and Maddie all power bump as they all raise up and unclench their fists. Wachowski! They all shout, with chuckles going around. Tom and Maddie head their way through the ring portal as Izuku holds out another ring in his hand. Okay, use this one to get back home. And don't lose it. I only have a few left. Izuku tosses the ring to Tom, who catches it in his hand. All right, we're off. Okay, be good. And Kyoka, if he breaks the house, I'm holding you responsible. Wait, what? She questions, staring at the blue-haired boy in worry. Tom and Maddie walk through to the other side of the ring, waving at the two teens. Yes, you have our number if anything goes wrong, Maddie states as the ring begins to close. Sorry, I can't hear you. You're traveling through a cross-dimensional portal. Have fun at Rachel's wedding, Izuku shouts as the ring closes before them. Both Kyoka and Izuku stare at each other for a moment before smirking. Okay, it's 48 hours until they come back. We've got TV channels, streaming channels, a house full of food, and no supervision. Kyoka begins, placing on a pair of sunglasses. Let's do this, Izuku replies, doing the same. Here Comes the Hot Stepper by Aini Kamoze begins to play over large speakers in the living room, as Izuku and Kyoka proceed to party in the house, doing the most outlandish things imaginable. Izuku jumps on the couch with food everywhere, does a dance-off with different hairstyles, skateboards in the house and jumps over a pyramid of dishes, uses a ring to buy food right out of the store, driving a riding mower in the house and brings inside an outdoor pool and has a pool party inside the house. Kyoka just watches it all in amusement, joining in every now and then. This goes on into the night, as the party never seems to let up. On the outskirts of Green Hills, Montana, on the side of a cliff face, a large ring-like portal opens up, blowing up dust and leaves everywhere. From the portal, out steps a young boy with bright orange-yellow hair, looking no older than the age of 8. He wears a bright white top, an orange strip going across the center. Above this, he wears a bright yellow sleeveless jacket, an orange bandana wrapped around his neck. He has a pair of cyan jean shorts, a brown tool belt going around his waist. On his feet sit a pair of red and white shoes, tall socks protruding from their tops. Behind him waves 2 bushy tails, the same color as his hair, only with white tips. Atop his head, a pair of orange and white fox ears. The boy pulls a gadget from behind his back, looking at the tablet in curiosity. If these readings are accurate, he's here. I found him, the boy states, beginning to spin his tails rapidly. I just hope I'm not too late. Jumping from the side of the cliff face, the boy takes off into the sky, using his twin tails to fly. He zooms off into the distance, heading further into the town of Green Hills. He lands just outside of a place called the Mean Bean Coffee Shop, glancing down at his tablet again. He seems to be close. I just need a way to reach him without being spotted. Looking around, the yellow-haired boy finally notices a police car parked up outside said shop. He smiles, getting an idea. Standard human transport, perfect. Izuku lays down on the sofa in the Wachowski household, gently bobbing his head to the beat of the music. Next to him lays Kyoka, fast asleep against his side. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing echoes around the room, catching Izuku's attention. He grabs Kyoka's phone from her pocket, carefully looking at the screen. Oh, he says, seeing Tom's name flashing on screen. He glances around at the room, seeing the complete mess it is in. Boy! Izuku speeds over to the light, flicking it back on, awaking Kyoka in the process. He speeds around the room, picking up all the trash that he can, dumping it who knows where, before speeding back onto the couch, laying down as if nothing had happened. Kyoka glances at him in confusion. Izuku? She questions, only for Izuku to shush her as he answers her phone. Aloha! How's it going, guys? Tom asks, appearing on the screen. Kyoka lets out a sigh in relief, glad Izuku thought ahead for once. Oh, just a quiet tome at home, settling in with a good book. And you, what's up on your end? Okay, maybe not. Oh, just called to say we're here and that everything's going fine. But now, every word in your mouth is making me suspicious, he says, raising an eyebrow. Acting without thinking, Kyoka butted into the conversation. What? You gotta relax, Uncle Tom. You're at the Four Seasons Oahu. Have a Mai Tai. Enjoy some time with your wife. Get sunburned somewhere embarrassing. This weekend is about you, she said, earning a wink from Izuku, to which she rolled her eyes. You know what? You're right, Tom says, luckily taking the bait. We power bumped on it. So whatever it is you're doing, I'm sure you can undo it by the time we get home. Yeah? Yeah. Exactly. I mean, I am deeply offended by such accusations. So, how's Rachel's fiancé? Is he as good-looking as he was in his picture? Izuku says, changing the topic. Tom looks over to see Randall, Rachel's new husband, leaning up against each other as they both kiss. Somehow better looking, Tom says with a sigh. Wow, you're about to be the third best looking dude in the family, Izuku jokes, making Kyoka laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, Tom deadpants, rolling his eyes. All right, I better go introduce myself. Stay out of trouble, both of you. Trouble? Don't worry, everything here is completely normal, Izuku states as Ozzy walks past them both, covered in bubbles and soap. Perfectly normal. Right. Later, guys, Tom said, before suddenly hanging up the phone. Kyoka and Izuku both let out a sigh in relief, as Kyoka grabs the phone back from Izuku. You have lost your phone privileges. Yeah. Not my greatest moment, I will admit, he says with a chuckle, getting up off the chair, standing by the wall. He leans against it, smiling. But hey, everything's still good. The power cuts out to the entire house, sending both teens into complete darkness. Kyoka stares at Izuku, a questioning look in her eyes. Okay, this time that wasn't me, he says, holding his hands up in defense. Suddenly, the TV powers back on. Screen shows a static, startling Sonic and Kyoka, causing them both to walk out of the room. Excuse me? We did not order a poltergeist, Izuku jokes in a shaky voice, walking towards the front door. If this is the pizza guy, this is really unprofessional. Kyoka and Izuku both stop before the door, neither reaching out for the handle. Open the door, Kyoka all but demands, making Izuku look at her in shock. Why me? Because you're the one with super speed, she states, causing Izuku to sigh. Izuku gently presses against the door and reaches for the knob, only for sparks to surround it, making both back away slowly. Soon after, the doorknob falls off, as the door slowly opens up to reveal Robotnik across from them, with his point finger of his control glove glowing like a taser. Eggman? Sonic shouts, getting into a fighting passion. Kyoka continues to back away, deciding to let Izuku take the lead. Robotnik blows out the taser like a candle and looks to Sonic, face covered by an evil grin. Hello, Hedgehog. Did you miss me? Robotnik asks in an oddly calm voice. I don't know how you got back, but you made a massive mistake coming here. Izuku's eyes ignited with an electric blue, staring down the Mad Doctor. Au contraire, mon frère. The mistake was thinking that you've won. But that was just a prelude. Un d'oeuvre, an apéritif, an amuse-bouche. We get it, Izuku states through gritted teeth, lightning jumping from his body. His ears atop his head pricked up, seemingly sensing something, but he ignored it, focusing on the situation at hand. I don't think you do, but you will, both of you will, and so will that idiot sheriff and his wife. Kyoka, get out of here, Izuku shouts, fist raised in front of him. Energy sparked from it, bouncing off the walls and floor. Kyoka looked at the blue-haired boy, nodding before rushing off to the back of the house, Ozzy following close behind her. And your little dog too, Robotnik shouts, striking a pose like a 80s villain. With a roar, Izuku launches at the Mad Doctor, fully intending to finish this, here and now. Just then, Robotnik slides out of the way of the attack, revealing another red-headed figure behind him. The figure charges at Izuku, punching him right in the face, sending him flying through the wall behind. He crashes onto the couch, ripping it in two. Izuku glances at the hole in the wall, head spinning. On the other side stands the figure with red, long, spiky hair, his burning red eyes burrowing into Sonic's very soul. Pitiful, was all he said, walking from behind the wall, staring down at the hedgehog boy. The boy looked the slightest bit older than Izuku, with long, thick, spiky red hair that stretched down past his shoulders, resting on his chest. He wore a dark red tank top, a white sideways half-moon symbol place in its center. He had large, baggy navy green cargo trousers on with a pair of red and yellow boots on his feet, a metal reinforced plate attached to the top. Around his ankles sat large, bushy green socks. On his wrist were a bunch of red-colored bandages, covered slightly by a large pair of boxing-style gloves, 2 large knuckles protruding from each hand. Around his waist sat a leather strap, attached to a large pouch on his left hip. Wrapped around the rim of his trousers was a faded, torn brown-colored jacket that looked as if it had seen better days. The figure glared at Izuku, purply red eyes showing hate and burning anger. "Who are you?" asked the hedgehog boy, slowly climbing to his feet. Robotnik stuck his head through the hole in the wall, evil grin growing wide. "Where are my manners?" Robotnik stated, walking into the room behind the figure. "Sonic, meet Knuckles, my new BFFAE, bestest friend forever and ever." Izuku bends down, grabbing his pouch from the floor, strapping it around his waist. "Look, Robotnik, I don't care who you bring to help you," he says, fists glowing with energy once more. "You're never gonna get my power." "Do I look like I need your power?" Knuckles states, voice deep and filled with malice. He raises his fist into the air, red energy sparking from it. Sonic dashes at Knuckles, only for Knuckles to punch him straight through the wall, making him fall backwards, bouncing across the back garden. Kyoka, who was standing with Ozzy out back, watched on in horror as Izuku lay on the ground groaning. She went to rush over and help, only to stop at the sight of Knuckles exiting from the house. Izuku regains consciousness and looks to Knuckles, standing across from him, pounding his fists together. Robotnik appears at the scene, eating Sonic's popcorn with glee. "So nice when diabolical evil lives up to the hype." He cheers, watching the fight like a spectator. Izuku gets up to face Knuckles, who stands his ground. The aura around the two is intense, with no one daring to move a muscle. "Where is it?" Knuckles questions in a ruth tone. "Oh, you want it? Well, here it comes," Izuku states with confidence, going into his overcharged state. He crouches down, getting into a running stance. "I was expecting more of you. You're unskilled, untrained, and unworthy," Knuckles roars, raising his fists. Robotnik and Kyoka watch on in amazement and shock, seeing the power of the two clashing beings. "You forgot one." Izuku looks up, eyes sparking with blue energized rage. "Unstoppable." Sonic blasts towards Knuckles, fist raised as if flying straight at him. The resulting explosion shakes the ground, coving the area in a bright, blinding light. As it dims, it is revealed Knuckles holding Izuku's fist within his palm, slowly crushing down on it. Izuku screams in pain, as the Echidna warrior raises him into the air by his arm, before slamming Izuku back down to the ground with his fist. The resulting impact creates a massive explosion of energy and a large crater. Robotnik drops his bowl in a comedic fashion, all while in slow motion, while Kyoka holds up her arms, creating a sound barrier that barely holding back the shockwave. Ozzy runs off into the tree line, scared by all the chaos. Izuku is then grabbed by the throat, Knuckles slamming him against a tree, pinning him there. "It is my destiny to do what my ancestors could not, to restore the ultimate power to the home of my people." Knuckles raises his fist into the air, energy sparking once more. This catches Robotnik's attention, who looks on, eyes burning with interest and greed. "Ultimate power? I don't know what you're talking about. You got the wrong guy," Izuku stated, trying and struggling to breath. "Ultimate power? Now you're speaking my language," says the doctor, slowly taking a step forward. "Don't play dumb with me, apprentice of Longclaw." Izuku looks at the red-haired boy in shock, tears of pain leaking from his eyes. "You knew Longclaw?" he asked, struggling to break free of the Echidna's grasp. "Longclaw and her people were the sworn enemy of my tribe, the Echidna." Knuckles pulls his fist back, ready to deliver the final blow. "We fought and died at their hands, and now you will die by mine." Suddenly, a police car comes barreling through the fence line, heading right toward Knuckles. He lets go of Sonic, going to stop the car as it crashes into him. He goes to punch it, only to be shot back by a sudden blast of sound, sending him crashing into a greenhouse. Kyoka rushes over to Izuku's side as the boy tries to catch his breath. Robotnik puts his hands up in shock, doing his best robot impression. The car's window rolls down, revealing the yellow-haired boy from before. "Come on, get in. I'm on your side," says the boy, opening the car door to let them in. "I'm sorry, who are you?" Izuku asks, only to notice a very annoyed Knuckles slowly regaining consciousness. "You know what? It doesn't matter." Izuku and Kyoka climb into the car. As the yellow-haired fox boy slams the door behind them, Robotnik leaps onto the windshield, pressing his face against it, making the trio scream in fear. "Get us out of here. Go, 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 go!" Kyoka basically screams, sitting in the back seat of the car. The boy presses a button on his tablet, making a small magnetic gadget on the accelerator press down as the car begins to go. Robotnik barks like a dog as he claws at Sonic's side of the windshield. "Ah, he's gone rabid." Izuku squeals, cowering back in fear. Robotnik snarls at the fox boy and proceeds to lick the windshield. "Gross. Is he licking it?" He turns his car left, launching Robotnik into a nearby flower bed. "See ya." The car drives off, leaving a mud-covered Robotnik behind. "Make sure to get your shots, Eggman," Izuku quips as they speed off around the corner. Knuckles gets up growling, his eyes glowing red as he takes off after the car. The police cruiser continued to drive down the road at high speeds, with the yellow-haired fox boy sitting at the wheel. They swerved across the road, Kyoka and Izuku hanging on for dear life. The fox boy turned to them, a large smile on his face. "Okay, wow. Let me just say, it's an honor to finally meet you, Sonic." The car swerved again, barely dodging a few branches in the road. "Is it okay if I call you Sonic? Everyone calls me Tails. You're probably wondering why." Izuku raised an eyebrow, glancing at the fox boy up and down. "Let me guess. It's because of the extra tail?" he stated with sarcasm, voice void of any emotion. "That's right. I should have known you'd get that." Tails grinned, swerving the car once more. Kyoka, who looked on the verge of throwing up, butted into the conversation. "That's cool and all. Also, what the hell is going on? Robotnik's back." They all turned around, seeing Knuckles giving chase not far behind. "And who is Clifford the big red rage monster?" "That's Knuckles, the last of the echidnas and the most dangerous warrior in the galaxy. He's obsessed with finding the Master Emerald." Tails explained, pressing few buttons on his tablet. "Are you serious? The Master Emerald? That's just a bedtime story," Izuku says, getting a questioning look from Kyoka. "I will tell you about it later," Izuku whispers to her, receiving a nod. "Well, he believes it's real and he must think you're the key to finding it." Kyoka looks and sees a red light on the road. She panics, grabbing the wheel away from Tails. Red light, give me the wheel," she states, steering the car to the left. "Hey, what are you?" Kyoka drives right past a Splash Hills water gallon truck, looking to see that Knuckles is no longer on their trail. She sighs, turning to the others. "I think we lost him." With a loud bang, Knuckles tore his way through the side of the water truck, landing on the tarmac on the other side. He took off once more, leaping onto the roof of the cruiser, punching a hole straight through its roof. The trio glanced up to the fist, before screaming in panic. "We did not lose him. We definitely did not lose him," Izuku shouts, ducking to avoid an enraged punch. Dislodging his fist from the roof, Knuckles climbed to the side of the car, grabbing a hold of the metal door. With a yank, he ripped it straight off, throwing it down the street. He reached in, trying to grab Sonic, only to be kicked in the hand by Kyoka. Looking around at the environment, Tails noticed a sudden dip in the road, turning to the two passengers. "I got an idea. Do you trust me?" Tails asks, panic clear in his voice. "Of course not. I literally just met you," Izuku shouts, giving him wide eyes. "Gotta agree with Izuku on this one, kid. We don't know you," Kyoka states, still kicking at Knuckles' fist. "Just let me." Tails takes the steering wheel and drives right towards the turn. Soon after, they drive right off the edge as Tails proceeds to grab Sonic and Kyoka's hands. He uses his twin tails to fly them out of the car. Knuckles leaps out and slams the spikes on his gloves into the side of the cliff as the car explodes against the ground below. Back with Sonic, he has his eyes closed, screaming, until he realizes that he is in the air, flying, Kyoka hanging from his legs, eyes closed tightly. We're flying. Did your butt just turn into a helicopter? Tails giggles, smiling at the hedgehog boy. Ha ha ha, a butt-copter. Only Sonic the Hedgehog can come up with something like that. Sonic the Hedgehog? Both Kyoka and Izuku question, looking at each other. They proceed to fly away as Robotnik arrives on a riding mower that he gets off, kicking indignantly as he watches Sonic, Kyoka, and Tails fly away. HMHM. Foxy move, he mutters, glancing to a screen on his wrist. Robotnik raises his control glove and starts tapping on it, typing away on a keyboard. Want something done right, you'll have to hire someone you can push around. All caps. Deep in the center of Green Hills Town Center stands a small, busy coffee shop, packed to the brim with customers. Being one of the only cafes in town, the Mean Bean was always busy, whether it be midday or midnight. Behind the counter, a tall, dark-skinned man stands, two coffer detailing sticks in hand. Stone processed to work away at a cup before him, drawing the face of Dr. Robotnik in perfect detail. He sighs, staring at the cup. Doctor, where are you? Suddenly, the mug is wrenched out of his hand by a customer. The man looks at him with confusion and annoyance. Whereito? Stone is broken from his emotionless stare by the sound of a sudden ding. He glances down to his phone, seeing the words, "Prepare my latte," written in bold text. He immediately lightens up, eyes going wide. Oh, I'm sorry folks, I have to close early. Everybody out, he shouts, guiding everyone out of the cafe, before slamming the door shut. Stone flips the sign from open to closed and removes the passing health inspector grade, revealing an F-. He runs up to one of the boilers. The temperature gauge on it transforms into a retina scanner and scans Stone's eye. Afterwards, a red button appears on the spill guard of a drink machine which Stone presses. A white satellite in the upper atmosphere starts lighting up, glowing with a red ominous light. A large pod launches from the bottom, heading towards the planet below. Stone stands at the register, beaming. He's back. He's back. The large egg-shaped pod begins descending towards the ground before Robotnik, slowly touching down before him. Robotnik looks on in delight, cracked goggles revealing on of his crazed eyes underneath. The machine begins to open up, multiple egg-shaped drones detaching from its sides. Along with them, new white and black wasp-shaped drones appear, the buzzer bomber. Robotnik walks up the ramp, entering the white, shiny pod. Small white robots begin hovering around him as he starts cleaning himself up. He places on a new suit, red and black in design with a smooth black overcoat. The robots begin fixing his mustache, cleaning out his nose, before they suddenly fire a stream of mouthwash into Robotnik's mouth. He spits it out, before grinning to himself. Robotnik exited the pod, grin still in place, as he states up into the night sky, smoke billowing around him. That's more like it. I've been. Inhales deeply. Rehatched. Climbing up the edge of the cliff face, Knuckles grumbled to himself, angered that he had been bested by a human, a hedgehog and a fox boy. A laser blast suddenly stops him in his tracks, making Knuckles turn to face behind him, seeing an army of drones all aiming at him. Robotnik walks up to the edge of the cliff, grinning like a madman. So, my massively metacarpal friend, you mentioned, Robotnik howls out. New ultimate power. Back at the house? The Master Emerald? It does not concern you. I got you off that planet and you brought me to the hedgehog. We have no more use for each other, Knuckles states, raising a fist. Well, I hate to be a contrarian, but I think we might. Robotnik presses a few buttons on his control glove, making the badniks close in on the echidna boy. You think these machines are a match for me? I will shatter them like the bones from a fallen. Knuckles pauses, looking down. Below him, the smaller drone robots had formed a set of stairs. Oh, they are stairs. The echidna begins to ascend the floating staircase, eventually climbing to the top. He comes face to face with the Mad Doctor, who begins to speak. You see, Earth is my turf, G. Robotnik states, beginning to floss. If you don't know how to floss, you'll be lost without me. I understand nothing of what you just said. Knuckles deadpants, raising an eyebrow. I help you get the emerald, and you use it to… He inhales deeply and swipes his hands rapidly. Destroy the hedgehog. You're suggesting an alliance? Around here, we simply grip each other's hands tightly. Demonstrating, Robotnik lowers his hand for a handshake, making Knuckles grip his hand so tight that they hear bones cracking. Robotnik quickly gets his hand out and feels the pain, squealing a little. You truculent space bumpkin. You crushed my favorite hand. Really? Knuckles looks down at his own hands, seeing no problem. My hand is uninjured, but I am now convinced of your commitment. Oh goody, he exclaimed, as he relocated two of his knuckles. Robotnik relocates his knuckles as he hears his bones popping back into place. I am delighted to be on the same team. With a few more light button presses, a huge ball-shaped pod begins descending from the roof of the space pod, landing before Robotnik. It was more compact than the original Eggmobile, lacking the engine and with a large open cockpit. However, it was much large in design, with a large red laser cannon placed on the front. Robotnik climbed aboard the Eggmobile, turning to the red-haired boy. Road trip. I'll let you stick your nose out the window. Izuku? Why are we here? Kyoka asked as she. Izuku and Tails walked on into a rather large, spacious garage, pulling the hatch down behind them. Izuku turned to the purplet with a grin. Because this is the only place Eggman wouldn't dare look. Oh, hey guys, nice of you to drop in. Kyoka immediately sighed, turning with the others to face Wade, who was currently curled up in his bike, trying to fix it. Welcome to the Wade Cave. At least, that's what I would say to a woman that's not my mom, or a purple-haired demon. Sup, dumbass. Kyoka greeted, proceeding to pull Wade of the mess he was in. Wade, focus. We need to figure out why Knuckles thinks I'm the key to finding the Master Emerald, and why did he mention Longclaw? Izuku says, beginning to pace back and forth across the garage. Kyoka looks at him with worried eyes, noticing the stress he was clearly under. Tails places a hand on his chin, trying to come up with an answer. There must be a connection. Izuku suddenly stops, eyes going wide. Wait a minute. There is, he states, pulling the Safe World map from his pouch. He smiles, pointing to an emerald symbol on the side of the map. There's an emerald on the map Longclaw gave me. I never knew what it meant before. Surely that can't be it. Something's happening, Kyoka states, as they all look on in surprise. The map glows as the black outlines turn green and shut the lights off. Izuku lets go of the map as it falls to the floor. Green smoke surrounds the map, launching a hologram of Longclaw into the air, as she is spreading her wings wide. El Longclaw? Izuku asks with tears in his eyes, slowly walking closer to the hologram. Hello, Izuku. If you're watching this, then something has happened to me and I pray that you've made it to Earth unharmed. The woman begins, addressing Izuku directly. This world has been chosen for a very important reason. It is the secret location of the Master Emerald. Longclaw spreads her wings out, revealing an image of the Master Emerald, amazing everyone. The large, green glowing gem lights up the room, making Izuku and Kyoka gasp in amazement. That has to be the biggest gem I've ever seen, Kyoka stated, mouth open wide. Whoa! Was all Izuku could mutter, staring at the mesmerizing rock. The emerald has the power to turn thoughts into reality. Just like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man from Ghostbusters, Wade whispered in amazement, only to be shushed by everyone else. In the wrong hands, it can threaten all life in the universe. Protecting the emerald was my sacred duty, and now, I must pass that responsibility to you. Izuku stood frozen, finally realizing what Tom had talked to him about on their boat trip. This is my moment, he whispered to himself, bright smile appearing on his face. Follow the map, find the emerald, and keep it safe. Izuku, you have a heart like no other creature I've met. I love you so much. Goodbye. With that, the hologram begins to fade, with the form of Longclaw retreating back into the map. No, no, no. Wait. Izuku rushed over to the hologram as it faded, disappearing into nothingness. He fell to his knees, clutching a holographic feather in his hands before it faded away too. I won't let you down, Longclaw, not again. Kyoka and Tails slowly walked up behind Izuku, watching as small, crystal-like tears fell from his eyes, hitting the rocky floor with a tap. Kyoka carefully embarrassed her friend, trying to calm him down. Eventually, Izuku's tears dried out. As he slowly lifted his head from Kyoka's shoulder, he gave her a goofy smile, receiving a giggle in return. So, is he like, your dad? All three turned to Wade, giving him confused and shocked looks. What? Tails stated in disbelief. Shaking his head, Izuku walked over to the map, picking it up off the floor. He glanced over it, before carefully placing it inside his pouch, tightening it back around his waist. According to the map, the first clue is in Siberia. It's a compass that'll lead us to the emerald. And with Knuckles already here, it's a race, Tails added, slight worry shining in his eyes. Knuckles? You know, I knew a kid in middle school named Knuckles. Could fit his whole fist in his mouth. If this is the same Knuckles, then we're screwed. Kyoka turned to Wade, pointing to a nearby corner. Wade! He nodded, looking at the purplet. In your corner, now. Without another second, said man walked off into the corner, putting his head down in shame. This Knuckles, that Knuckles, doesn't matter. We're gonna get there first, Izuku said with his usual cocky tone returning. Reaching into his pouch, he pulled out one of his remaining 7 rings, tossing it into the air. On the other side, the mountains of Siberia appeared, as snow and icy cold winds blew through the open gate. What do you mean we? Tails asked in a nervous voice, glancing to the duo. You're coming with us. At this, Tails began to shake his head rapidly, slowly backing away. Oh no 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 no. I just came here to warn you. I'm not a field guy. Izuku, seeing his panic, walked over to the fox boy, bending down before him. He placed a hand on his shoulder, lifting his other hand up into a fist. Don't worry, I got your back. I'm not gonna let anything happen to you. Tails gave a questioning look, glancing at the fist. Oh, it's a power bump on Earth. It means an unbreakable promise. Okay, I'm in. Tails placed his fist against Izuku's, both aliens glancing to the purplet. Fine. Kyoka placed her fist next to theirs, before realizing with a slight spark of energy. Inside the mean bean, Stone rushes around the room, making sure everything is perfect. He leaps over to the counter, picking up a coffee cup. In the foam, a picture of he and Robotnik sat, making the agent smile. It had been such a long time since he had seen the good doctor. He couldn't wait for things to go back to normal. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, making Stone look up. In walked Robotnik in all his glory, making Stone stutter for a second, his new appearance throwing him off. Doctor, it's really you. You look different, Stone states, walking up to his boss with a smile. Papa's got a brand new statue. Robotnik spins in place, face showing delight. Stone walks over to the doctor, handing him the cup of coffee. I knew it. I knew it. I knew you'd come back, sir. I never stopped steaming your Austrian goat's milk. Robotnik takes the cup from Stone, carefully drinking its contents. He nods his head carefully from side to side, judging the coffee. Could use some mushrooms? Was all he said, continuing to drink the coffee. Walking in through the front door, Knuckles entered, stature as intimidating as ever. He was near enough the same height as Robotnik, easily towering over Stone with superiority. Stone looked at him, pulling a face. You brought something. Some kind of space porcupine. Porcupine, Knuckles almost shouted, looking slightly offended. I am an echidna, trained since birth in all forms of lethal combat, destined to restore honor to my tribe, and willing to destroy anything that gets in my way. Stone paused, glancing between the doctor and Knuckles, before letting out a sigh. Welcome to the team. Placing his hand out, Stone gestured for Knuckles to shake his hand. Immediately, Knuckles grips his hand, taking Stone down to his knees, shrieking in pain. Robotnik chuckles, bending down to Stone's level. That means he trusts you, Stone. As both men got back up, Robotnik glanced around the room, shaking his head. Now, let's renovate this dump. Resetting his hand, Stone let out a smirk. Latte, with steamed Austrian goat milk. Within an instant, the room began to shift and change, taking on a more high-tech look. The walls flipped around, revealing massive computer monitors hanging on the walls. The countertop changed into a holographic table, displaying a read out of planet Earth. Robotnik looked on in delight as lines and lines of drones appeared in the back of the coffee shop, red eyes glowing with malice. Now, that's more like it. Robotnik began to laugh, placing his hands on the countertop. I'm back, baby. Finally arriving in the cold, harsh winter land of eastern Siberia, the trio almost go lost immediately. They had no idea how long they had been making their way through the icy cold blizzard before them. All Kyoka knew is she wanted out, quickly. I absolutely cannot find my way. We are completely, totally, unequivocally lost. Izuku shouted aloud, trying to force his way through the sharp winds. No, never. What gave that away? Kyoka stated back, staying behind the blue-haired boy. They had been wondering for what seemed like hours, trying to find any sign of life. Tails had constantly been working away on his tablet, trying to find any signals he could. So far he had gotten nothing. Sonic, in this weather, there's no way we're gonna get any readings on this thing. We need to head back, Tails said, still trying to focus on his tablet. Because of the bad weather, the screen was glitching like crazy. Izuku looked back at his two friends, taking note of the conditions. Tails looked cold, shivering every now and then, yet the yellow fur he possessed on parts of his body seemed to protect him a little. As for Kyoka, she looked on the verge of passing out. It did not look good for any of them. Just as Sonic was about to answer back, a bright light in the distance caught his gaze, making his eyes widen. No, no, no. There's a light up ahead. Maybe we can take shelter in there. Grabbing his two friends by the arms, Izuku sped up the hill, arriving behind a nearby snowdrift. He glanced over to the building, noticing a pile of snow gear stacked out front. Perfect. Are you sure about this? Tails questioned as Izuku ducked back down. We don't know who's inside. Izuku gave him a smile. Don't worry. On Earth, people are very welcoming and love taking complete strangers into their homes. Inside the building was a brightly lit bar, with people all sat around talking, eating, and having a good time. The door to the front of the bar opened suddenly, causing the place to go quiet. Standing in the doorway stood Izuku, Kyoka, and Tails, covered head to toe in thick snow gear. Both Tails and Jiro glanced around nervously, as multiple of the patrons glared at them. One person pulled out a knife, stabbing it into the table before him. In the corner, an old lady sat, knitting quietly to herself. Kyoka and Tails let out a sigh in relief, on to scream when she turned the piece of cloth around, showing a skull and crossbones. Just then, a rather large fish head landed before the trio. Izuku wasn't sure if it was the hyperthermia, or if he was just imagining things when the fist suddenly said, "Run." Tails fainted on the spot and Kyoka gave Izuku a death glare. Friendly and welcoming. Really? Izuku smiled sheepishly, slowly turning to face the rest of the bar. Table for 3, please. Sitting down at a nearby table, the trio were asked by a tall, large lady what they wanted to eat. 3 beef stews, please. Tails stated before the other two could answer, using his Miles electric tablet to translate it to Russian. The lady grabbed the menus from the table, walking away with a scowl on her face. Well, she seems nice, Izuku stated, shaking his head lightly. So, where'd you get all these cool gadgets from, little man? Izuku asked, turning to the fox boy. I invented 'em. That's kinda my thing. Tails answered in embarrassment, trying to hide his face from the two. Kyoka smirked, looking over the gadget with fascination. Damn, UA would kill to have someone like you on their support course. In fact, my inventions are how I discovered you. Tails finished, taking the tablet back from Kyoka. Remember that night in the forest? Izuku nodded slowly. Remember the night his life became a whole lot more complicated. Well, your energy blast reached all the way to my home planet. I saw you save your whole village from that crazy mustache guy, Tails said, eyes shining with awe. Wait, so you've been watching me? Like the whole time? Izuku asked, kinda disturbed by the revelation. Even when I was working on my… Yep. Izuku's face paled dramatically, making Kyoka raise an eyebrow. What? She asked, noticing how pale he was. Oh, well, you see, Sonic has a little collection of… And we are done with that statement, Izuku suddenly said, slapping a gloved hand over Tails' mouth, holding it shut. She does not need to know about that. Know about what? Nothing, Izuku shouted, turning bright red. Moving on, you're pretty good, Tails, I'll give you that. Yeah, I try my best. When I learned Knuckles was on your trail, I knew I couldn't just sit back and watch anymore. I had to come warn you. Tails finished, placing his Miles Electric on the table. Suddenly, a loud beeping sound caught the trio's attention. Kyoka reached into her pocket, pulling out her phone. Oh, hang on one second. Tom's checking in, she stated, quickly typing a response and putting it away. Not too long after, the lady turned back up, placing 3 bowls of revolting-looking soup down on the table. Kyoka and Izuku looked as if they was about to gag. Tails turned to the waitress, picking up his tablet in the process. I'm sorry, but I asked for the beef stew, he said, translating it with his tablet. Yet something didn't seem right. The waitress looked on at them, offended for some reason. She questioned them, none of the 3 understanding her. Confused, Tails looked down at his device, only to see exactly what he just said. Your breath smells like goat crap? Well, that doesn't seem right. Both Izuku and Kyoka look at him shell-shocked, faces turning pure white. Tails? What's going on, buddy? Izuku asked, taking note of the now staring patrons around the room. Hang on, I'm trying to fix it, he muttered, typing away on the screen of the device. There. Stand back. I just farted. The crowd suddenly gives them a confused look, most of them looking disgusted. One large, tall, muscly guy marches up to the trio, pulling the hats from atop Izuku and Tails' heads, revealing their quirks to the world. The patrons back away in shock, shouting and screaming something in Russian. Meow. Izuku chuckles nervously. Within an instant, the trio were surrounded, being lifted into the air. Kyoka looked to where they were going, her eyes going wide with panic. There, right before their very eyes, stood a raging fireplace, fully ignited with blazing flames. Izuku, Tails, do something. I am not getting cooked alive today. Come on, come on, Tails shouted, checking his Miles Electric rapidly. Scanning Siberian customs. Tails, seriously, hurry up, Sonic stated in panic, trying and failing to escape the grasp of his captors. Seeing no way out, he turned to Kyoka, watching the increasing fear in her eyes as they approached closer and closer to the raging inferno. Kyo, if we are about die, there's something I need to tell you. The purplet turned to him, terror plastered on her face. I, he stuttered, struggling to speak. I got it, Tails suddenly shouted, climbing from the grasp of his captives. Pavanka, Pavanka, Pavanka. All movement stopped, as everyone stared at him with wide eyes. Pavanka? Questioned the bartender, glancing to a bald man at the bar. Suddenly, the crowd parted, revealing a man wearing a red silk robe, the word champion, written on the back in Siberian. He stands, glancing at the trio with a smirk. "Da Pavanka!" he shouts as the crowd cheers around him. "Tails!" came the questioning voice of the purplet, climbing down from the cheering crowd. "What's a Pavanka?" "It's a Siberian custom to resolve disputes," he states, reading from his tablet. "If we win, they let us go. If we lose—" Suddenly, the fire flares up, causing the trio to back away in fright. The crowd moves around the room, moving tables and chairs out of the way. In the center of the room, a large wood dance floor could be seen. "Okay, we have to grab the map and get out of here," Izuku began, looking around for a piece of parchment. "Where is it?" "Oh no, I left it on the table," Tails said, pointing at the bartender, who walked off with the map and all their other possessions. "Great, now what?" Kyoka asked with a groan, noticing the large, bald man walking into the center of the room. With a flick of his wrist, he threw off his robe, throwing it to the floor. All over his body was a large tattoo, an image of himself with his arms spread wide. "What?" Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. The self-proclaimed champion beckoned people from around the bar to join him, as a band began to play in the corner. The three buff men began to dance to the music, as the crowd loudly clapped. "Oh, my God, it's a dance-off," Izuku and Kyoka stated in sync, slowly backing away from the approaching dancers. "Sonic, what do we do?" Tails asked in panic, turning to the blue-haired boy. With a sharp intake of breath and a look of newfound determination, Izuku stepped forward, smirk plastered on his face. "We dance," he stated dramatically, raising a fist in determination. "And we get our map back." "Hell no," Kyoka all but shouts, slowly backing away from the pair. "I would rather jump in the fire myself." "Sorry, Kyo, that isn't an option," Izuku said, holding out a hand to her. However, the purplet stood her ground, slowly turning away from the blue-haired hedgehog boy. With a sigh, Izuku turned back to Tails, giving him a thumbs up. "Looks like it's up to you and me, little buddy. Just follow my lead." With that, the battle began. Izuku and Tails tried to copy the professionally dance's moves, but had no luck. They tripped over each other, eventually falling face first onto the floor. Izuku let out a groan, slowly climbing back up. "Okay, this is not going so well. Channing Tatum makes this look so easy. Is this really the time for jokes?" came the slightly scared voice of his purple-haired friend, slowly walking up to his side. "Well, I don't see you coming up with any ideas," he shot back, frustration showing on his face. The dancers begin laughing at the failing trio, the leader chanting with a victorious grin. "Freaks, freaks, 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 freaks." The rest of the crowd joined in, making Tails slowly back up. Before his eyes, memories of his life flashed, slowly making his breathing become rapid and uneven. Both teens noticed this, rushing over to the fox boy's side. "What's wrong, Tails? Come on, we need you," Izuku asked with a pleading voice, trying to snap his friend out of it. I can't do this. I'm not brave like you, Sonic. My gadgets got us in this mess and I lost your map and we're gonna get tossed into the flames and—" The fox went to continue, only to be stopped by the hedgehog. "Hey, none of this is your fault. If it's anyone's, it's mine." Out of the corner of his eyes, Izuku notices a shiny device playing music sitting on a nearby chair. He looks to Kyoka, gaining an idea. "And I'm going to fix it." "Kyoka, you wouldn't happen to have any music on you, would ya?" Raising an eyebrow, she slowly pulls her phone from her jacket pocket, handing it over to the blue-haired boy. With a smile, Izuku speeds over to the player, plugging the device straight into it. The song, Uptown Funk, begins to play, confusing most of the patrons as Izuku speeds back over to the duo. "Come on, you two, I got an idea," he states as he begins to start dancing. "They call us freaks, so let's get freaky." Grabbing them both by the arms, Izuku rushed into the center of the room. Izuku, Kyoka began, looking around at all the people watching. All she felt was fear, as her blood turned cold. Izuku, however, didn't let her finish, covering her mouth with a single finger, staring into her eyes. "Just follow my lead. You'll be fine," he said calmly. After a moment, Kyoka slowly nodded her head, joining the hedgehog in the center of the room. Extending his hand out to Tails, Sonic started off a wave, sending it over to the fox boy. With a smile, the fox boy sent it back, Izuku passing it over to Kyoka. All three of them began to dance, slowly matching each other in synchronization as they danced to the beat. The crowd began to cheer in excitement at the display of dancing. Tails pulled out his tablet, pressing a few buttons on the screen as multiple holographic versions of himself began to form around him, all dancing in sync. "All right, backup dancers," Izuku cheered with a laugh, beginning to do more breakdancing. The Siberian champion looked on, nervousness clear as day. The holograms, along with Kyoka and Izuku, slowly began to march forward. The multiple clones of Tails use their tails to cover Izuku and Kyoka from view, as the music picks up even more. "All right," said the blue-haired boy, talking a hold on the purplet's hand with a smile. "Here we go." With that, both were launched into the air screaming in joy, as Izuku strikes a pose for all to see. You all know the one. Tails takes off into the air, as multiple clones of Izuku are created around the area. All three quirk users hang on tight to a chandelier, as it spins around like crazy. All around the room, clones of the pair are doing the same, creating a bright spectacle for all to see. "Woohoo! This is more like it!" Sonic screams with joy, slowly glancing over to Kyoka. Her eyes are wide, filled to the brim with joy and excitement. Her smile is wide, lighting up Izuku's view with a shining light brighter than the sun. Her bright, violet-colored eyes blaze with a burning glow, captivation Izuku in their trance. His eyes go as wide as hers, as he stares at the most beautiful girl he has ever seen, his heart beating faster and faster as a wide smile crosses his face. With that, the song comes to an end, as all the clones dissipate. Kyoka, Izuku and Tails land back onto the ground, the cheers of the crowd deafening. Izuku reaches an arm around his two friends' shoulders, pulling them in closer to him. "I love Pavanka." Slowly, the champion falls to the floor, signaling the end of the dance fight. Izuku smiles, speeding over and grabbing all of their belongings from the bar countertop. He held the map up high as the room cheered around him. Meanwhile, off on the other side of the planet, an image of the conversation between Tom and Kyoka could be seen on screen. At the back of the room, Robot Nick, Stone, and Knuckles watch on in anticipation as Kyoka answers back to Tom. "Just chillin'. Watching TV." Knuckles reads aloud, watching as Tom replied, dot, 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 dot. Stone and Robotnik slowly glance at the red-haired boy before slowly turning back to the screen. "Doctor," Stone begins, turning to his boss. "Why are we working with this imbecile?" "Because that red-haired, simple-minded space trash is the key to something extraordinary," Robotnik replied with a smirk. "Something to help you get revenge on the hedgehog?" Stone assumed, raising an eyebrow. "Think bigger, Stone," Robotnik began, staring at the screen with giddy excitement. "The emerald he seeks could power my wildest designs. My genius wouldn't just be recognized on Earth. It would be spread virally to every corner of the galaxy, allowing me to harness all the negative forces of the universe and commune with darkness itself." "Wow, that sounds big. It's been on my vision board for years. It's the law of attraction. Didn't you see The Secret?" Robotnik, with over-exaggerated movements, places his hands on his head. "Kablooey," he states, making a mind-blown movement with his hands. "Kablooey." Suddenly, a beeping is heard, as another message is received from Tom. Knuckles looks at the screen, continuing to read aloud. "Another boring night at home. The hedgehog has returned home," Knuckles says, heading for the door, only to be stopped by Robotnik. "Falsa," states the Mad Doctor, which is Latin for wrong. According to my worldwide network cell triangulation, Robotnik begins, pressing a few buttons on the countertop, all while Knuckles gives him a weird look. He's lying, all the way, from the majestic hinterlands of eastern Siberia. A hologram appears on the table, showing the mountains of Siberia. Next to them, an image of Izuku could be seen, tapping his foot in an impatient manner. He's a long-distance liar, Robotnik says, flicking his fingers at the holographic blue-haired boy. Yeah, there's more where that came from. Immediately, Knuckles slams his fists down onto the hologram table, shattering it and the hologram into pieces. He looks up at Robotnik, serious look on his face. Tiny magic hedgehog destroyed. Now let's begin our quest, he says, walking off once more. Robotnik, with a roll of his eyes, marches off after the echidna boy, only for him to stop at the door. What about your minion, the goat milker? He asks, glancing over at Stone, who proceeds to start repairing the holodable. There's no room for him on the ship, Robotnik whispers to the teen. I say we ditch him, ghost him, blow him. Maybe not that last one. Knuckles shoots a sharp glare at the doctor, raising a fist into the air. Dishonor. This is how I roll, jokes Robotnik, walking out of the cafe doors. Knuckles narrows his eyes once more, before following behind the doctor. After the events of the major dance-off and hours of extra partying, Izuku, Tails, and Kyoka lay down next to the fire. Most of the bar guests had either left or were flat-out drunk, passed out all over the room. Tails, with a slight chuckle, turned to the two teens, giving them a smile. Wow, only Sonic the Hedgehog could win a dance battle that epic. You did good too, Pulse, of course. Geez, thanks, Kyoka states, shaking her head lightly with a giggle. And we have names, you know. Mine's Kyoka Jiro. Izuku smiled at this, following Kyoka's lead. And my name is Izuku, as you probably figured out by now. Nice to properly meet you, I guess. Miles Tails Prower at your service. The fox boy says with a mock bow, making Izuku laugh. Nice. Anyway, stick with us, pal. Earth can be a scary place, but we, or should I say Kyoka, knows everything about this old, pale blue dot. Tails' eyes light with joy, staring at the two teens with tear-filled eyes. Do you really mean that? Well, not everything. Her love life is a mess, Izuku admits, receiving an elbow from the purplet. Ow, I'm only being honest. I meant, Tails continued, sadly smiling at the two. About me being your pal? Do you really mean that? Izuku sat up straight, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. Of course, buddy. Kyoka followed suit, sitting next to the vixen boy. Sure, what's one extra alien to add to the roster? Within the instant, Tails' arms were wrapped around the blue-haired boy, refusing to let go. Whoa-ho, we got a hugger, Izuku stated with a laugh, letting go of the fox. Coming in hot, are we? Taking note of the sad looks in the yellow-haired boy's eyes, Kyoka slowly placed a hand on his shoulder. He turned to face her, a sad smile on his face. Tails, Miles, are you okay? She asked. The fox slowly turned his head, as if trying to avoid her gaze. Eventually, however, he turned back to the purple-haired girl, letting out a sigh. Is it that obvious? He asked with a nervous chuckle, wrapping his tails around his waist. Growing up, I didn't have many, or any friends. Everyone in my village thought my two tails were weird. A mutation. Hearing this, Kyoka immediately embraced Tails in a hug. The young boy began to quietly sob on her shoulder, soaking her already cold t-shirt even more. Izuku just watched on quietly from the sidelines, listening to the boy's story. But then, I saw Sonic, the fastest thing alive. You were weird, just like me. Yet you never let that slow you down. Tails continued. You were a legend. That made me think maybe being weird wasn't so bad. You inspired me to leave my village to find you and help you in your mission. Tails stood with Kyoka by his side, walking over to face Izuku. You are my hero. I want to be just like you. Izuku got up off the floor, embracing both his friends in a tight hug. I'm glad you're here, Tails. I'm glad I'm here too, Sonic. It was only moments later that the fox boy let out a loud yawn, slowly moving away to lay back down next to the fire. Well, I'm going to get some sleep. This feels like a good place, if any. With that, the boy curled his tails around himself, before falling off into a deep sleep. Izuku smiled lightly, turning to see Kyoka still standing next to him. The way she was looking at him, Izuku could tell something was on her mind. Kyo! He began, moving to stand in front of his best friend. What you thinking about? Snapping out of her sudden trance, Kyoka looked up into his eyes. Once again, all Izuku could see was that blazing heat, something that always drew him into her glowing orbs. Izuku, she said, trying and struggling to form words on her lips. Earlier, when you thought we were about to die, you tried to say something to me. Izuku, now understanding what her had so worked up, chuckled lightly, rubbing the back of his neck. Why yeah, I completely forgot about that, to be honest. Let me guess, you want to know what I was going to say. Kyoka silently nodded, gazing into the blue-haired boy's eyes. Well, aye. Izuku stammered, face turning all different shades of red. Why you see? Izuku, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to, Kyoka suddenly said, catching the boy off guard. I understand if you want to keep some secrets from me. Everyone deserves their privacy. It's just, you know you can tell me anything, right? I'm your friend, and I will always be there for you. I love you. Kyoka froze, mouth hanging wide open. She didn't just hear that correctly, right? That was just a slip-up. Surely? She stared into Izuku's eyes, only now noticing how red his face had gone. Hold on, be back up a second. Why you what? She stuttered out, face turning as red as a tomato. I said. I'll love you, Kyokajiro. Izuku muttered out, trying to avoid her gaze at all costs. I am sorry, and maybe it was a bad time to bring it up. I will just. Suddenly, he was cut off as a purple-haired missile collided with his lips, shutting up his ramblings for good. Izuku was completely taken aback, frozen in complete shock. That didn't mean he wanted it to end, however. It was like a dream come true. Kyoka slowly pulled back, crystal-like tears slowly leaking from her eyes. I love you too, you blue-haired menace, was all she said, slowly pulling back from the boy. She slowly walked away, a bright smile on her face, as she lay down next to the fire, resting her head on a nearby pillow. Rapidly blinking, Izuku slowly pinched himself, yelping slightly at the sudden sharp pain. That actually just happened. It was with a big smile and a huge skip that Izuku went to bed with that night, falling into the land of dreams. Dreams that now became reality. The overcast sky of San Francisco created a gloomy atmosphere as the dark clouds loomed overhead, threatening to unleash a downpour at any moment. The bustling streets below were packed with people of all shapes and sizes, hurrying to their destinations amidst the hum of activity. The once peaceful scene was quickly disrupted as two luminous streaks darted through the crowded streets of San Francisco. One was in hot pursuit of the other, creating a chaotic scene amidst the hustle and bustle of the city. The people on the streets were stunned by the sudden burst of energy and speed, their movements now slow and sluggish compared to the blurring figures racing past them. The first, a white and black aircraft, hovered in the air, its red ring engines burning bright as it smoothly glided through the skies. The sides of the craft were lined with an array of weapons, each one looking more dangerous than the last. The cockpit was situated below the canopy, and within it sat a middle-aged man with a black, curly mustache, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He had shiny red pilot goggles resting on his forehead, and his black hair was slicked back. The aircraft drifted around a street corner, following the blur ahead, and the man's grin grew even wider. The man's sadistic grin grew wider as he pressed a red button on top of his flight stick, his voice laced with sarcasm. That was an illegal left, by the way. A massive cannon beneath the aircraft began to hum and glow a fiery red, as it launched a large, luminous projectile towards the blue blur, forcing it to swerve under a truck in a desperate attempt to evade the deadly attack. The blue blur, a young boy with spiky hair and emerald green eyes, raced down the street as fast as he could, evading the dangerous blasts and weaving through the crowd. With lightning speed, the blue blur ascended the side of the building, propelling himself up with remarkable agility. His blue hair fluttered in the wind as he jumped from one window ledge to another, barely touching the surface before launching himself upwards again. The man in the cockpit of the white and black aircraft growled in frustration, watching his quarry escape his grasp. He pressed a button on his control panel, causing a panel on the side of the aircraft to open and reveal a seeker missile launcher. He took aim and fired, sending the missile hurtling towards the blue blur with deadly precision. The boy quickly evaded the incoming missile, his eyes scanning the area for any possible escape routes. He glanced behind him, worry etched on his face as he tried to distance himself from his pursuer. "How am I going to lose this guy?" he muttered to himself, his hand fumbling through a pouch attached to his waist before finally pulling out a small, glowing golden ring. The world screeched to a halt as a fiery burst of plasma slammed into the building behind the blue-haired boy, propelling him off the side of the towering structure. Time seemed to slow down as he plummeted towards the ground, his heart racing with fear. Then, just as suddenly as everything had stopped, a voice boomed out, seemingly from nowhere. "So, I know what you're thinking. Why is that extremely handsome, smart, charming young blue-haired hedgehog boy being chased by a crazed madman with a mustache straight out of the Civil War?" the voice said, seemingly belonging to the boy. Time began once more, the boy landing on the ground with grace, blitzing away once more. As the chase continued, with neither side gaining an advantage, the voice continued speaking. "Honestly, it's a long story, but it does feel like I've been running my whole life." The scene suddenly started to play out in reverse, with a chaotic, fast-paced series of events. The pilot's ship and the blue blur raced through the streets in a dizzying blur, moving backwards as if rewinding a tape. The buildings and landmarks that they had passed by earlier now appeared to move in reverse, as if being sucked back into the horizon. Finally, everything went pitch black. "Hi, my name is Izuku Midoriya, but my friends also know me as Sonic, and this is the story of how I became not just a hero, but a legend. My Sonic hero, Academia." Our story begins like any other, with a young child, looking for a new adventure. The world slowly fades back into focus, revealing the breathtaking sight of a massive tropical island suspended in mid-air above a sparkling, crystal-clear ocean. The palm trees sway gently in the soft breeze, their leaves rustling soothingly in the wind. Suddenly, a burst of raw energy streaks across the sky, hurtling towards the island at breakneck speed. As it careens by, it kicks up a massive cloud of dust, swirling and twirling in its wake. "This is South Island. It's where I'm from." The rush of wind whips past as Izuku propels off the towering ramp, hurtling into the sky like a bullet. Unfurling his body, he throws back his head and unleashes a wild laugh, relishing in the exhilaration of the moment. He plummets towards the earth at lightning speed, but with the grace of a seasoned acrobat, he lands effortlessly on the ground. Taking off down a dirt track, he moves with blinding speed, his blue and white hoodie billowing behind him like a superhero's cape. His navy blue jeans and worn-out gloves complete the look, while his tattered trainers only add to his charm. Proudly carrying a yellow backpack filled with treasures and trinkets, Izuku looked as though he had his fair share of adventures. This place had everything a kid like me could ever ask for: sandy beaches, cascading waterfalls. Izuku's speed increased to an unimaginable level as he approached the massive loop-de-loop. With a burst of energy, he shot through it so fast that his figure appeared to blur. The rush of air pushed his blue and white hoodie and navy blue jeans back, revealing his determined expression. His gloves crackled with blue electricity, illuminating the area around him as he completed the loop with ease. Public access to loop-de-loops, and I never had to catch a school bus because I could run across the entire island in less than 2 seconds. And there was no school. I know, sweet island, right? Izuku moved with incredible agility, leaping from one cliff to the next with ease. He covered immense gaps, his body propelled by an electric blue aura that crackled with energy. Each landing was smooth, as if he had done it countless times before. His movements were a testament to his extraordinary power, and the aura that surrounded him gave him an otherworldly glow. With each jump, He moved faster, more gracefully, as if he was in his natural habitat. The air seemed to part for him, and the world around him blurred as he moved, a blue streak of lightning darting across the landscape. It was a sight to behold, a testament to the incredible power that lay within him. I was born with extraordinary powers, unlike anything my world had even seen. However, I was told to keep them a secret, but being the responsible 4-year-old that I was, I did the exact opposite. As Izuku approached the rickety, old wooden bridges, his heart was pounding with excitement. The bridges creaked and swayed as he ran across them with lightning speed, his blue and white hoodie billowing in the wind behind him. Finally, he arrived at a small hut nestled high in the treetops. Without bothering to knock or slow down, he charged through the door, hurtling straight into a tall figure standing on the other side. The impact sent both reeling, and Izuku found himself sprawling on the floor, staring up at the figure with wide eyes. The figure that Izuku crashed into was a woman of imposing stature. She towered over him, with large, angelic wings extending from her back, radiating a sense of grace and power. As Izuku stumbled back, the woman let out a long sigh and lifted him up gently from the floor, holding him in a tight embrace. Her silky, long brown hair fell neatly against her shoulder, and Izuku instinctively snuggled up to it, feeling safe and protected in her arms. The woman's eyes were filled with warmth and kindness, and Izuku couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort in her presence. "This is Longclaw, the woman who took care of me." She was a big, strong warrior who towered above everyone else, her owl-like features only adding to the intimidation factor. To me, however, she was the closest thing I had to a mother, like Obi-Wan Kenobi to Luke Skywalker, if Kenobi was an owl, and ate mice, and was a woman. Longclaw's eyes softened as she looked down at the young boy in her embrace. "You never cease to amaze me, Izuku," she said with a small smile, brushing a lock of hair out of his face. "But you must be more careful. We never know who might be watching." Izuku's giggles filled the air, his eyes sparkling with joy. I know," he replied, holding the small flower out to her. "But look, I found this for you." Longclaw's expression lit up as she took the flower from him, examining it closely. "Oh, it's beautiful," she said, holding it up to her nose to take in its scent. "Thank you, Izuku. You always know how to brighten my day." Izuku beamed with pride, feeling happy to have made Longclaw smile. "I'm glad you like it," he said, snuggling closer to her. "You're the best, Longclaw." Longclaw hugged him tighter, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "And you're my little hero, Izuku," she whispered, pressing a kiss to the top of his head. "Never forget that." A sudden crack echoed through the small hut, making Longclaw's head snap up in alarm. Her keen senses alerted her to the danger lurking outside. She quickly stepped in front of Izuku, shielding him with her wings, as a group of tall, masked men with long red dreadlocked hair, spears, and nets appeared before them, poised to strike. Without hesitation, Longclaw barked out a warning to Izuku, her voice laced with urgency and fear. "Izuku, down now!" she shouted, her strong arms pushing the boy to the ground as hundreds of arrows came hurtling through the open window, striking the walls and floor with deadly force. Turns out with great power comes great power-hungry bad guys. And I, in my speed-filled adventures, led them right to us. In a split-second decision, Longclaw acted on her warrior instincts and made a move to protect Izuku from the incoming danger. She scooped the young boy up by the shirt, holding him close to her chest, and quickly opened her massive wings. With a powerful leap, Longclaw launched herself and Izuku out of the window and into the wild stormy sky. The gusts of wind were fierce, battering against them as they soared through the air, the sound of their flight drowned out by the howling storm. Izuku clung tightly to Longclaw, his heart pounding in his chest as he gazed up at the face of the woman who had become his protector and caretaker. Longclaw's wings beat fiercely against the storm, propelling them higher and higher into the air. She spared a moment to glance down at the chaos that was unfolding below them, where the masked men continued to fire their arrows and throw their spears, completely unaware that their prey had escaped. In that moment, Izuku felt a sense of gratitude and awe for Longclaw that he had never felt before. She was like a real-life superhero, a symbol of strength and protection in a world where danger seemed to lurk around every corner. As the wind roared in their ears, the two of them soared higher and higher, leaving the danger far behind them. Or so they thought. And because of my stupidity, my inability to follow simple instructions, I lost the last remnants of family I had left. Without warning, a sharp, venomous arrow pierced through the air and embedded itself into Longclaw's side, narrowly missing her heart. With a pained cry, she and Izuku fell to the ground with a thud, the impact sending a shockwave through their bodies. Longclaw struggled to stay standing, her legs wobbling underneath her. She limped over to the battered and bruised Izuku, her wings twitching in pain as she went. "Izuku, are you okay?" she asked, her voice strained with effort. Izuku groaned and tried to sit up, but the pain was too much. He winced and lay back down, staring up at Longclaw with wide, frightened eyes. "Longclaw, you're hurt," he gasped. "We have to get you help." Longclaw shook her head, grimacing as she tried to catch her breath. "No, Izuku," she said firmly. "There's no time. You have to keep moving." Longclaw's voice was strained as she struggled to speak, but her urgency was clear. She held Izuku close and looked him in the eye. "Listen carefully, Izuku. You have a power unlike anything I have ever seen. And that means someone will always be out to get it. The only way for you to stay safe is to stay hidden." With that, Longclaw reached into a small, worn pouch on her side and revealed a tiny, glowing golden ring. She tossed it into the air, and a humongous, golden portal appeared, seemingly leading to another world entirely. Izuku stared at it in shock. "This world is on the far side of the universe," Longclaw continued. "You will be safe there, away from the threat of anyone who wants to harm you." She handed Izuku the pouch of rings, closing his hand around them tightly. "Izuku, promise me you will never stop running," she said, struggling to breathe. Izuku's heart was racing as he looked around frantically, trying to come to grips with the gravity of the situation. I don't want to go without you," he cried out, his eyes brimming with tears. Longclaw pulled him in for a tight embrace, her large wings enveloping him. "I know, my child," she whispered softly into his ear. "But you must go. It's the only way to keep you safe." Izuku's sobs grew louder as he clung onto Longclaw, unwilling to let go. "But what will happen to you?" he asked, his voice shaking. Longclaw stroked his hair gently. "Don't worry about me. You are my priority now. Promise me that you will go through that portal and never look back. Promise me that you will keep running and never stop, no matter what." Izuku nodded, still sobbing uncontrollably. "I promise," he choked out. Longclaw pulled away from him, holding his face in her hands. "I love you, my child. Always remember that." With that, Longclaw gave him one last hug before gently pushing him towards the portal. Izuku hesitated for a moment before taking a deep breath and stepping through the golden glow. As he vanished from sight, Longclaw collapsed onto the ground, her body racked with pain. Stopping a few meters away, Izuku gazed back through the portal. His eyes widened in horror at the sight that awaited him. Longclaw was lying on the ground, blood seeping from her wounds, surrounded by the tall, menacing figures who had chased them earlier. Her once powerful wings lay limp on the ground, and her face was twisted in pain and sorrow. As she caught sight of Izuku, a faint smile appeared on her face, and she struggled to speak. "Izuku," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the sound of the rain. "I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you." Izuku felt a lump rise in his throat as tears streamed down his face. He wanted to reach out to her, to hold her and never let go, but the portal stood between them, separating them forever. "Longclaw," he choked out, his voice trembling. "And oh no, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Longclaw gave him a sad smile and closed her eyes. Izuku's heart shattered into a million pieces as he watched Longclaw fall to the ground, her wings limp and broken. The masked figures stood over her like vultures, their faces twisted into grotesque sneers of triumph. A primal scream ripped from Izuku's throat as he collapsed to his knees, his body racked with sobs. He couldn't bear to watch the life leave Longclaw's eyes, but he couldn't tear his gaze away either. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to run, to escape this nightmare, but he couldn't bring himself to move. He was frozen in place, trapped in a nightmare of his own making. With a cry of pain and sorrow, Izuku stumbled to his feet and took off into the night, the golden ring snapping shut behind him, his tears mixing with blood as he ran. He didn't know where he was going, only that he had to keep moving. The world around him was a blur of colors and shapes, his mind consumed by grief and fear. But no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't escape the memory of Longclaw's final moments. "I'll make them pay," he vowed to himself, his voice barely a whisper. "I'll become the strongest hero ever, and I'll make sure no one else has to suffer like she did." With that thought, Izuku pushed himself harder, his legs pumping with newfound strength. He knew it wouldn't be easy, that the road ahead would be long and treacherous, but he was determined to succeed, for Longclaw and for himself. 10 years later, Green Hills, Montana. Green Hills is a quaint town nestled in the heart of Montana, with a minuscule population of only around 150 people. Despite its small size, this rural town is renowned for its picturesque lakeside views and challenging mountainous treks that attract adventure enthusiasts from all over the world. Unlike many other places on Earth, Green Hills remains untouched by the mechanical contraptions of modern society. The lack of industrialization and human interference has allowed the natural beauty of the area to flourish, providing a peaceful and serene environment that is perfect for a relaxing getaway. However, the downside to this pristine natural setting is that not a lot ever happens. The town's remote location and lack of urban amenities mean that there are few opportunities for entertainment or excitement. The inhabitants of Green Hills lead a simple life, relying on traditional ways of living and working. While the tranquil surroundings make for a much-needed break from the chaos of modern life, those seeking a livelier atmosphere may find the town's slow pace somewhat dull. Nonetheless, for those who appreciate the beauty of nature and crave a peaceful retreat from the hustle and bustle of city living, Green Hills is a haven that is sure to provide a rejuvenating escape. At the edge of the town, tucked behind a prominent welcome sign, a police cruiser belonging to the Green Hills Sheriff's Department was stationed. The vehicle sat motionless, with its headlights turned off and its engine silent, as it kept a watchful eye on the road. Seated behind the steering wheel was Tom Wachowski, a well-regarded and esteemed member of the Green Hills community. Tom held the position of sheriff in the town, one of only 2 law enforcement officers tasked with keeping the residents safe and secure. He took his responsibilities very seriously and dedicated himself to serving the people of Green Hills. He was known for going above and beyond his call of duty to assist those in need, always ready to lend a helping hand wherever he could. As Tom sat in the cruiser, he kept a vigilant watch on the road, scanning for any signs of trouble or suspicious activity. His training and experience as a sheriff allowed him to quickly assess any potential threats and take appropriate action to maintain law and order in the town. Despite the quiet and uneventful nature of Green Hills, Tom never let his guard down. He understood the importance of being prepared for any situation, no matter how unlikely it may seem. His dedication to his duty and his unwavering commitment to protecting the people of Green Hills made him a beloved figure in the community, respected and admired by all who knew him. Tom let out a disappointed sigh and shook his head in disbelief as he glanced at the road. "Seriously? Just one car?" he muttered, frustration evident in his voice. He removed his sunglasses and rubbed his eyes wearily. Regrettably, the small population and generally peaceful nature of the town meant that not much ever occurred in Green Hills. This lack of activity and excitement was a major source of frustration for Tom, who found himself spending much of his time outside the town's limits, hoping to catch someone speeding through his radar. Tom hoped that someone would come racing through his speed trap, providing him with a sense of purpose and excitement. He longed for a chance to use his training and expertise to protect the people of Green Hills actively. However, his hopes were often dashed, and he was left to carry out his duties in a seemingly uneventful environment. Tom reached out and grabbed the speed radar gun mounted on his dashboard, unclipping it from its holder. Feeling bored and restless, he began to move the device around, mimicking the sound of cars zooming by in an attempt to alleviate his boredom. However, this action proved to be an unfortunate mistake. causing him more harm than good. As Tom was waving the heavy gun around, he accidentally hit himself in the face, causing him to wince in pain. Tom let out a sigh and leaned back into his seat, feeling restless and bored. "That's it, I'm bored," he muttered to himself, reaching out to remount the radar gun to the dashboard once more. He stared up at the roof of his car, wondering if anything interesting would happen today. As he gazed up at the car's roof, Tom's thoughts drifted to his childhood dreams of becoming a superhero, fighting crime, and saving the day. He knew that being a sheriff was not the same as being a superhero, but he still had a strong desire to protect the people of Green Hills from harm. For the past 5 years, Tom had been assigned to watch the speed trap on a daily basis. This task was far from exciting, and it left Tom feeling unfulfilled and unchallenged. He longed for an opportunity to use his training and skills in a more significant capacity. Tom's attention was captured by the sudden sound of a buzzing radio emanating from the car's speakers. The unexpected noise made him jump slightly, and he instinctively reached for the radio, wondering what was happening. Tom's radio crackled to life, and a voice called out, "Tom, do you read me? Are you there?" Recognizing the voice as his colleague, Wade, Tom couldn't help but smirk as a mischievous idea popped into his head. With a playful grin, Tom grabbed the radio and responded in a deadpan voice, "No, Wade, I'm not here. Actually, I'm on a yacht in Barbados with Rihanna." He chuckled to himself at the absurdity of the statement. "OMG, that's amazing. Please, send pics," Wade exclaimed over the radio. Despite Wade's occasional moments of foolishness, Tom appreciated having him as his colleague and fellow sheriff in Green Hills. As the only other law enforcement officer in town, they were often overwhelmed with work, and having the extra help was a lifesaver. Even though Wade tended to spend most of his time in the office, Tom recognized the value of having him around. They worked together to maintain law and order in the town, and Wade's presence provided some much-needed support. However, there was one significant drawback to Wade's contribution to the team. He was incredibly dense and prone to making foolish mistakes. Tom often found himself rolling his eyes at Wade's nonsensical comments and behaviors, but he couldn't deny the young officer's enthusiasm and dedication. Tom knew that being a sheriff required intelligence, quick thinking, and good judgment. Although Wade lacked these traits, Tom hoped that with time and experience, he would improve his skills and become a more competent sheriff. Despite Wade's shortcomings, Tom remained grateful for his presence and was committed to working alongside him to keep Green Hills safe. He knew that, in the end, it was their collective effort that would make a difference in the town's well-being. Tom let out an audible sigh as he responded to Wade's comment over the radio. "No, Wade. I'm at the speed trap," he replied, his voice laced with frustration. He could feel a headache forming behind his temples, leaning his head back against the headrest in exasperation. "Already? How did you get back so fast?" "Barbados is in the ocean," Wade exclaimed, completely oblivious to Tom's sarcasm. As Tom was about to respond, a sudden movement caught his attention. A speeding blue light flew past his patrol car, causing it to shake slightly as it passed. Tom quickly grabbed the radar gun, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the speedometer register 367 miles per hour. Tom blinked, doing a double take. "What?" Tom peered out at the desolate road before him, his eyes scanning the vast expanse of fields that stretched for miles. There were no signs of any tire tracks or cars in sight, and the lack of activity only added to his boredom. Glancing down at the radar gun, he let out a sigh of frustration as he noticed that it wasn't picking up any activity. He assumed that the device was broken or malfunctioning, and he couldn't help but feel annoyed at the wasted effort of watching the empty road. Feeling defeated, Tom slumped back in his seat and began to stare aimlessly at the car's ceiling. Suddenly, the vehicle shook violently, causing him to sit upright in alarm. He looked down at the radar gun, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the speedometer register an impossible speed of 723 miles per hour. Confused and disoriented, Tom's gaze shifted back to the road, scanning for any signs of activity. However, he completely missed the sight of a blue-haired figure dancing in the background, celebrating their incredible speed. Tom stepped out of his patrol car and ventured out onto the empty road. He scanned the area from left to right, searching for any signs of activity, but the area was completely deserted. There was no sight of any vehicles or pedestrians. As he looked around, Tom suddenly noticed a strange, glowing blue object lying by the side of the road. Intrigued, he approached the object and bent down to take a closer look. To his surprise, he realized that it looked like a quill from a hedgehog. Tom examined the quill closely, turning it over in his hands as he tried to figure out what it could be. He had never seen anything like it before, and the glowing blue color only added to its mysterious appearance. As he continued to inspect the object, Tom's curiosity was piqued. He wondered how it had ended up by the side of the road and what kind of creature it could have come from. With a newfound sense of curiosity, Tom carefully placed the hedgehog quill in his back pocket and made his way back to his patrol car. As Tom made his way back to his patrol car, his radio suddenly crackled to life once more. He quickly grabbed the device and listened as Wade's voice came through the speaker. "Tom, we need you down on Main Street. There's been a violent gang shootout." Wade's voice trailed off. However, before he could get too far, he heard Wade's laughter coming through the radio. "Just kidding. A duck stole a bagel. But they do want it back." As Tom drove back towards Green Hills, a large black car that came speeding past him from the opposite direction. As the car raced past, a small turtle in its path, completely unaware of the impending danger. Just as the car was about to run over the innocent creature, a blue blur shot past and snatched the turtle up at the last second. The blur came to a stop at the side of the road, revealing a young man with an infectious smile on his face. The young man, Izuku, was dressed in his usual attire, a white shirt with a blue and white jacket, a bright yellow backpack on his back, ripped jeans, worn white gloves, and a set of brown, burned and charred boots. Despite his rugged appearance, there was a warmth and kindness in his eyes. Izuku carefully cradled the turtle in his hands, inspecting it closely to ensure that it was unharmed. He smiled at the small creature, feeling a sense of joy at having saved it from harm. Izuku gazed down at the small turtle cradled in his hands, shaking his head in disbelief. "Whoa there, little guy, you almost got yourself killed out there. What are you, some kind of adrenaline junkie?" he asked with a chuckle, tapping the turtle gently on the head. Despite the humor in his words, there was a genuine concern in his voice for the safety of the small creature. As he examined the turtle, Izuku's eyes suddenly lit up with an idea. "Must be rough being so slow all the time. Tell you what, today's your lucky day," he exclaimed, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Izuku took off down the road, his feet pounding the pavement as he ran at high speeds. The turtle clutched tightly in his left hand. He whooped with excitement, feeling the wind rushing past him as he ran. "Hoo hoo hoo hoo. Have you ever felt so alive?" Izuku shouted, spreading his arms out like a plane and moving them up and down. "This is great. You're doing amazing," he cheered, his enthusiasm infectious. As he continued to run, Izuku suddenly felt the turtle slip from his gloved hand, flying off down the road. Panic set in as he realized what had happened, and he zipped off after the flying reptile with lightning speed. Just as the turtle was about to hit the ground, Izuku made a daring leap and caught it at the last second, holding it tightly out in front of himself. He breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that the turtle was safe and unharmed. "Good recovery," Izuku exclaimed, his heart still racing from the excitement of the moment. He felt a sense of pride in his ability to act quickly and save the turtle from harm. As they made their way back towards the town, Izuku continued to hold the turtle carefully in his hands, admiring the small creature's resilience and determination. He knew that even the smallest and seemingly weakest creatures could still be full of surprises and potential. Finally coming to a stop in a nearby forest, the blue-haired boy carefully places the shaking turtle down on the grassy floor, backing away slowly. Finally coming to a stop in a nearby forest, Izuku carefully placed the shaking turtle down on the grassy floor, taking a step back to observe it. He could see the fear and confusion in the turtle's eyes, and he knew that it would take some time for the small creature to recover from the unexpected adventure. "Let's keep this our little secret, okay?" Izuku said in a mysterious-sounding tone, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. You never saw me. I was never here. With that, Izuku zoomed off into the forest, dodging and weaving through the crowded trees and underbrush with ease. He moved with a grace and speed that was almost supernatural, his movements fluid and effortless as he navigated the dense foliage. After a few minutes of running, Izuku spotted a small cave nestled deep within the forest. He quickly darted inside, landing on a beanbag with a soft thud. Without hesitation, Izuku reached for a meter-high stack of comic books that was sitting nearby, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he flipped through the pages at lightning speed. As he read, he could feel the thrill of adventure and excitement coursing through his veins, filling him with a sense of joy and contentment. So, what were you expecting? A dirty little blue-haired hedgehog boy eating berries and struggling to survive? Think again, because I am living my best life on Earth. I've got a library. Izuku finished reading through the stack of comics, feeling a sense of satisfaction and excitement at the stories he had just experienced. But his restless energy was not yet sated, and he quickly zipped over to an old, broken treadmill that sat in the corner of the cave. Without hesitation, Izuku leapt onto the treadmill, his legs moving at lightning speed as he began to run. The old machine sputtered and groaned under his weight, but Izuku showed no signs of slowing down. As he ran, he could feel the burn in his muscles and the wind rushing past him, filling him with a sense of exhilaration and joy. For Izuku, running was more than just a form of exercise, it was a way of life. It was a reminder of the strength and determination that he possessed, and the endless potential for adventure and excitement that lay ahead. A home gym. Izuku finished his run on the old, broken treadmill, feeling invigorated and energized. With a quick leap, he jumped off the machine, his black bandana tied tightly around his forehead. He landed lightly on his feet, his body coiled with energy as he spun a set of nunchucks over his head. The weapons moved with an almost hypnotic rhythm, their smooth arcs and loops a testament to Izuku's skill and precision. As he moved, his body seemed to flow like water, each movement executed with grace and fluidity. He moved with a sense of confidence and ease, as if the nunchucks were simply an extension of his own body. And a state-of-the-art security system. As Izuku continued to spin the nunchucks with ease, his movements becoming more fluid and graceful with each passing moment, he suddenly miscalculated the trajectory of the weapons. With a loud smack, one of the nunchucks hit him squarely in the face, sending him flying backwards into a hard, wooden table. The impact was jarring, the table shattering into pieces under his weight. As he groaned and rubbed his throbbing nose, a small bag went flying off the table, hitting the ground with a loud clatter. Multiple golden rings spilled out of the bag, rolling across the floor in all directions. Izuku's eyes widened in shock and dismay as he realized what had happened. "Oh no!" he exclaimed, rushing over to the scattered rings and scooping up as many as he could. He carefully placed all but one of the rings back into the bag, cursing himself for his clumsiness. "And if I'm ever discovered, I'll follow Longclaw's instructions and use my rings to escape to another world. A nice, safe world filled with only mushrooms." With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the ring out in front of himself, its surface shimmering in the air as it spun. In an instant, a portal opened up, revealing a strange world filled with towering mushrooms. "I hate mushrooms. But let's not worry about all that." With a burst of energy, Izuku raced up the side of a towering cliff, his feet moving with lightning-fast speed as he scrambled up the rocky surface. As he reached the very top, he came to a sudden stop, his body coiled with energy as he stared out at the bustling town below. From this height, he could see everything: the small houses, the crowded streets, and the people moving back and forth like tiny ants. For a moment, Izuku simply stood there, taking in the sight before him. He felt a sense of awe and wonder. This is Green Hills, the greatest place on Earth. Izuku launched himself off the edge of the cliff, his body moving with incredible speed as he rocketed towards the small rural town below. A faint blue streak followed behind him as he ran, his movements fluid and graceful as he soared through the air. As he approached the town, he came to a sudden stop, his feet landing deftly on the roof of a nearby building. From this vantage point, he had a clear view of the streets below, watching as the people bustled back and forth, going about their daily lives. These are my people, and dare I say, I am their lovable space creature. So what if they don't know I exist? Izuku's eyes widened as he watched Tom walk out into the middle of the road, his body tense and alert as he directed traffic with practiced ease. From his vantage point high above, Izuku could see the cars and trucks moving back and forth, their headlights shining in the bright sunlight as they made their way through the busy streets. For a moment, he simply watched in awe, marveling at the sight before him. Tom was like a master puppeteer, controlling the flow of traffic with effortless grace and precision. My second favorite person is the Donut Lord, protector of this town, devourer of donuts and defender of all creatures, big and small. As a family of ducks began to cross the road, Tom smiled warmly at them, his voice soft and gentle as he greeted them by name. "Morning, Donald, Daisy, Daffy," he said, his eyes following the ducks as they waddled across the asphalt. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at the sight, his heart feeling lighter than it had in ages. Watching Tom interact with the ducks, he felt a sense of joy and wonder that he hadn't felt in a long time. But even as he watched, he knew that he couldn't stay here forever. There were adventures to be had, worlds to explore, and people to save. With a burst of energy, Izuku took off, his body moving with incredible speed as he raced out of town and into the wide open wilderness beyond. Arriving outside a large, two-story house, Izuku quickly slipped into the bushes, his body hidden from view as he watched the scene before him. A dark-skinned lady was moving around her back garden, carefully tending to her plants and flowers with a gentle touch. As she worked, she moved with a sense of grace and calm that was truly inspiring to behold. The lady made her way over to a laptop in the corner of the garden, turning on some yoga videos as she settled into a series of calming stretches and movements. Izuku watched on, fascinated by the way she moved and flowed, her body bending and stretching with effortless ease. Donut Lord lives with two people. First is Pretzel Lady. She is super nice to animals and strangely was born without bones. Crouching down behind the bushes, Izuku tried to replicate the woman's movements, his body contorting and bending in a clumsy attempt to follow along. As she moved her leg behind her head with effortless grace, Izuku struggled to keep up, grunting and moaning with each awkward movement. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" he cried out, his face twisted in pain as he tried to stretch his muscles to their limits. With a burst of speed, Izuku rocketed up to the top of the house, his body moving with incredible agility and grace as he scanned the scene below. Peering in through the skylight, he watched as a young girl moved around her room, shifting and rearranging things with a focused intensity that was both impressive and a little bit intimidating. The second person Donut Lord lives with and my favorite person of all time is the Purple Angel. Mainly because when she sings, she sounds like an angel, or what I think an angel would sound like anyway. The girl he was watching had dark purple hair, with highlights running across the front in a heartbeat pattern. Despite her pale skin and bright onyx eyes, she always seemed to look a little bit sad or depressed in public. But as Izuku watched her moving around her room, he couldn't help but be struck by her radiant smile, a bright and beautiful expression that seemed to light up the entire space around her. Strangely, she has some kind of power of her own. Kinda like me, but not as flashy. It's kinda odd, considering she is the only person in town to have a power. As he watched on, the girl suddenly turned sharply, her eyes locking onto the skylight above. Izuku quickly zipped out of the way, narrowly avoiding her gaze. To his surprise, two sharp, thin audio-like cables suddenly rose up from her sides, seemingly attached to her earlobes. They hovered in the air, poised and ready to strike at a moment's notice. Deciding it was time to leave, Izuku quickly took off and began to make his way back into town. Unbeknownst to him, he had completely missed the wide-eyed expression that had crossed the girl's face as she watched him disappear from view. Izuku arrives in the dead of night, hiding behind a rather large tent, smirking widely. "There's this one person in this town who's actually onto me. He calls me the Blue Devil. Say hello to my main man, Crazy Carl." Izuku then rushes around Carl, setting off the lots of different bear traps and other contraptions. We have fun together. I know you're out there. I know you're real, Carl shouted, looking around for any sign of a person. It was then that he heard, "No, I'm not," faintly in the distance, as Izuku sped away, laughing his head off. Movie night is my favorite. Izuku slowly creeps closer to the window, trying not to make a sound as he watches Tom's family enjoy watching a movie together. A large, fluffy dog named Ozzy comes and sits next to them, curling up beneath the girl's feet. Please, 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 Izuku whispers, hoping for a specific movie to come on. The TV jumps to life, showing the title of the movie, Speed. Yes, Keanu, you are a national treasure. As the movie progresses, Izuku's excitement grows when he realizes that it's one of his favorites. He can't help but whisper along with Keanu's lines and cheer during the action scenes. The family seems to be enjoying it as well, and Izuku can't help but feel a sense of kinship with them. Suddenly, a tear rolls down his cheek, and he quickly wipes it away, embarrassed to be caught crying. But as he watches the family interact with each other, he can't help but feel a longing to have that kind of connection with someone. Basically, we're like a family, even though we haven't met yet. Hours later, Izuku sits in a psychiatrist's office, nervously fidgeting in his seat. The psychiatrist across from him, who was just himself with a pair of glasses on, observes him closely, pen in hand, ready to take notes. Izuku sits in the psychiatrist's office, attempting to put on a German accent. He holds a clipboard in his hands, trying to look like a professional. Do you think that prolonged isolation is affecting you mentally, perhaps? He asks, struggling to keep the accent consistent. He then jumps onto the couch wearing his usual outfit. Crazy? Me? No way, Doc. You don't understand me, he says with a laugh. The psychiatrist continues to speak. Despite having all these friends of yours, do you still feel lonely? Izuku's eyes fill with tears as he looks down, overwhelmed with emotion. Izuku gazes at the window of the house one last time, his heart heavy with longing as he sees the happy family sitting inside. His hedgehog ears droop on top of his head, tears as clear as crystal stream down his cheeks, feeling the weight of his loneliness bearing down on him. Perhaps you're afraid you'll be alone. In a flash, he takes off, his body crackling with electricity as he runs away, leaving behind a trail of sparks in his wake. Forever. As Izuku runs frantically through the forest, his tears mix with the electrical charges that course through his body. The blue hue in his eyes intensifies, and sparks fly from his fingertips. Suddenly, he lets out a gut-wrenching scream that echoes through the trees, sending birds flying into the sky. The energy builds up inside of him until it becomes too much to handle. In a blinding flash, a massive EMP wave erupts from Izuku's body, sending cars careening off the road and knocking out power grids for hundreds of miles around. The sheer force of the blast even takes out a satellite in orbit, causing alarm bells to ring in control centers around the world. Izuku falls to the ground, trembling and gasping for air as the energy dissipates. He lies there, falling into an unconscious state as the forest around him slowly returns to normalcy, fading to black.